The Baroque Art, Dramatic Expression and Opulence in 17th Century Europe. Written by Haya Vent, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1. Introduction to Baroque Art. Baroque art, which emerged in Europe in the early 17th century, represents one of the most dramatic and influential periods in the history of Western art. Spanning roughly from the 1600s to the mid-18th century, the Baroque style is characterized by its emotional intensity, intricate detail, and the dramatic use of light and shadow. It sought to evoke strong emotions and convey a sense of grandeur, opulence, and movement, often emphasizing the contrast between the divine and the earthly. The period coincided with significant political, social, and religious changes in Europe, including the rise of absolutism, the power of the Catholic Church, and the effects of the Protestant Reformation. Baroque art was born in Italy, where it was heavily influenced by the Counter-Reformation, the Catholic Church's response to the Protestant Reformation. In contrast to the restrained and harmonious ideals of the Renaissance, the Baroque style embraced bold, theatrical expressions designed to elicit awe and devotion. Artists were encouraged to engage the viewer directly through works that conveyed drama, spirituality, and the immediacy of human experience. This was reflected in the use of vivid colors, exaggerated emotions, and dynamic compositions. At the core of Baroque art was its deep connection to religious themes, particularly in Catholic countries. The Church, in its effort to reaffirm its dominance, commissioned works that showcased the power and glory of God, often through monumental paintings and sculptures. The aim was to stir religious fervor and awe among viewers, and artists such as Caravaggio, Rubens, and Bernini were masters at invoking such emotions. Their works pushed the boundaries of realism and naturalism, portraying human figures in dramatic postures and evoking powerful emotional responses. Baroque art also flourished outside of Italy, with notable developments in the Netherlands, Spain, France, and beyond. In Northern Europe, for instance, the focus shifted from religious subjects to scenes of everyday life, with artists like Rembrandt exploring the complexities of human nature and emotional depth through portraiture and landscapes. Meanwhile, in France, the Baroque style became intertwined with the power and magnificence of the monarchy, culminating in the construction of monumental architectural works like the Palace of Versailles. Overall, the Baroque period marks a turning point in art history, where the expressive power of visual art was harnessed to shape religious, political, and social narratives. Through its grandeur and emotional intensity, Baroque art continues to captivate viewers and leave a lasting legacy in the history of art. Defining Baroque, a historical overview. The term Baroque refers to a distinctive style of art, architecture, and music that emerged in Europe during the late 16th century and continued into the 18th century. While it is difficult to pinpoint a precise starting date, the Baroque era is generally considered to have begun around the early 1600s, lasting until the mid-1700s. The word Baroque itself is believed to have originated from the Portuguese word Barroco, meaning a rough or imperfect pearl, a term that initially carried a negative connotation due to the period's elaborate and exaggerated forms. Over time, however, the term came to be associated with a style that embraced complexity, opulence, and emotional intensity. Baroque art arose in response to the socio-political and religious climate of the time, particularly the Counter-Reformation, the Catholic Church's effort to combat the spread of Protestantism. The Catholic Church, seeking to reassert its power and influence, commissioned grand and emotionally stirring works of art that would inspire awe, devotion, and religious fervor in the viewer. This was a significant departure from the more restrained and harmonious ideals of the Renaissance, which had emphasized balance, proportion, and reason. Baroque art, on the other hand, prioritized drama, movement, and intensity, often evoking strong emotional responses through its use of vivid colors, exaggerated figures, and dynamic compositions. The Baroque style is particularly marked by its use of light and shadow, with many artists employing chiaroscuro to create depth and highlight the emotional content of their works. This technique, which involves the stark contrast between light and dark, gave Baroque paintings and sculptures an almost three-dimensional quality, heightening the sense of realism and drama. Theatricality was also a key characteristic, as Baroque artists sought to capture a moment of heightened action or intense emotion, creating a sense of urgency and immediacy in their works. Baroque art was not confined to Italy, though it began there, with artists such as Caravaggio, Bernini, and Rubens leading the way. The style spread quickly throughout Europe, influencing artists in Spain, France, the Netherlands, and beyond. Each region adapted the Baroque style to its own cultural and political context, but the common thread was a commitment to grandeur, emotional depth, and a sense of movement and dynamism. Ultimately, the Baroque period represents a turning point in the history of Western art, where the expressive power of visual and architectural forms was fully embraced to reflect the complex religious, political, and social currents of the time. It remains one of the most influential and enduring periods in the history of art. The Baroque era and its timeline. The Baroque era, spanning from the late 16th century to the mid-18th century, represents one of the most dramatic and influential periods in European art, architecture, and culture. The era can be broadly divided into several phases, with its origins rooted in the late Renaissance, around the 1500s, and its decline towards the middle of the 18th century, when it gradually gave way to the lighter, more decorative Rococo style. The earliest phase of Baroque art began in the late 1500s in Italy, marking a distinct break from the Renaissance ideals of balance, harmony, and proportion. Artists such as Michelangelo and Raphael had set the stage for dramatic changes in artistic expression, and by the early 1600s, Baroque artists like Caravaggio began experimenting with new techniques that emphasized emotion, movement, and a heightened sense of realism. The Counter-Reformation, the Catholic Church's response to the Protestant Reformation, played a crucial role in the development of Baroque art. The Church commissioned grand, emotionally charged works to inspire religious devotion and reaffirm its authority. This resulted in the creation of some of the most iconic Baroque masterpieces, such as the works of Bernini and the dramatic paintings of Caravaggio. The Baroque style spread quickly throughout Europe, adapting to local cultural and political contexts. In Spain, artists like Diego Velázquez infused Baroque with a sense of realism and psychological depth, particularly in portraiture. In the Netherlands, Baroque art took on a more secular tone, with artists like Rembrandt focusing on themes of daily life, portraits, and landscapes. Meanwhile, in France, Baroque architecture flourished under the influence of the monarchy, with the construction of monumental structures like the Palace of Versailles, epitomizing the power and opulence of the absolute monarchy. By the mid-1700s, the Baroque style began to wane as Rococo, with its lighter, more ornate aesthetic, gained popularity. However, the influence of Baroque art, particularly its dramatic and emotional qualities, continued to resonate in the works of later movements like Neoclassicism and Romanticism. The Baroque era, with its bold use of light, its emotional intensity, and its deep connection to the political and religious landscape, remains one of the most significant periods in the history of Western art, leaving a legacy that shaped the visual and cultural expression of Europe for centuries. Key features of Baroque art. Baroque art, which emerged in the early 17th century, is renowned for its dramatic, emotional intensity, intricate detail, and sense of movement. This style marked a departure from the more restrained and harmonious qualities of Renaissance art, embracing instead a heightened sense of realism, grandeur, and theatricality. One of the most defining features of Baroque art is its emphasis on emotion and the ability to elicit strong responses from the viewer. Artists sought to convey intense feelings, whether awe, fear, joy, or sorrow, through their works, creating a vivid connection between the artwork and the audience. This emotional engagement was achieved through exaggerated facial expressions, dynamic poses, and the portrayal of dramatic moments frozen in time. Light and shadow also played a central role in Baroque art, with artists employing a technique called chiaroscuro. This method uses the stark contrast between light and dark to create depth, emphasize certain elements of a scene, and heighten the dramatic effect. The manipulation of light often gave the works a three-dimensional quality, making figures seem to emerge from the shadows or burst forth from the canvas. This technique was particularly effective in conveying the drama and emotional content of religious scenes, portraits, and still lifes, and became a signature style of artists like Caravaggio. Movement is another hallmark of Baroque art. Whereas Renaissance art often emphasized stillness and balance, Baroque artists embraced fluidity and energy. Figures are often depicted in the midst of action, with flowing garments, swirling bodies, and dramatic gestures that convey a sense of motion. This dynamism was not limited to painting. In sculpture, figures were captured in poses that suggested movement, as seen in Bernini's Ecstasy of St. Teresa, where the subject appears to be lifted into a spiritual trance. Baroque art is also noted for its opulence and grandeur. The use of rich, vivid colors, complex compositions, and ornate detailing created works that were visually striking and extravagant. In both painting and architecture, the Baroque style often sought to overwhelm the viewer with its splendor. This is particularly evident in the Baroque architecture of churches and palaces, where grand facades, sweeping curves, and lavish decorations conveyed the power and authority of the church or monarchy. Overall, Baroque art is defined by its emotional depth, its use of dramatic light and shadow, its emphasis on movement, and its opulent visual style. These features combined to create works that were not only visually captivating, but also intended to stir the viewer's soul and make a lasting impression. The cultural and political climate of 17th century Europe. The 17th century was a period of profound cultural and political upheaval in Europe, marked by religious conflicts, shifting power dynamics, and the rise of absolute monarchies. These changes greatly influenced the development of Baroque art, which was deeply intertwined with the era's social, political, and religious currents. One of the most significant events shaping this period was the Protestant Reformation, which began in the early 16th century and led to deep divisions between Catholic and Protestant countries. In response, the Catholic Church launched the Counter-Reformation, a movement aimed at regaining followers and reaffirming the authority of the Pope. The Church became one of the principal patrons of the Baroque style, commissioning works of art that would inspire devotion and reinforce Catholic doctrine. This religious context created a demand for grand, emotional, and dramatic artworks that depicted biblical stories and saints in vivid, intense detail, aimed at evoking awe and spiritual reflection. Politically, Europe saw the rise of absolute monarchies, where rulers sought to centralize power and control over their nations. Monarchs like Louis XIV of France, Philip IV of Spain, and Peter the Great of Russia used art and architecture as tools to communicate their power and divine right to rule. The grandeur and opulence of Baroque art were directly tied to these monarchs' attempts to solidify their authority. The construction of monumental palaces and churches, such as the Palace of Versailles in France and St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, embodied the power and prestige of the ruling elite. These works were not only expressions of aesthetic beauty, but also served as political statements designed to awe and subdue the population. In addition to the political and religious influences, the 17th century was a time of scientific and intellectual development. The scientific revolution, with figures like Galileo and Newton, challenged traditional views of the world and the cosmos. While this intellectual shift was often at odds with the religious institutions of the time, it also led to an increased interest in realism and naturalism in art. Baroque artists sought to depict the world with unprecedented accuracy, focusing on the human figure, the natural environment, and the portrayal of light and space. The cultural climate of the 17th century was thus one of great contrast, a period of religious fervor and conflict, political absolutism, and intellectual advancement. These forces shaped the Baroque style, which mirrored the drama, grandeur, and complexity of the era, and left a lasting impact on the visual arts for generations to come. Chapter 2: The Origins and Influences of Baroque Art. The origins of Baroque art can be traced to a confluence of religious, political, and cultural forces that shaped Europe in the late 16th century. One of the most significant influences on the development of Baroque art was the Counter-Reformation, the Catholic Church's response to the Protestant Reformation. The Reformation, initiated by figures such as Martin Luther and John Calvin, had led to a splintering of the Church and the rise of Protestantism across much of Europe. In an effort to reassert its influence and attract followers back to Catholicism, the Church embraced a new approach to art that sought to inspire awe, emotion, and devotion. This marked a clear departure from the more restrained and harmonious ideals of the Renaissance, as Baroque art became an instrument of religious propaganda designed to elicit strong emotional reactions from the viewer. The Church's involvement in commissioning Baroque art led to the creation of some of the most iconic works of the period. Artists like Caravaggio, whose use of dramatic light and shadow created powerful, lifelike depictions of biblical scenes, and Bernini, whose sculptures embodied intense emotion and spiritual fervor, were deeply influenced by the Church's agenda. Religious iconography became central to Baroque art, with grand depictions of saints, the Madonna, and Christ meant to elicit spiritual reflection and devotion. The Baroque emphasis on drama and realism was intended to bring religious themes to life in a way that could connect with people on a deeply emotional level, ensuring that art became a vehicle for both religious instruction and emotional experience. In addition to religious influences, the Baroque period was shaped by the political landscape of the time. The rise of absolute monarchies, particularly in France under Louis XIV and in Spain under Philip IV, meant that art was increasingly used as a tool to express the power and grandeur of the monarchy. These monarchs used art and architecture to communicate their divine right to rule, commissioning monumental works that conveyed the majesty and stability of their reigns. In France, the construction of the Palace of Versailles epitomized Baroque opulence and power, while Spanish painters like Velázquez depicted the royal court with a sense of dignity and authority. Baroque art was also shaped by the intellectual currents of the time. The scientific revolution, with its emphasis on observation and the study of nature, influenced artists to explore greater realism in their works. Baroque artists like Rembrandt and Rubens depicted the human figure and the natural world with a newfound attention to detail and a more naturalistic approach, blending intellectual and emotional elements to create works that resonated deeply with their audiences. Thus, the origins of Baroque art lie in the intersection of religious fervor, political power, and intellectual curiosity, all of which combined to produce a style that was deeply emotional, dynamic, and grounded in the realities of the human experience. The role of the Catholic Church and the Counter-Reformation. The Catholic Church played a pivotal role in the development of Baroque art as the period coincided with the Counter-Reformation, the Catholic Church's response to the Protestant Reformation. The Protestant Reformation, which began in the early 16th century under the leadership of figures like Martin Luther and John Calvin, led to a significant division within Christianity and a challenge to the authority of the Pope. Protestantism's emphasis on personal scripture reading and iconoclasm rejected many aspects of Catholic tradition, including the use of religious imagery in worship. In response to this, the Catholic Church sought to reassert its spiritual authority and reaffirmed the importance of religious art through the Counter-Reformation, which was formalized at the Council of Trent, 1545 to 1563. The Church recognized the potential of art as a tool to communicate religious teachings and evoke emotional responses that would strengthen faith and devotion. As a result, the Church became one of the primary patrons of Baroque art, commissioning works that were intended not only to inspire awe and reverence, but also to persuade and instruct. The Baroque style, with its dramatic use of light and shadow, dynamic compositions, and emotional intensity, was seen as ideal for conveying the grandeur of God and the Church's authority. The intention was to create art that was accessible, immediate, and capable of eliciting deep emotional reactions from the viewer. The Church desired to captivate the faithful, engage their senses, and draw them closer to the divine. Religious themes were central to Baroque art, with scenes from the lives of Christ, the Virgin Mary, and the saints depicted with heightened realism and emotional depth. The Baroque style was a departure from the more restrained representations of religious figures seen in earlier periods, such as the Renaissance, and focused on portraying the intense emotions of both divine and human subjects. Artists like Caravaggio and Gian Lorenzo Bernini embodied this approach, with Caravaggio's use of chiaroscuro bringing biblical stories to life in a vivid, almost theatrical manner, and Bernini's sculptures capturing the dramatic spiritual experiences of saints. The Catholic Church's support of the Baroque style helped solidify the movement as a dominant force in European art during the 17th century. By using art as a vehicle for spiritual propaganda, the Church was able to reinforce its doctrines, attract new followers, and demonstrate the power and majesty of the divine. Through this partnership between the Church and the Baroque artists, religious art became not only a form of aesthetic expression, but also an essential instrument for religious and political influence. The Counter-Reformation thus had a lasting impact on the development of Baroque art, driving its emotional intensity, grandeur, and dramatic expression. Renaissance roots and the transition to Baroque. The transition from the Renaissance to the Baroque era marks a significant shift in artistic and cultural values, evolving from the balance, harmony, and rationality of the Renaissance to the emotional intensity, movement, and drama of Baroque art. While Baroque art may seem to be a departure from the Renaissance, it owes much of its foundation to the ideas and innovations that were first explored during that earlier period. The Renaissance, which flourished from the 14th to the 16th centuries, was characterized by a revival of classical Greek and Roman ideals. Renaissance artists focused on balance, symmetry, and proportion, seeking to represent the human form and the natural world with an unprecedented level of realism. This period emphasized intellectual achievement, humanism, and the pursuit of beauty through reason and harmony. Artists like Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, and Michelangelo excelled in creating works that celebrated human potential and divine proportion, with an emphasis on rationality, clarity, and classical inspiration. However, by the end of the 16th century, Europe faced profound changes that influenced the transition to Baroque art. The Protestant Reformation had led to religious divisions, and the Catholic Church sought to reclaim its authority during the Counter-Reformation. This cultural and religious upheaval created an environment ripe for a shift in artistic focus. While the Renaissance had celebrated humanism and intellectualism, the Baroque era embraced a more emotional, spiritual, and dramatic approach to art, reflecting the social, religious, and political climates of the time. The Baroque transition can be seen as a response to the perceived restraint and intellectualism of the Renaissance. Baroque artists rejected the cool detachment of classical proportion and sought to inject energy, emotion, and movement into their works. This was a time of growing political absolutism and religious fervor, where the church and monarchs used art as a tool for propaganda and emotional manipulation. The Baroque style reflected these concerns by using dynamic compositions, exaggerated lighting, and intense realism to evoke an immediate emotional response from the viewer. While Renaissance art had focused on harmony and the beauty of the human form, Baroque art emphasized the dramatic, the unexpected, and the theatrical. The Baroque era's embrace of movement, contrast, and intense emotion drew on the Renaissance's technical mastery, but moved away from its idealized, restrained approach. In doing so, Baroque art became a more vivid, engaging, and dynamic reflection of its time. The evolution from the Renaissance to Baroque marks a shift from intellectual clarity to emotional depth, from rational order to dramatic expression. Italian influence, Rome as the center of Baroque innovation. Rome played a central role in the development and spread of Baroque art, becoming the epicenter of innovation during the 17th century. The city's political, religious, and cultural importance provided the perfect environment for the emergence of the Baroque style, which sought to emphasize drama, emotion, and grandeur. The Catholic Church, which was headquartered in Rome, was a powerful patron of the arts during the Baroque period and played a significant role in shaping the direction of art and architecture in the city. The papacy's desire to reassert its spiritual authority through visual means led to the commissioning of grand, awe-inspiring artworks that would evoke a sense of divine presence and reaffirm Catholic doctrine. One of the key figures in the development of Baroque art in Rome was the architect and sculptor Gianlorenzo Bernini. Bernini's work embodied the essence of Baroque style, combining dramatic motion, emotional intensity, and religious themes. His masterpieces, such as the Ecstasy of St. Teresa, in the Cornaro Chapel, and the grandiose design of St. Peter's Square, are prime examples of Baroque innovation. In his sculpture, Bernini captured the interplay of light, movement, and emotion, creating figures that seem to burst from the marble and transcend the static qualities of traditional sculpture. His contributions to Rome's architecture, particularly his redesign of St. Peter's Square and the magnificent colonnade that surrounds it, symbolize the church's embrace of the Baroque style as a tool for reinforcing its power and divine authority. In addition to Bernini, the city was home to other influential artists like Caravaggio, whose dramatic use of light and shadow revolutionized painting. Caravaggio's work brought religious scenes to life with unprecedented realism and intensity, using chiaroscuro to create stark contrasts between light and dark, which heightened the emotional impact of his subjects. His focus on the human condition, depicting saints and biblical figures with a raw, almost physical realism, resonated deeply with the spiritual and emotional aspirations of the time. Rome also became a gathering place for artists from all over Europe, who were drawn to the city by its wealth of artistic opportunities and the influence of the church. The convergence of these talented individuals in Rome fostered a dynamic exchange of ideas and techniques, fueling the growth and spread of Baroque art beyond Italy. Rome's role as the center of Baroque innovation not only established it as the heart of the Baroque movement, but also set the tone for the development of art throughout Europe, shaping the direction of painting, sculpture, and architecture for the entire century. The influence of the Protestant Reformation. The Protestant Reformation, which began in the early 16th century, had a profound impact on the development of European art, culture, and religion. Spearheaded by figures such as Martin Luther and John Calvin, the Reformation challenged the authority of the Catholic Church and led to a major split in Christianity. This religious upheaval directly influenced the direction of art in the 17th century, particularly in the regions of Europe that became Protestant, such as Germany, England, and the Netherlands. One of the key consequences of the Reformation was the rejection of the Catholic Church's emphasis on religious imagery and iconography in worship. Reformers like Luther and Calvin believed that the use of religious images in churches was a form of idolatry, and they called for the removal of statues, paintings, and other religious art from Protestant places of worship. This iconoclastic stance had a significant impact on the visual arts, as it led to a marked decline in religious commissions in Protestant regions. In these areas, artists shifted away from depicting biblical scenes and saints in favor of other subjects, such as portraits, landscapes, and still life. However, the Reformation's influence on art was not purely negative. In Catholic countries, the Counter-Reformation emerged as a direct response to Protestantism, with the Catholic Church aiming to reclaim its followers and reaffirm its authority. This cultural and religious context led to the development of Baroque art, which became a vehicle for the Catholic Church to communicate its spiritual power and message. The Church used the Baroque style, characterized by dramatic intensity, emotion, and grandeur, as a tool to inspire religious devotion and awe, encouraging a return to faith amidst the religious tensions of the time. The dramatic use of light, vivid color, and dynamic compositions in Baroque art were directly intended to evoke strong emotional responses in the viewer, reinforcing the Church's role in counteracting Protestantism. In Protestant regions, the focus of art shifted toward more personal and secular themes, as the iconoclasm of the Reformation discouraged religious depictions. Artists in these areas, such as Rembrandt in the Netherlands, embraced portraiture and genre painting, capturing scenes of everyday life, self-reflection, and personal spirituality. This shift away from religious art allowed for a greater exploration of human emotion, individual identity, and the mundane aspects of daily life, creating a distinctive style of art that contrasted with the grandeur of Baroque works produced in Catholic regions. In conclusion, the Protestant Reformation significantly shaped the course of European art in the 17th century, influencing both the decline of religious art in Protestant regions and the rise of the dramatic Baroque style in Catholic areas. This religious divide created a dynamic and diverse artistic landscape with distinct approaches to art in different parts of Europe that reflected the changing religious and cultural realities of the time. Chapter 3: Key Figures in Baroque Art. The Baroque period was defined by the extraordinary contributions of artists who not only embraced the dramatic style, but also revolutionized the visual arts in ways that would leave a lasting legacy. Several key figures stand out during this period, each contributing to the evolution of Baroque art with unique innovations in technique, emotion, and subject matter. One of the most influential artists of the Baroque era was Caravaggio, an Italian painter whose work became the foundation for much of Baroque painting. Caravaggio is renowned for his dramatic use of light and shadow, a technique known as chiaroscuro, which brought a new sense of realism and emotional intensity to his work. His religious paintings, such as The Calling of St. Matthew and Judith Beheading Holofernes, were groundbreaking in their raw portrayal of biblical figures as real, relatable human beings. His rejection of idealized, distant depictions of saints in favor of gritty, everyday figures infused his paintings with a sense of immediacy and power that was revolutionary at the time. Another major figure was Peter Paul Rubens, a Flemish painter whose exuberant style epitomized the opulence and vitality of Baroque art. Rubens was known for his large-scale altarpieces, portraits, and mythological scenes, often filled with voluptuous figures and vibrant colors. His work, such as The Descent from the Cross and The Three Graces, conveyed movement, energy, and emotional depth, and his mastery of texture and light made his paintings both dynamic and visually captivating. Rubens also served as a diplomat and court artist, which allowed him to engage with various European courts, further spreading Baroque influence across the continent. Rembrandt van Rijn, a Dutch painter and printmaker, stands out for his deeply emotional and introspective works, which contrasted with the grandeur and drama of other Baroque artists. While the Protestant Reformation had led to a decline in religious commissions in the Netherlands, Rembrandt's portraits and self-portraits explored themes of human psychology, aging, and mortality. His masterpieces, such as The Night Watch and Self-Portrait with Two Circles, are celebrated for their rich textures, subtle lighting, and intense focus on the inner lives of his subjects. Gian Lorenzo Bernini, an Italian sculptor, architect, and painter, was another central figure in Baroque art. His ability to infuse marble with a sense of motion and emotional intensity set him apart. His famous sculptures, such as The Ecstasy of St. Teresa and Apollo and Daphne, capture dynamic, swirling motion and express the deepest emotions, transforming the medium of sculpture from mere representation to an active, living force. Finally, Diego Velázquez, the Spanish court painter, created masterpieces that captured the complexity of human emotion and the grandeur of royal life. Velázquez's Las Meninas is one of the most studied paintings in art history for its masterful composition, use of perspective, and subtle commentary on the nature of art and perception. These artists, among others, defined the Baroque era with their groundbreaking work, each contributing to the development of a style that was dynamic, emotional, and deeply connected to the political, religious, and cultural currents of the time. Their influence extended beyond their lifetimes, shaping the future of Western art. Caravaggio, the master of dramatic realism. Michelangelo Merisi de Caravaggio, often simply known as Caravaggio, is widely regarded as one of the most important and innovative figures in Baroque art. His groundbreaking approach to painting, characterized by intense realism, dramatic lighting, and emotional depth, helped define the Baroque style and revolutionized European art. Born in 1571 in Milan, Caravaggio's work is known for its raw portrayal of human figures and biblical scenes, which departed sharply from the more idealized depictions seen during the Renaissance. One of Caravaggio's most notable contributions to art was his mastery of chiaroscuro, the technique of using strong contrasts between light and dark to create a sense of depth and focus. In his paintings, the use of light is not just a technical tool, but also an emotional device, guiding the viewer's attention to the most crucial aspects of the scene. This dramatic interplay of light and shadow creates a vivid sense of realism, making the figures in his work seem as though they are emerging from the darkness. Caravaggio's portrayal of divine and earthly figures, with the same level of intensity and detail, was revolutionary. In works such as The Calling of St. Matthew and Judith beheading Holofernes, he depicted religious subjects with the same raw humanity as common people. This approach made his biblical figures more accessible, relatable, and striking, as they were shown with imperfections and flaws, which was a stark contrast to the idealized saints and angels of earlier art. Caravaggio's realistic style also involved depicting ordinary people as models for his religious scenes, giving his paintings a sense of immediacy and relevance. His figures were often depicted in contemporary clothing, and his subjects appeared as real people, not distant, ethereal beings. This choice imbued his work with a sense of raw, unvarnished truth, appealing to both the emotional and spiritual needs of his audience. Though his life was marked by controversy and conflict, including run-ins with the law and a tendency to dramatize events beyond his canvases, Caravaggio's influence on Baroque art cannot be overstated. His approach to light, his raw portrayal of the human experience, and his ability to evoke emotion through paint would go on to inspire generations of artists, including Rubens, Rembrandt, and Velázquez. Caravaggio's legacy as the master of dramatic realism firmly established him as one of the great pioneers of the Baroque movement, and his works continue to captivate and inspire to this day. Peter Paul Rubens, The Opulence of the Flemish Baroque. Peter Paul Rubens, a Flemish painter and diplomat, stands as one of the most influential figures in Baroque art, known for his vibrant, dynamic compositions and masterful handling of color and movement. Born in 1577 in what is now Belgium, Rubens' work epitomized the grandeur and opulence that characterized the Baroque period. His paintings were not just visually spectacular, they also conveyed powerful emotional depth, making him a leading figure in the development of Baroque art. Rubens's mastery of composition and color is perhaps his most significant contribution to Baroque art. His works are filled with lush, vibrant hues that suggest both the richness of the material world and the intensity of human emotions. His distinctive use of bold, saturated colors and his ability to create lush, opulent textures became trademarks of his style. This vivid color palette and the energetic dynamism of his figures conveyed both physical vitality and emotional intensity, making his work highly appealing to the tastes of European aristocracy and religious patrons alike. Rubens was particularly renowned for his large-scale altarpieces and mythological scenes, often filled with sensuality, movement, and drama. His monumental works, such as The Descent from the Cross and The Triumph of Venus, often featured lush, voluptuous figures and intense emotional expressions that made them larger-than-life experiences for viewers. Rubens's depiction of the human body was marked by an exuberance that became one of the hallmarks of Baroque art, with his figures often possessing a muscular, almost sculptural quality. This celebratory depiction of the human form, combined with his mastery of movement, allowed him to create compositions that were alive with action. Another defining feature of Rubens's work was his ability to blend religious, mythological, and historical themes into a cohesive style that spoke to both the intellectual and emotional needs of his time. His works were often commissioned by European monarchs, churches, and aristocrats who sought not only the aesthetic beauty of his paintings, but also the emotional and symbolic resonance they carried. Rubens understood the power of art as a tool for communication and used it to reinforce the divine and royal authority of his patrons. In addition to his skill as a painter, Rubens was a talented diplomat, which allowed him to travel throughout Europe and interact with the leading intellectuals, monarchs, and artists of the time. His connections to the courts of Spain, France, and England helped cement his reputation as one of the most influential artists of the Baroque period. Rubens's work had a lasting impact on the development of Baroque art, and his legacy continued to influence artists for generations, making him an essential figure in the evolution of Western art. Rembrandt van Rijn, the Dutch Baroque and Human Emotion. Rembrandt van Rijn, one of the most celebrated artists of the Dutch Baroque period, is renowned for his deep exploration of human emotion and his innovative approach to light, shadow, and texture. Born in 1606 in Leiden, Netherlands, Rembrandt's work stands out for its psychological depth, introspection, and remarkable ability to capture the complexity of the human experience. While Baroque art is often associated with dramatic, religious, or mythological scenes, Rembrandt's art took a different path, focusing on portraits, self-portraits, and intimate scenes of everyday life, imbuing them with profound emotional resonance. What distinguishes Rembrandt's work is his unparalleled ability to convey the inner life of his subjects. His portraits, whether of wealthy patrons, scholars, or ordinary people, go beyond mere likeness. They capture a depth of emotion and personality that transcends the physical appearance of the subject. In works such as The Night Watch and The Jewish Bride, Rembrandt's figures are not just posed for formal representation, but are imbued with a sense of humanity, vulnerability, and psychological complexity. His use of chiaroscuro, the dramatic contrast between light and dark, played a central role in creating this emotional depth. The lighting in his paintings serves to highlight the inner turmoil or calm of the figures, giving them a palpable presence. In addition to his portraits, Rembrandt's self-portraits are some of the most revealing works in the history of art. Over his lifetime, he created more than 70 self-portraits, each one offering a window into his evolving emotional and psychological state. These self-depictions chronicle the artist's personal journey, from youthful confidence to the hardships of middle age, including the financial struggles, the loss of his wife, and the death of his children. The self-portrait with two circles stands as a poignant example of his ability to convey both his mastery of technique and his personal introspection, capturing not just his outward appearance but the essence of his inner life. Rembrandt's work also reflects the Protestant ethos of the Dutch Republic. where religion was more personal and less focused on grand liturgical rituals. While Catholic Baroque art often depicted dramatic religious scenes, Rembrandt's paintings, such as The Return of the Prodigal Son, focus on spiritual themes of repentance, forgiveness, and human redemption, often using biblical stories as vehicles for exploring universal human experiences. In conclusion, Rembrandt's contribution to Baroque art is not only in his technical mastery, but in his ability to elevate the ordinary, the personal, and the emotional to the highest level of artistic expression. His ability to evoke profound emotional responses through light, texture, and intimate portrayal of the human condition makes him one of the defining figures of the Dutch Baroque and a central figure in the broader history of Western art. Gianlorenzo Bernini, the sculptor of the Baroque era. Gianlorenzo Bernini, an Italian artist and architect, is widely regarded as one of the most influential figures in the Baroque period. His work, particularly in sculpture, is celebrated for its dynamic energy, emotional intensity, and revolutionary contributions to the medium. Born in 1598 in Naples, Bernini's early exposure to art through his father, a sculptor, led to a career that would redefine the art of his time. His ability to manipulate marble with a level of skill and expressiveness that had never been seen before cemented his place as the defining sculptor of the Baroque era. Bernini's sculptures are notable for their movement and emotional depth. Unlike the more static and idealized figures of earlier periods, Bernini's works capture a sense of life and motion. His figures seem to breathe, twist, and almost leap out of the marble, giving them a vibrant energy that transcended traditional sculpture. One of his most famous works, The Ecstasy of Saint Teresa, 1647 to 1652, exemplifies his ability to convey intense spiritual and physical emotion. The sculpture depicts Saint Teresa in a moment of divine rapture, with swirling folds of drapery and an expression of ecstasy that seem to animate the marble, creating a scene of movement and light. The incorporation of light, with the surrounding marble reflecting natural light, adds to the transcendence of the experience. Bernini's ability to convey motion and emotion was rooted in his deep understanding of the human body and its psychological expression. His sculptures often depict moments of dramatic action, as seen in Apollo and Daphne, where the god Apollo is transformed into a tree as he pursues the nymph Daphne. The fluidity of the transformation, with the marble figure twisting and bending in mid-motion, demonstrates Bernini's unparalleled skill in conveying the moment of change and the emotional tension that defines it. In addition to his sculptural genius, Bernini was an accomplished architect, and his designs helped shape the look of Baroque Rome. His most famous architectural work, the Colonnade of St. Peter's Square, embraced the concept of creating a dramatic, emotional experience for the viewer. The design of the space, with its sweeping curves and embrace of the faithful, reinforces the power of the Catholic Church, symbolizing both protection and awe. Bernini's impact on Baroque art cannot be overstated. His sculptures and architectural designs defined the aesthetic of the period, blending emotional expression with technical virtuosity. His mastery of form, light, and movement made him a true innovator, leaving a lasting legacy that continues to influence art and architecture to this day. Bernini's work remains a testament to the Baroque period's emphasis on grandeur, emotion, and the transformative power of art. Diego Velázquez, the Spanish master of the Baroque. Diego Velázquez, a Spanish painter born in 1599, stands as one of the most important and influential artists of the Baroque period. His mastery of composition, light, and psychological depth made him a leading figure not just in Spanish art, but in the broader context of European Baroque painting. Velázquez's career was closely intertwined with the Spanish court, where he served as the court painter for King Philip IV, a position that allowed him to produce some of the most iconic works of the Baroque era. His art, renowned for its realism, sophisticated technique, and intimate exploration of human nature, elevated the genre of portraiture to new heights. One of the defining characteristics of Velázquez's work is his extraordinary ability to capture the psychological depth of his subjects. In portraits such as Las Meninas, Velázquez creates a scene filled with complexity, capturing not just the figures in the painting, but the nature of the act of painting itself. The scene, which features the young Infanta Margaret Teresa surrounded by her attendants, is marked by its intricate composition and the sense of immediacy that comes from the reflective gaze of the artist in the work. Velázquez's use of space and perspective, where he places himself within the scene, while simultaneously drawing the viewer's attention to the royal family, creates a sense of participation in the moment. This innovative approach to perspective and reflection demonstrates Velázquez's command over both the medium and his subjects. Velázquez's use of light and shadow was also a hallmark of his style. His portraits, such as Fildefort in Armor and The Triumph of Bacchus, are known for their naturalistic depiction of light, which falls on his subjects with a soft, almost imperceptible quality. This subtle manipulation of light enhances the realism of his works, creating a sense of lifelike presence and immediacy. His attention to detail and the texture of materials, whether the shimmer of fabric or the roughness of armor, further deepens the viewer's engagement with the scene, making his subjects seem tangible and alive. Beyond his court portraits, Velázquez also produced scenes of everyday life and historical subjects. His work, The Surrender of Breda, is a monumental portrayal of the Spanish victory over the Dutch, demonstrating his skill in depicting large groups of figures with dynamic, dramatic compositions that still maintain a sense of human dignity and emotion. Velázquez's influence on the development of Baroque art is profound. His ability to blend realism with psychological insight, his mastery of light, and his innovative approach to composition had a lasting impact on later artists such as Rembrandt and even artists of the Rococo period. Velázquez's legacy as the Spanish master of the Baroque continues to inspire and shape the way portraiture and historical scenes are approached, making him a central figure in the history of Western art. Chapter 4, Baroque Painting Techniques and Styles. Baroque painting, which emerged in the early 17th century, is characterized by its dramatic use of light and shadow, intense emotion, and dynamic compositions. The techniques and styles developed during this period were designed to evoke strong emotional responses from the viewer, making Baroque art distinct from the more restrained, harmonious compositions of the Renaissance. Central to the Baroque style is the use of chiaroscuro, the contrast between light and dark, which creates a heightened sense of realism and depth. This technique, popularized by artists like Caravaggio, plays a critical role in bringing figures to life, emphasizing their physical presence and giving them a sense of immediacy and three-dimensionality. Chiaroscuro was not only a technical tool, but also an emotional one. The stark contrasts in lighting were often used to draw attention to specific figures or moments in a scene, enhancing the narrative intensity of the artwork. In Caravaggio's The Calling of St. Matthew, for example, the light shines down dramatically on St. Matthew, highlighting his moment of spiritual awakening, while the surrounding shadows suggest the spiritual darkness from which he is emerging. This use of light not only mimics natural conditions, but also reinforces the emotional and symbolic content of the painting. Another defining feature of Baroque painting is the sense of movement and dynamism. Unlike the static, balanced compositions of the Renaissance, Baroque painters sought to convey a sense of action, drama, and energy. Figures in Baroque paintings are often caught in mid-motion, with flowing drapery, twisting bodies, and exaggerated gestures that convey emotion and action. This can be seen in works like Peter Paul Rubens' The Descent from the Cross, where the figures appear to be in the midst of a powerful and poignant moment, or in Bernini's sculptures, where motion and emotion seem to flow from the marble itself. The Baroque style also embraced realism and naturalism, particularly in the portrayal of human figures. Artists like Rembrandt and Velázquez focused on rendering the human body and face with an unprecedented degree of detail and psychological depth. In Rembrandt's self-portraits, for example, the textures of his face, the wrinkles and shadows, are meticulously observed, creating an intimate connection between the viewer and the artist. This realism extended beyond portraiture to include everyday life and the natural world, as seen in the still lifes and landscapes of Dutch Baroque painters. Lastly, rich color palettes and the use of symbolism were integral to Baroque painting. Artists used bold, vibrant colors to evoke strong emotional responses and to highlight particular elements of the composition. At the same time, many Baroque paintings were laden with symbols, often related to religious or political themes, which added layers of meaning for those who were able to interpret them. In sum, Baroque painting techniques and styles are defined by their dramatic use of light and shadow, emphasis on movement and emotion, commitment to realism, and symbolic richness. These elements combine to create works of art that were not only visually stunning, but also deeply engaging, meant to stir the viewer both intellectually and emotionally. Chiaroscuro, the play of light and shadow. Chiaroscuro, an Italian term meaning light-dark, refers to the technique of using strong contrasts between light and shadow to create the illusion of depth, volume, and three-dimensionality in two-dimensional artwork. This technique became one of the defining features of Baroque painting, where the dramatic interplay of light and dark was used not only for realism, but also to enhance the emotional and psychological intensity of a scene. Chiaroscuro was a fundamental tool in the hands of artists such as Caravaggio, Rembrandt, and Vermeer, each of whom used light to heighten the dramatic effect and narrative power of their works. At its core, chiaroscuro involves the manipulation of light sources to highlight certain elements of a composition while obscuring others. This not only adds a sense of realism, but also directs the viewer's attention to the most important aspects of the painting. In Caravaggio's The Calling of St. Matthew, for example, a single beam of light illuminates St. Matthew, emphasizing his moment of spiritual revelation, while the surrounding darkness heightens the sense of mystery and the transformative power of the divine. This stark contrast between light and shadow creates an almost theatrical atmosphere, engaging the viewer emotionally as well as visually. Chiaroscuro also plays a crucial role in rendering the human figure with three-dimensionality. By carefully modeling the light and shadow on a subject's face and body, artists could create the illusion of volume, making the figures appear to emerge from the canvas. This technique was essential for artists who sought to give their subjects a sense of weight and presence, as seen in Rembrandt's self-portraits. His ability to paint light cascading across the textures of his skin, the folds of his clothing, and his changing facial expressions imbues his works with a sense of life and intimacy that goes beyond mere likeness. In addition to its role in realism, chiaroscuro also contributes to the emotional atmosphere of a painting. The intense contrasts of light and dark can evoke a wide range of feelings, from the sublime and divine to the eerie and foreboding. In religious works, light often symbolizes the divine, while shadow may suggest sin or suffering. This interplay of light and dark, while rooted in naturalism, also serves to elevate the narrative and emotional depth of the scene, allowing artists to convey complex psychological states and moral themes. Ultimately, chiaroscuro is more than just a technical device in Baroque painting. It is a powerful expressive tool. By manipulating light and shadow, artists were able to create works that were not only visually compelling, but also rich with emotional and symbolic significance. It remains one of the most striking features of Baroque art, helping to shape the era's characteristic sense of drama and intensity. Dramatic poses and emotion in Baroque portraiture. Baroque portraiture, unlike the more reserved and formal portraits of the Renaissance, embraced dramatic poses and intense emotional expression. reflecting the broader Baroque emphasis on movement, emotion, and realism. This shift in portraiture style marked a significant departure from the static and idealized representations of subjects, as Baroque artists sought to capture not only the external likeness of their subjects, but also their inner emotional world. The incorporation of dynamic poses, vivid expressions, and theatrical compositions became key characteristics of Baroque portraiture, allowing artists to communicate power, authority, vulnerability, or introspection with unprecedented intensity. One of the most defining features of Baroque portraiture is the use of dramatic poses to convey a sense of movement and energy. Figures are often depicted in mid-motion, with flowing drapery, turned heads, and outstretched arms, all of which add a sense of life and dynamism to the composition. This contrasts sharply with the more rigid and controlled poses of earlier portrait traditions, where subjects were typically shown in profile or in a formal, frontal position. The Baroque approach to posing not only emphasizes the physical presence of the subject, but also imbues the portrait with a psychological depth that speaks to the subject's character or emotional state. For example, in Rembrandt's portraits, the subjects are often captured in natural, unguarded moments, as if caught in the midst of thought or reflection. The slight turn of the head, the thoughtful gaze, or the way the body is positioned invites the viewer to connect with the subject on a more personal and emotional level. The use of lighting also plays a pivotal role in creating the emotional tone of Baroque portraits. The manipulation of light and shadow, or chiaroscuro, allows artists to highlight certain aspects of the figure's face or body, emphasizing mood and character. In a portrait by Caravaggio, for example, the subject might be bathed in a sharp beam of light that accentuates their facial expression, suggesting a moment of intense personal revelation or inner conflict. This interplay of light and shadow not only enhances the three-dimensionality of the subject, but also serves to underscore their emotional depth. The depiction of emotion in Baroque portraiture was also influenced by the period's fascination with psychological realism. Rather than focusing solely on the physical appearance of the subject, artists like Velázquez and Van Dyck sought to capture the emotional essence of their sitters. Whether it's the quiet dignity of a royal figure or the vulnerability of a subject caught in an introspective moment, Baroque portraiture places a strong emphasis on revealing the emotional and psychological states of individuals. The goal was not just to flatter the subject, but to provide a window into their soul, making Baroque portraits both powerful and profoundly human. In conclusion, Baroque portraiture broke away from the conventions of earlier portrait styles by emphasizing dramatic poses, emotional expression, and a heightened sense of realism. Through the use of dynamic composition, intense lighting, and psychological depth, artists of the Baroque period transformed portraiture into a medium capable of conveying the complexity of human experience in ways that had never been seen before. Religious themes and iconography in Baroque paintings. Religious themes and iconography played a central role in Baroque painting, reflecting the profound influence of the Catholic Church during the period of the Counter-Reformation. The Baroque era, which coincided with a time of intense religious conflict and reform, saw the Church embrace art as a powerful tool for spiritual communication, using it to inspire devotion, reinforce Catholic doctrine, and connect emotionally with viewers. Baroque artists were tasked with creating works that were not only visually compelling, but also deeply imbued with spiritual significance, which they achieved through dynamic compositions, vivid colors, and dramatic emotional expression. One of the defining characteristics of religious Baroque painting is its emphasis on realism and emotional intensity. Unlike the more idealized, distant religious figures of earlier periods, Baroque artists sought to depict biblical scenes with vivid realism, showing saints, angels, and Christ in ways that felt immediate and personal. This focus on human emotion allowed artists like Caravaggio to create powerful works that portrayed religious subjects in raw, relatable terms. In his The Calling of St. Matthew, for example, Caravaggio uses dramatic lighting to highlight the moment of divine intervention, where Matthew is called to follow Christ. The intensity of the moment, captured with stark realism, draws the viewer into the narrative, making the religious experience feel accessible and real. Iconography in Baroque religious paintings was also highly symbolic, serving as a visual language that conveyed spiritual truths and theological concepts. Artists employed a range of symbols to convey deeper meanings, often using everyday objects or figures to represent abstract ideas. For instance, in many depictions of the Virgin Mary, a rose or a crown of stars might symbolize her purity and divinity. Similarly, angels are often depicted with specific attributes, such as a lily representing purity or a sword symbolizing divine justice, to communicate their role in religious narratives. These symbols were not only decorative, they helped to educate viewers, many of whom were illiterate, about the stories and teachings of the Church. Baroque painters also sought to create a sense of divine presence through the use of light, space, and composition. In works like Bernini's Ecstasy of St. Teresa, light becomes a key component, symbolizing the presence of the divine in the moment of spiritual rapture. In paintings, artists would often use dramatic light to illuminate key figures or moments, making the subject appear as though it was touched by God. This technique, known as chiaroscuro, gave the figures a lifelike presence that intensified the spiritual impact of the scene. In conclusion, religious themes and iconography in Baroque paintings were central to the era's artistic expression. The Church's use of art as a vehicle for conveying its messages of faith, emotion, and divine power led to the development of a style that was not only rich in symbolism, but also deeply engaging for the viewer. Through dramatic realism, emotional depth, and symbolic complexity, Baroque religious art provided a visual language that invited the viewer to reflect on their relationship with the divine. The role of movement and space in Baroque art. Movement and space are two of the most defining elements of Baroque art, working in tandem to create dynamic compositions that engage the viewer on both a visual and emotional level. In stark contrast to the calm, static compositions of the Renaissance, Baroque artists sought to infuse their works with a sense of action and energy, pushing the boundaries of realism and drama. The use of movement and space not only enhanced the physical realism of the artwork, but also contributed to its emotional and narrative power, allowing artists to capture fleeting moments of intense action or emotion. In Baroque painting, movement is often conveyed through the posture of figures, dramatic gestures, and the fluidity of drapery. Artists such as Caravaggio, Rubens, and Bernini embraced the idea that art should feel alive, with figures depicted in mid-motion, as if caught in a moment of intense action or emotion. In Caravaggio's Judith beheading Holofernes, for example, the figures are caught in the midst of violent action, with Judith's outstretched arm and Holofernes' contorted body creating a dynamic sense of movement. The figures seem to burst from the canvas, giving the viewer a visceral sense of the scene's drama. Similarly, in Rubens's The Descent from the Cross, the figures appear to be in the process of movement, with their twisting bodies and flowing garments conveying the physicality of the scene, while also enhancing the emotional intensity of the moment. Space in Baroque art is often used to amplify the sense of drama and movement. Unlike the calm, orderly perspectives of Renaissance art, Baroque compositions frequently employ foreshortening and diagonal lines to create a sense of depth and movement within the picture plane. By positioning figures at dramatic angles and extending them toward the viewer, artists make the scene appear to stretch beyond the confines of the canvas, drawing the viewer into the action. In works like Bernini's The Ecstasy of St. Teresa, the use of space is integral to the depiction of the spiritual experience. The swirling motion of the figures, combined with the architectural elements that appear to envelop the viewer, creates a sense of infinite space, enhancing the transcendent nature of the scene. Baroque artists also used light and shadow to manipulate space, creating a sense of volume and depth that added to the realism of their works. The play of light, often in stark contrast to the shadows, allowed figures to emerge from the darkness, heightening their dramatic presence and emphasizing the dynamic tension between the seen and unseen. In paintings like Rembrandt's The Night Watch, the contrast between light and shadow not only illuminates the figures, but also adds a sense of movement, as if the figures are stepping into or out of the light. In conclusion, movement and space are central to the emotional and visual impact of Baroque art. By breaking away from the static compositions of earlier periods, Baroque artists created works that felt dynamic, alive, and full of energy. Through the use of dramatic gestures, flowing forms, and innovative spatial techniques, they conveyed a sense of urgency and emotion, drawing the viewer into the scene and inviting them to experience the moment firsthand. These elements help define the Baroque style, giving it its distinctive sense of motion, intensity, and depth. Chapter 5, Baroque Architecture, Drama in Stone. Baroque architecture, like its counterpart in painting and sculpture, is characterized by dramatic expression, grandeur, and emotional intensity. Emerging in the early 17th century, Baroque architecture sought to create awe-inspiring spaces that conveyed the power and glory of the church, monarchy, and the divine. It was a response to the austerity of earlier architectural styles and was heavily influenced by the Counter-Reformation, which saw the Catholic Church commissioning lavish structures to reaffirm its authority and influence. Baroque architecture, often considered drama in stone, was designed to evoke strong emotional responses through its bold use of space, light, and ornamentation. One of the central features of Baroque architecture is its grandiosity and theatricality. Architects sought to create buildings that overwhelmed the viewer, both physically and emotionally, through vast open spaces, sweeping curves, and intricate details. Churches, palaces, and civic buildings were designed to evoke a sense of the divine, with large domes, soaring columns, and expansive facades. The use of curved lines, such as the dramatic sweeping curves of facades or the flowing lines of colonnades, created a sense of movement and fluidity, inviting the viewer into a grand narrative. This design philosophy was intended to inspire awe and to elevate the human experience to the spiritual or royal realm. A prime example of Baroque architecture's emotional impact is St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, designed by Michelangelo and later completed by Bernini. The vast open space of the church's interior, combined with the massive dome, creates an overwhelming sense of scale and grandeur. Bernini's colonnade in front of the church embraces visitors in a symbolic gesture of the church's protective and welcoming arms. The use of light in Baroque churches is another important feature. Architects strategically placed windows, skylights, and openings to allow natural light to illuminate the space in dramatic ways, often focusing the light on altars, sculptures, or specific areas, heightening the sense of divine presence. This manipulation of light, combined with the use of ornamentation, turned the interior of Baroque churches into a spectacle that conveyed the power and authority of the church. In addition to the church, palaces and royal residences also adopted Baroque design principles to communicate the power and wealth of monarchs. The Palace of Versailles, perhaps the most famous example of Baroque royal architecture, showcases the grandeur of the style with its expansive gardens, intricate interiors, and monumental scale. The design of Versailles was intended to awe visitors and reinforce the king's divine right to rule. The Hall of Mirrors, with its extensive use of mirrors and natural light, reflects both the opulence of the court and the power of the monarchy, creating a sense of endless space and grandeur. In conclusion, Baroque architecture is a visual representation of drama, power, and emotion. Through its use of bold forms, sweeping curves, dramatic light, and elaborate ornamentation, it sought to create spaces that were not only functional, but awe-inspiring. Baroque buildings were designed to evoke powerful emotional responses, whether through religious devotion, royal authority, or the overwhelming beauty of the structures themselves. The legacy of Baroque architecture remains evident in many of the world's most iconic and breathtaking buildings, continuing to inspire awe and admiration centuries after their creation. The role of architecture in the Baroque period. Architecture in the Baroque period played a central role in shaping the cultural, religious, and political landscape of 17th century Europe. It was a time of monumental change, marked by the rise of absolute monarchies, the Counter-Reformation, and the consolidation of power within the Catholic Church. Baroque architecture, with its dramatic scale, intricate details, and emotional intensity, was designed to reflect and reinforce these shifts in society. Architects in this period used their craft as a tool to convey grandeur, divine authority, and power, creating buildings that were not merely functional, but also symbolic and theatrical. One of the most important functions of Baroque architecture was its use by the Catholic Church during the Counter-Reformation. The Church sought to reclaim and solidify its influence after the Protestant Reformation, and architecture became an essential means of achieving this. Churches and basilicas were designed to be awe-inspiring, enveloping the viewer in a sense of the divine. Buildings like St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, designed by Michelangelo and later finished by Bernini, were intended to instill a sense of reverence and humility in the faithful. The expansive domes, soaring columns, and intricate interiors were not only meant to accommodate large congregations, but to elevate the spiritual experience, suggesting the omnipotence of God and the authority of the Church. In addition to religious buildings, Baroque architecture also played a pivotal role in the palaces and residences of monarchs. The design of royal palaces, such as the Palace of Versailles in France, was intended to project the absolute power of the monarchy. With its grand halls, luxurious gardens, and elaborate design, Versailles symbolized the divine right of kings and their control over both the physical and spiritual realms. The use of space and light in these palaces was intended to inspire awe and reflect the monarch's power, as well as to reinforce the notion of the ruler as a central godlike figure in society. Baroque architecture also reflected a broader cultural shift towards emotional engagement and theatricality. The period's architects embraced dramatic use of light, space, and movement, creating structures that were meant to evoke a visceral emotional response. Domes, colonnades, and sweeping facades were designed to envelop the viewer, creating a sense of both grandeur and intimacy. Churches and public buildings, often adorned with intricate sculptures and reliefs, told stories and invited viewers to become part of the experience. Architects like Gian Lorenzo Bernini and Francesco Borromini played with the fluidity of forms and the manipulation of space to create buildings that seemed alive with energy, further enhancing the emotional impact of their designs. In conclusion, Baroque architecture played a key role in shaping the cultural and political identity of the period. It was a powerful tool for conveying religious devotion, royal authority, and the grandeur of the divine, all while engaging the viewer emotionally and intellectually. Through the dramatic use of space, light, and ornamentation, Baroque architects created structures that were not just buildings, but grand statements of power, faith, and human ambition. The legacy of this period can still be seen in many of the world's most iconic architectural masterpieces. The influence of Gian Lorenzo Bernini and Francesco Borromini. Gian Lorenzo Bernini and Francesco Borromini stand as two of the most influential architects of the Baroque period, shaping the architectural landscape of Rome and beyond with their innovative designs and dramatic use of space. Both men were products of the dynamic and religiously charged atmosphere of 17th century Italy, where the Catholic Church played a dominant role in commissioning art and architecture. Their works reflect the Baroque ideals of grandeur, emotional intensity, and movement, but they approached these principles in distinct and complementary ways. Bernini, known primarily as a sculptor, brought his mastery of form and drama into the realm of architecture. His work is characterized by its emotional depth, use of light, and the sense of movement that he infused into his buildings. Perhaps his most famous architectural achievement is the colonnade of St. Peter's Square, where the massive, curved colonnade embraces visitors in a symbolic gesture of the church's welcoming arms. The dramatic fluidity of the colonnade creates a sense of unity and openness, reinforcing the idea of the church's universal reach. In addition to his work at St. Peter's, Bernini's St. Peter's baldachin and the Chair of St. Peter within the basilica highlight his ability to combine grandeur with religious symbolism. His work was aimed not only at aesthetic beauty, but also at creating an emotional and spiritual experience for the viewer. In contrast, Francesco Borromini's architecture is marked by its complexity, unconventional forms, and innovative use of space. Borromini was a master of creating buildings that seemed to defy traditional architectural conventions, using curved lines, irregular shapes, and layered structures to evoke movement and energy. His work on the Church of San Carlo alle Quattro Fontane in Rome is a prime example of his ability to manipulate space to create a sense of drama. The church's undulating facade and the innovative use of curves in the interior create a fluid, dynamic environment that feels both organic and spiritual. Borromini's approach to light and shadow was also groundbreaking, with the use of light to highlight architectural elements and create a sense of transcendence. Both Bernini and Borromini's work shared the goal of evoking a deep emotional response from the viewer, but they did so in distinct ways. Bernini's style was grand and cohesive, with an emphasis on theatrical drama and symbolic clarity, while Borromini's architecture was more experimental, using intricate geometries and the manipulation of space to create a sense of mystery and movement. Together, they helped define the architectural language of the Baroque period, contributing to the development of a style that would influence generations of architects. Their works remain central to the Baroque legacy, shaping the visual and emotional experience of the viewer in ways that continue to resonate in the world of architecture today. Key Baroque architectural landmarks: St. Peter's Basilica, the Palace of Versailles. Two of the most iconic and influential architectural landmarks of the Baroque period are St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican City and the Palace of Versailles in France. Both structures embody the grandeur, emotional intensity, and dramatic use of space that defined Baroque architecture, serving not only as symbols of religious and royal power, but also as masterpieces of design that showcase the period's architectural innovations. St. Peter's Basilica, designed by Michelangelo and later completed by Bernini and other architects, is one of the most famous churches in the world and a centerpiece of Catholicism. The basilica's monumental scale, its vast dome, and its grandiose interior all reflect the Catholic Church's desire to assert its spiritual and temporal authority during the Counter-Reformation. The dome, which was designed by Michelangelo but completed by Giacomo della Porta, stands as a symbol of the heavens and divine presence, dominating the skyline of Rome. The church's interior is equally dramatic, with Bernini's colonnade that wraps around the piazza in front of the basilica, creating a sense of embrace and unity for visitors. Bernini also designed the baldachin over the papal altar, an elaborate canopy made of bronze that elevates the sanctity of the space, symbolizing the direct connection between the Pope and the divine. The use of light in St. Peter's is also significant, as the architectural elements were designed to guide the viewer's focus toward the altar, emphasizing the sacredness of the rituals performed within the church. The basilica, in its entirety, captures the Baroque ideals of movement, emotional engagement, and the reinforcement of spiritual authority. The Palace of Versailles, located just outside Paris, represents the epitome of Baroque grandeur in royal architecture. Originally a hunting lodge for Louis XIII, the palace was transformed and expanded by his son, Louis XIV, into a magnificent symbol of absolute monarchy. The palace's scale and symmetry reflect the power and control of the monarchy, while its gardens, designed by André Lenotre, are a physical manifestation of the king's dominion over nature. The palace's Hall of Mirrors, perhaps its most famous room, is a stunning example of Baroque opulence. It is lined with mirrors and windows, creating a sense of boundless space and light, reflecting the wealth and power of the French crown. The design of Versailles was not only an architectural achievement, but also a statement of royal authority, with its elaborate interiors and gardens reinforcing the idea of the king's divine right to rule. The use of grand facades, expansive corridors, and ornate detailing was intended to awe visitors and assert the supremacy of the French monarchy over both its subjects and its rivals. In conclusion, both St. Peter's Basilica and the Palace of Versailles stand as defining examples of Baroque architecture, showcasing the era's emphasis on grandeur, drama, and the ability of architecture to evoke emotional and spiritual responses. These landmarks, with their innovative use of space, light, and symbolism, continue to influence architectural design today and remain enduring symbols of Baroque ideals. The use of curves and ornamentation in Baroque buildings. One of the most defining features of Baroque architecture is its use of curves and ornamentation, which distinguish it from the more restrained geometric forms of the Renaissance and classical architecture. Baroque architects embraced dynamic, flowing shapes and intricate details to create structures that were not only functional, but emotionally powerful and visually dramatic. The curves and ornamentation were intended to convey movement, energy, and grandeur, transforming buildings into works of art that could evoke awe, both spiritually and intellectually. Curves in Baroque architecture are often seen in facades, columns, and domes, where sweeping, undulating lines create a sense of fluidity and organic growth. Unlike the rigid, straight lines of Renaissance architecture, Baroque curves suggest a sense of motion, making buildings appear as if they are in a constant state of transformation. A prime example of this is the colonnade of St. Peter's Square in Vatican City, designed by Gian Lorenzo Bernini. The curved colonnade wraps around the piazza, embracing visitors and creating a sense of unity and movement, symbolizing the welcoming arms of the church. This use of curves not only enhanced the visual drama of the space, but also reinforced the idea of the church's power and inclusiveness. Similarly, Baroque domes often incorporate curves to create a sense of elevation and spiritual transcendence. The dome of St. Peter's Basilica, designed by Michelangelo and completed by Giacomo della Porta, is an iconic example. Its sweeping curves draw the eye upward, creating a sense of grandeur and connecting the viewer to the divine. The curves of the dome are not just decorative, but serve to reinforce the Baroque idea of building spaces that uplift both physically and spiritually. Ornamentation is another key element of Baroque architecture, serving both aesthetic and symbolic purposes. Baroque buildings are often richly adorned with sculptural elements, intricate carvings, and gilded details that emphasize the drama and emotional impact of the structure. The interiors of churches and palaces were filled with elaborate decorations, from gold leaf detailing to marble statues and frescoes, all designed to overwhelm the viewer with beauty and grandeur. In churches, these embellishments were meant to elevate the spiritual experience, reminding visitors of the divine presence within the sacred space. For example, the frescoes in the Church of San Carlo alle Quattro Fontane in Rome, designed by Francesco Borromini, use decorative curves to enhance the flow of space and create a sense of divine motion. In conclusion, the use of curves and ornamentation in Baroque architecture was not merely a stylistic choice, but an integral part of the emotional and spiritual experience that these buildings were meant to evoke. The fluidity of curves and the richness of ornamentation combined to create structures that were dynamic, engaging, and awe-inspiring, embodying the Baroque ideals of grandeur, movement, and emotional impact. These elements continue to define Baroque architecture, making it one of the most influential styles in the history of architecture. Chapter 6: The Baroque Sculpture, Evoking Emotion in Three Dimensions. Baroque sculpture represents a profound shift in the way artists approach the human form, emotion, and space. In contrast to the classical restraint of earlier periods, Baroque sculpture was dynamic, emotional, and often dramatic, designed to evoke an immediate and visceral response from the viewer. Sculptors of the Baroque era, such as Gian Lorenzo Bernini, captured the complexity of human emotion and movement, turning marble and bronze into living, breathing entities that conveyed not just the physical appearance of their subjects, but their inner spiritual and emotional states. One of the defining features of Baroque sculpture is its emphasis on movement. Unlike the still, calm figures of classical sculpture, Baroque artists sought to capture a moment in time, often freezing figures in the midst of action or intense emotional expression. This is particularly evident in the work of Bernini, whose sculptures seem to pulse with life. His most famous piece, The Ecstasy of Saint Teresa, exemplifies this characteristic. In this work, Bernini depicts Saint Teresa caught in a moment of divine rapture, her body twisting in ecstatic motion as an angel appears to pierce her heart with a golden arrow. The swirling drapery and the dramatic use of space give the sculpture a sense of energy and movement, creating an almost theatrical effect. Bernini's ability to imbue marble with such lifelike quality is a hallmark of Baroque sculpture, making the viewer feel as if they are witnessing the event unfold before their eyes. Emotion is another cornerstone of Baroque sculpture. Sculptors aim to capture the full range of human feelings, from spiritual ecstasy to anguish and suffering. Bernini's Apollo and Daphne demonstrates this vividly, as the figure of Apollo reaches out in desperate pursuit of the fleeing Daphne, who is in the process of transforming into a laurel tree. The sculpture captures the intensity of this moment, with Apollo's outstretched hands and Daphne's form twisting in agony and beauty, making it a powerful exploration of desire and the agony of unattainable love. Baroque sculpture also incorporates dramatic use of space. Unlike the balanced, static compositions of earlier periods, Baroque sculptures often break free from the confines of the base or pedestal, extending outward into the viewer's space. This dynamic interaction between the sculpture and the surrounding space enhances the sense of involvement and immersion for the viewer. In works such as Bernini's David, the figure of David is captured mid-action, with his body coiling and twisting as he prepares to throw the stone at Goliath. The viewer is drawn into the scene, becoming part of the action and feeling the tension and energy that David's stance conveys. In conclusion, Baroque sculpture stands as a testament to the era's emphasis on emotion, movement, and drama. By capturing figures in motion and conveying powerful emotional states, Baroque sculptors like Bernini were able to bring their works to life in ways that transcended traditional static representations. These sculptures not only depict the physical, but also delve deep into the spiritual and emotional essence of the subjects, engaging the viewer in a truly dynamic experience. The legacy of Baroque sculpture continues to influence artists today, as it remains one of the most expressive and compelling forms of artistic achievement. The evolution of sculpture in Baroque art. The evolution of sculpture during the Baroque period represents a dramatic shift from the classical ideals of symmetry and restraint to a style characterized by emotional intensity, dynamism, and realism. Beginning in the early 17th century, Baroque sculpture sought to evoke immediate emotional responses from the viewer through movement, expression, and intricate detail. This transition marked the end of the more restrained and idealized forms of the Renaissance and classical periods, bringing forth an art that was designed to engage the viewer on a visceral, even spiritual level. At the heart of this transformation was the idea of movement. Baroque sculptors, such as Gian Lorenzo Bernini, revolutionized the medium by capturing figures in the midst of action, making them seem alive and full of energy. Unlike the static, idealized figures of earlier periods, Baroque sculptures were often in mid-motion, twisting and contorting in dramatic poses that suggested a moment frozen in time. Bernini's David, for instance, depicts the biblical hero in the midst of throwing the stone at Goliath, his body coiled in dynamic tension, contrasting sharply with the more passive and idealized versions of David seen in earlier sculptures by Donatello and Michelangelo. This dynamic composition not only showed physical movement, but also conveyed emotional and psychological depth, drawing the viewer into the action. In addition to movement, emotion became a central theme in Baroque sculpture. Artists aimed to convey deep emotional states, from religious ecstasy to despair, creating figures that were not just beautiful or heroic, but also deeply human. Bernini's The Ecstasy of Saint Teresa is perhaps the most famous example of this emotional intensity. The sculpture captures the saint in a moment of divine rapture, her expression a mixture of bliss and spiritual surrender, while the angel's piercing of her heart with a golden arrow adds a sensual, almost visceral element. The delicate drapery, the detailed facial expressions, and the dramatic use of light all work together to create a work that transcends mere representation and invites the viewer into a deeply personal experience. Baroque sculpture also evolved in its interaction with space. While Renaissance and classical sculptures were often static and contained within their base or pedestal, Baroque artists began to break free from this confinement. Figures reached out into the viewer's space, inviting them to engage with the artwork physically and emotionally. This shift is particularly evident in works such as Bernini's Apollo and Daphne, where the figure's twisting bodies seem to extend beyond the boundaries of the pedestal, creating a sense of movement that is both spatial and emotional. The evolution of sculpture during the Baroque period marked a new era of artistic expression, one that sought to capture not only the physical form, but also the dynamic forces of emotion, movement, and spirituality. Baroque sculptors broke away from the conventions of the past to create works that were not just representations, but experiences, engaging the viewer in a direct and visceral way. This period remains one of the most expressive in the history of sculpture, and its influence continues to shape art today. Bernini's masterpieces, The Ecstasy of Saint Teresa and Apollo and Daphne. Gian Lorenzo Bernini, one of the most influential sculptors of the Baroque period, revolutionized sculpture with his ability to inject motion, emotion, and spiritual depth into stone. Among his most celebrated works are The Ecstasy of Saint Teresa and Apollo and Daphne, both of which showcase his unparalleled skill in capturing the complexities of human emotion and the dynamic movement of figures. These masterpieces are not only technical marvels, but also profound expressions of the Baroque ideals of intensity, drama, and divine interaction. The Ecstasy of Saint Teresa, completed between 1647 and 1652, is one of Bernini's most iconic works. It is located in the Cornaro Chapel in Rome, where it dramatically brings to life the religious experience of Saint Teresa of Avila. The sculpture portrays Teresa in the throes of a mystical vision, her body arched back in an ecstatic moment of divine rapture, while an angel stands above her, holding a golden arrow, symbolizing the divine love that pierces her heart. What makes this work extraordinary is Bernini's ability to transform marble into a dynamic, almost living medium. The fabric of Saint Teresa's flowing robes and the angel's wings seem to billow with movement, creating a palpable sense of energy. The expressions of bliss and surrender on Teresa's face, combined with the angel's serene demeanor, convey a deep spiritual experience that goes beyond simple representation, drawing the viewer into the profound emotional intensity of the moment. The play of light, both natural and artificial, further enhances the dramatic effect, casting shadows and highlighting the figures in a way that adds to the feeling of transcendence. Apollo and Daphne, created between 1622 and 1625, is another stunning example of Bernini's ability to breathe life into marble. This work captures the climactic moment from Greek mythology when Apollo, struck by the god Cupid's arrow, falls in love with the nymph Daphne. As Apollo reaches out to embrace her, Daphne begins her transformation into a laurel tree. and Bernini captures the moment of metamorphosis with incredible detail. Daphne's body begins to turn into bark, with her outstretched fingers and twisting limbs conveying a sense of motion, while Apollo's desperate yet futile grasp further emphasizes the tension between love and unattainable desire. The sculpture's fluidity and dramatic tension are enhanced by Bernini's intricate carving of the figures, flesh and hair, creating a sense of immediacy and emotion. This dynamic composition, with its interplay of human form and nature, speaks to the Baroque fascination with movement and transformation. Both of these masterpieces highlight Bernini's ability to elevate sculpture beyond mere physical representation, turning it into a medium for conveying deep spiritual and emotional experiences. The Ecstasy of St. Teresa and Apollo and Daphne remain defining works of Baroque sculpture, showcasing Bernini's genius in capturing the human soul's deepest moments of passion, desire, and transcendence. The use of motion and drama in Baroque sculpture. Baroque sculpture is distinguished by its dynamic sense of motion and heightened dramatic expression, which set it apart from the more restrained and static compositions of the Renaissance. Artists of the Baroque period sought to create sculptures that conveyed movement, emotion, and energy, making their works appear as though they were frozen in a moment of action. This departure from classical balance and symmetry allowed for the creation of works that engaged the viewer on a visceral and emotional level, drawing them into the unfolding narrative. One of the most effective techniques used to create motion in Baroque sculpture was the twisting of the human body. Instead of presenting figures in rigid frontal poses, sculptors captured them in mid-action, often using diagonal lines and spiraling forms to convey movement. Gian Lorenzo Bernini, the undisputed master of Baroque sculpture, perfected this technique in works such as David, 1623 to 1624. Unlike Michelangelo's earlier contemplative depiction of David, Bernini's version shows him in the midst of launching his stone at Goliath. His muscles are tensed, his body is coiled in preparation for the throw, and his face is filled with concentration and intensity. This sense of immediacy and energy is a hallmark of Baroque sculpture, making it feel as if the viewer is witnessing a moment suspended in time. Drama in Baroque sculpture was further emphasized through facial expressions and gestures. Baroque artists rejected the serene, detached expressions of Renaissance figures in favor of highly expressive faces that conveyed ecstasy, anguish, or determination. In the Ecstasy of St. Teresa, Bernini masterfully captures St. Teresa in a divine moment of rapture. Her face contorted in spiritual bliss, while an angel gently lifts an arrow toward her heart. The delicate handling of the facial details, combined with the sweeping motion of her drapery, enhances the sense of movement and heightens the emotional intensity of the scene. Another key aspect of Baroque sculpture's drama is its interaction with space. Instead of being confined to a single vantage point, Baroque sculptures often extend outward, engaging the surrounding environment and encouraging the viewer to walk around them for a fuller experience. Bernini's Apollo and Daphne, for instance, is designed to be seen from multiple angles, with each perspective revealing different elements of Daphne's transformation into a laurel tree. The flowing drapery and twisting figures make it feel as if the sculpture itself is shifting before the viewer's eyes. Through its masterful use of motion, expressive gestures, and dynamic composition, Baroque sculpture transcended mere representation, turning marble and bronze into emotionally charged, living narratives. These qualities not only define the Baroque era, but also continue to influence sculpture today, demonstrating the lasting power of movement and drama in artistic expression. The Baroque influence on later sculpture. The dramatic intensity, movement, and emotional depth of Baroque sculpture had a profound impact on later artistic movements, shaping the evolution of sculpture well beyond the 17th and 18th centuries. The innovations pioneered by Baroque artists, particularly Gian Lorenzo Bernini, set new standards for how sculptors approached composition, space, and storytelling. The influence of the Baroque period can be seen in neoclassicism, Romanticism, and even modern sculpture, as artists continued to draw upon the dynamic and expressive qualities that defined Baroque art. One of the key contributions of Baroque sculpture was its emphasis on movement and theatricality, which carried over into the neoclassical period of the 18th and early 19th centuries. While neoclassical artists favored a return to the balanced proportions and idealized forms of ancient Greece and Rome, they retained the Baroque sense of drama and expressive storytelling. Sculptors such as Antonio Canova, whose works like Psyche Revived by Cupid's Kiss display a sense of fluidity and gentle motion, were clearly influenced by Bernini's ability to capture fleeting moments in marble. Though neoclassicism was more restrained than the Baroque, its use of narrative and emotional engagement still owed much to its predecessor. In the 19th century, Romantic sculptors embraced the Baroque passion for emotion, energy, and dynamic composition. Artists such as François Rude and Auguste Rodin took inspiration from Baroque forms, using exaggerated movement and expressive faces to create works that resonated deeply with viewers. Rude's La Marseillaise, a high-relief sculpture on the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, embodies the spirit of Baroque dynamism, with figures bursting forward in an almost violent surge of patriotic fervor. Similarly, Rodin's The Thinker and The Burghers of Calais showcase a deep psychological complexity, reminiscent of the emotive depth found in Baroque masterpieces. Even in modern sculpture, elements of the Baroque approach to space and form remain relevant. Contemporary sculptors often use twisting, fragmented, or exaggerated forms to convey movement and energy, much like Baroque artists did centuries before. The concept of engaging the viewer from multiple perspectives, first championed by Bernini, remains a key principle in many three-dimensional works today. Abstract and expressionist sculptors, such as Henry Moore and Alexander Calder, have taken the Baroque interest in space and movement and reinterpreted it in new, innovative ways. The lasting legacy of Baroque sculpture lies in its ability to transcend simple representation and instead create powerful, immersive experiences. Through its emphasis on movement, emotion, and interaction with space, Baroque sculpture laid the foundation for centuries of artistic experimentation, continuing to inspire sculptors in their quest to bring raw human emotion to life through form and material. Chapter 7: Baroque Art and the Political Landscape. Baroque art is deeply intertwined with the political landscape of 17th century Europe, reflecting the era's political and religious transformations, including the rise of absolute monarchies, the consolidation of Catholic power during the Counter-Reformation, and the shifting dynamics between church and state. Art became an essential tool for communicating power, legitimacy, and authority, and the Baroque style was utilized to influence public opinion, reinforce political ideals, and celebrate the divine right of rulers. Through dramatic and emotional visual language, Baroque artists engaged with the political climate, producing works that were as much about shaping perception as they were about aesthetic expression. One of the most significant political forces behind Baroque art was the rise of absolute monarchies, particularly in France, Spain, and other parts of Europe. Monarchs, such as Louis XIV of France, used art to bolster their authority and project their power to both their subjects and foreign powers. Louis XIV, also known as the Sun King, employed art and architecture as key elements of his royal propaganda. The Palace of Versailles is perhaps the most famous example of how Baroque architecture and art were used to symbolize the king's absolute rule. The palace's vast, ornate design, the Hall of Mirrors, and the expansive gardens were intended to convey the grandeur and divine authority of Louis XIV, positioning him as the central figure in both the natural and divine orders. Through the control of artistic production and the strategic use of architecture, Louis XIV ensured that art played a crucial role in reinforcing his image as an absolute ruler, untouchable and divine. In Spain, the monarchy also used Baroque art to assert its dominance, and Spanish painters, such as Diego Velázquez, were commissioned to paint royal portraits that idealized the power and dignity of the monarchy. Velázquez's famous painting, Las Meninas, 1656, exemplifies the intertwining of royal authority and artistic representation. The painting not only presents the Spanish royal family, but also reflects the political tension between the monarchy and the role of the artist, suggesting the artist's elevated position in the royal court and the power dynamics of the time. The Catholic Church, too, used Baroque art as a tool for political influence during the Counter-Reformation. The Church aimed to reassert its spiritual and temporal authority in the face of Protestantism, and sought to use art to inspire devotion, reinforce Catholic doctrine, and communicate the Church's supremacy. Bernini's St. Peter's Basilica and the colonnade surrounding the piazza were designed to visually express the Church's role as the guardian of faith and protector of its followers. The grandeur of these works, with their dramatic use of light, space, and symbolism, emphasized the power and omnipresence of the Church, aligning religious power with political authority. In conclusion, Baroque art was intricately tied to the political structures of its time, serving as a tool for monarchs, the Church, and the state to consolidate power and influence public perception. Through its use of dramatic compositions, emotional engagement, and grandiosity, Baroque art helped to define political identity and played a central role in shaping the public image of rulers and religious authorities across Europe. The fusion of art and politics during the Baroque period marked a crucial moment in the history of both art and political propaganda. Art as propaganda, the use of Baroque art by monarchs. During the Baroque period, art became a powerful tool for political propaganda, particularly for monarchs who sought to consolidate their power and legitimize their authority. The dramatic and emotional qualities of Baroque art, with its grandeur, movement, and intensity, made it an ideal medium for monarchs to communicate their dominance, divine right to rule, and cultural supremacy. By commissioning monumental works of art and architecture, rulers were able to project their power both to their subjects and to foreign nations, reinforcing the notion that they were chosen by God and above all earthly challenges. One of the most notable examples of Baroque art as propaganda is Louis XIV of France, whose reign as the Sun King is inextricably linked to the use of art to solidify his absolute authority. Louis XIV understood the power of spectacle and commissioned grand works of art and architecture to convey his control over both France and the broader European stage. The Palace of Versailles is the ultimate symbol of his reign, serving as a physical manifestation of his absolute rule. The palace's sprawling gardens, elaborate fountains, and gilded interiors were designed to overwhelm visitors and showcase the king's wealth, power, and divine right to rule. The Hall of Mirrors, in particular, with its glittering mirrors reflecting the Sun King's image, symbolized his centrality and dominance not just in France but throughout Europe. In addition to architectural projects, Louis XIV also used Baroque painting to reinforce his political power. The painter Charles Le Brun, who served as the official court painter, created portraits of the king that emphasized his divine status and supreme authority. Le Brun's Louis XIV at the Battle of the Fronde and other works depicted the king as both a military hero and a divine ruler, using the formal style of Baroque to communicate strength, grace, and unchallenged dominance. In Spain, Philip IV also recognized the power of art to project political authority, with Diego Velázquez serving as the royal court painter. Velázquez's portraits of the king, as well as works like Las Meninas, presented the monarchy as both approachable and majestic. Through careful composition, the portraits subtly reinforced the king's power and the central role of the monarchy in Spanish society, while also elevating the artist's role at court. Velázquez's works subtly played with the perception of the viewer, suggesting that the monarchy's authority was not just a matter of divine right, but of visual mastery as well. In Austria, Emperor Leopold I used Baroque art to showcase the Habsburg dynasty's political power and divine legitimacy. Baroque palaces like the Schönbrunn Palace in Vienna were designed to communicate the emperor's wealth and prestige, with large-scale frescoes and statues that highlighted the monarch's connection to divine power and governance. In conclusion, Baroque art became an essential tool for monarchs during the period to control and shape public perception. Through the grandeur of Baroque architecture, the symbolism in portraiture, and the use of light and space, rulers could visually project their authority, divine right to rule, and cultural supremacy. The legacy of this use of art as political propaganda not only shaped the political landscape of the Baroque era, but also set a precedent for the future relationship between art and power. The impact of absolutism on Baroque art in France and Spain. The rise of absolutism in France and Spain during the 17th century had a profound influence on the development and use of Baroque art, as monarchs sought to consolidate their power, elevate their status, and project their authority through the medium of visual culture. Baroque art became an essential tool in this process, with rulers employing it to communicate their divine right to rule and reinforce the notion that they were the central figures in both political and spiritual life. In both France and Spain, Baroque art served as a form of propaganda, reinforcing the absolute control of the monarchs while also asserting the cultural and religious power of the state. In France, Louis XIV, often considered the epitome of the absolute monarch, used Baroque art to solidify his authority and control over both the aristocracy and the people. The construction of the Palace of Versailles is the most prominent example of how absolutism shaped French Baroque art and architecture. The vast, ornate palace, with its grand gardens, intricate frescoes, and expansive colonnades, symbolized Louis XIV's absolute power and divine right to rule. Versailles was not just a royal residence, but a visual manifestation of the monarchy's grandeur. The king's role as both a political and spiritual figure was reinforced by the design of the palace, which included artworks celebrating his achievements, including sculptures, paintings, and tapestries that elevated him to a godlike status. The Hall of Mirrors, with its magnificent glass reflections, highlighted Louis XIV's centrality, making it clear to both visitors and subjects that the king was the focal point of both the nation and the universe. In Spain, Philip IV also used Baroque art to reinforce his monarchical power and divine right to rule, although the approach was more subtle compared to the grandeur of Louis XIV's Versailles. Under Philip IV, Diego Velázquez became the court painter and played a crucial role in shaping the royal image. Velázquez's portraits, such as Las Meninas, were carefully composed to project the king's authority while presenting him as both powerful and approachable. The Las Meninas portrait, which depicts the royal family within the painting itself, engages viewers in a way that subtly reinforces the monarch's supreme power while also positioning the artist, Velázquez, as an integral part of the court. The use of light, space, and perspective in these works added to the sense of royal dignity and absolute control. In both countries, Baroque art was instrumental in conveying the principles of absolutism, where the monarchy's power was depicted as divinely ordained and unquestionable. In France, the dramatic scale and grandeur of Versailles and other royal projects served as a public statement of Louis XIV's control, while in Spain, the royal portraits and intimate depictions by Velázquez carefully cultivated an image of a monarch deeply intertwined with the state's power. Absolutism, in both nations, was visually reinforced by Baroque art, allowing it to transcend mere aestheticism and become a tool for political and ideological control. Baroque art and the power of the Catholic Church. Baroque art, emerging in the early 17th century, became an essential tool for the Catholic Church as it sought to reaffirm its power and authority during the Counter-Reformation. The Catholic Church, which faced significant challenges from the Protestant Reformation, turned to art to inspire devotion, strengthen its teachings, and reclaim followers. Baroque art, with its emotional intensity, dramatic use of light and shadow, and vivid depictions of religious scenes, was strategically employed to communicate the divine power of the Church and promote its doctrines. Through its compelling visuals, the Church used Baroque art not only to awe viewers, but also to convey its spiritual and political influence. One of the key goals of the Catholic Church during the Counter-Reformation was to inspire religious awe and devotion. Baroque artists achieved this through the dramatic, almost theatrical, qualities of their work. The use of chiaroscuro, the contrast of light and dark, helped create a sense of depth and intensity, emphasizing key figures and moments in religious narratives. In works such as Caravaggio's The Cowling of St. Matthew, the use of stark lighting brings the viewer's focus to the central action, Christ's call to Matthew to follow him. This intense realism, combined with dramatic light, made religious themes feel immediate and personal, inviting the viewer to experience the moment firsthand. Baroque art also emphasized the emotional engagement of the viewer. Artists like Bernini and Rubens infused their works with dramatic expressions and dynamic compositions that conveyed the depth of religious experience. Bernini's The Ecstasy of St. Teresa, for example, captures the moment of spiritual rapture experienced by the saint. Her body contorted in divine bliss as an angel pierces her heart with a golden arrow. The movement and emotion captured in this sculpture are designed to evoke a visceral, almost physical response from the viewer, compelling them to reflect on the intensity of the saint's experience and, by extension, the divine power of the Church. The Catholic Church's use of space and architecture was also crucial to reinforcing its power. Churches and basilicas were designed to overwhelm the viewer with grandeur, and the use of elaborate ornamentation and expansive interiors suggested the boundless nature of the divine. St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, with its massive dome and elaborate design by Michelangelo and Bernini, stands as a powerful symbol of the Church's authority. The spatial organization of these churches, combined with the use of light and sculptures, was intended to create an environment where the faithful felt the presence of the divine and were reminded of the Church's supremacy in spiritual and worldly matters. In conclusion, Baroque art played a central role in advancing the Catholic Church's mission during the Counter-Reformation. Through its emotional power, dramatic use of light and shadow, and grand architectural design, Baroque art helped reaffirm the Church's authority and sought to inspire a deep personal connection with the divine. The Church's strategic use of art during this period cemented Baroque art as one of the most influential movements in history, shaping the spiritual and political landscape of Europe for generations. The role of art in colonialism and the spread of European influence. During the Baroque period, European colonial expansion played a significant role in the dissemination of European culture and artistic styles across the globe. Art became a powerful tool for asserting European dominance, both culturally and politically, in newly colonized territories. As European powers such as Spain, Portugal, France, and the Netherlands established colonies in the Americas, Asia, and Africa, they sought to imprint their cultural identity through art, using it as a form of propaganda, religious conversion, and social control. Baroque art, with its grandeur, drama, and emotional intensity, became a key vehicle in this process, allowing European nations to project their authority, reinforce their religious values, and assert the superiority of their civilization. One of the central roles of art in colonialism was its connection to religious conversion. The Catholic Church, which was a major force behind European colonization, particularly in the Americas, used art to spread Christian teachings to indigenous populations. Missionaries and colonial authorities commissioned religious artworks to teach and convert, as many indigenous peoples were illiterate and unable to read scriptures. The dramatic, visually compelling nature of Baroque art made it an ideal tool for religious instruction, as it conveyed complex theological concepts and biblical narratives in a way that was both engaging and understandable. Large-scale religious paintings, altarpieces, and sculptures were created in colonial churches to inspire awe, facilitate worship, and guide spiritual understanding. For example, in Spanish colonies in the Americas, churches and cathedrals were often adorned with elaborate Baroque art, including altars and sculptures that depicted scenes from Christian theology and saints. These works not only reinforced Catholic beliefs, but also helped assert the Church's control over the spiritual and cultural life of the colonies. In addition to religious influence, Baroque art was used to demonstrate European power and dominance. Paintings, sculptures, and architecture commissioned by colonial powers depicted the superiority of European civilization over the indigenous cultures they encountered. Colonists often commissioned works that celebrated the wealth, power, and civilization of the European courts, reinforcing the idea that European governance, religion, and culture were superior and more advanced than the indigenous traditions. In this way, art served to legitimize colonial rule and maintain control over newly acquired territories by reinforcing a sense of cultural hierarchy. Art also played a role in cultural exchange, albeit one-sided. While Baroque styles were imposed upon colonized regions, artists in these territories often incorporated local traditions, materials, and motifs into their work, creating a hybridized style that reflected both European influence and indigenous cultural heritage. This cultural blending can be seen in some of the Baroque altarpieces created in Latin America, where European artistic techniques merged with local iconography, creating unique works that were specific to the colonial experience. In conclusion, during the Baroque period, art was integral to the process of colonialism, serving as a tool for religious conversion, cultural domination, and the assertion of European authority. Through its dramatic visual language, Baroque art reinforced the colonial narrative, promoting the spread of European values and ideologies, while shaping the cultural landscape of the Americas, Asia, and beyond. The legacy of this colonial artistic exchange continues to influence art and culture in many parts of the world today. Chapter 8: The Baroque Influence in Music and Literature. The Baroque period, spanning the 17th and early 18th centuries, was not only a time of transformation in visual arts, but also a period of profound change in music and literature. The same emotional intensity, drama, and grandeur that defined Baroque painting and sculpture found their counterparts in music and literature, where the Baroque style sought to express deep emotions, heighten theatricality, and evoke vivid imagery. The influence of Baroque aesthetics in these fields marked a departure from the Renaissance's more restrained and orderly approaches, embracing instead complex compositions, rich ornamentation, and dramatic expressions that captured the full range of human experience. In music, the Baroque period introduced a new level of complexity and emotional depth, with composers employing intricate counterpoint, harmonic development, and ornamentation to create powerful, emotionally charged works. Composers like Johann Sebastian Bach, George Friedrich Handel, and Antonio Vivaldi embodied the Baroque ideals of dramatic expression and virtuosity. Bach's compositions, such as the Brandenburg Concertos and the Well-Tempered Clavier, are marked by complex counterpoint and a deep emotional resonance that reflects the intensity of the Baroque spirit. Handel's operas and oratorios, like Messiah, use powerful choruses and stirring solos to convey themes of faith, divine justice, and redemption, evoking a range of emotional responses from the listener. Vivaldi, with his famed The Four Seasons, used dynamic contrasts between fast and slow movements to create a vivid musical portrayal of the changing seasons, mirroring the Baroque penchant for dramatic contrasts and intense imagery. The development of opera also flourished during the Baroque period, with composers such as Claudio Monteverdi and Henry Purcell shaping the form into a medium of profound emotional expression. Opera combined music, drama, and visual spectacle, much like Baroque art, creating a total immersive experience for the audience. The use of recitative and aria allowed for a dynamic interplay between dialogue and song, heightening the emotional impact of the narrative. Baroque opera reflected the era's love for grand gestures, extravagant emotions, and larger-than-life characters. In literature, Baroque writers also embraced complexity, elaboration, and heightened emotional expression. In dramatic works and poetry, Baroque authors like John Milton, Luis de Góngora, and Pedro Calderón de la Barca explored themes of fate, divine will, and human suffering with a sense of grandeur and heightened drama. Milton's Paradise Lost, for example, reflects Baroque ideals with its epic scope, use of elaborate language, and exploration of cosmic battles between good and evil. Similarly, Góngora's poetry is rich in ornamentation and metaphysical exploration, using elaborate metaphors and intricate rhyme schemes to explore themes of life, death, and spirituality. In conclusion, the Baroque period left a lasting impact on both music and literature, influencing the structure, style, and emotional depth of artistic works. In music, the Baroque emphasis on emotional expression and drama can still be heard in the works of composers like Bach and Handel, while in literature, the Baroque style's complexity and vivid imagery shaped some of the most enduring works of the time. The Baroque legacy continues to inform and inspire artists and audiences today, maintaining its position as one of the most emotionally resonant periods in the history of art, music, and literature. Baroque music, composers, and styles. Baroque music, which flourished from the late 16th century to the mid-18th century, is characterized by its dramatic expressiveness, ornamentation, and complexity. During this period, composers sought to evoke deep emotions through music, often employing elaborate techniques and intricate forms that were far more dynamic and expressive than those of the preceding Renaissance period. The Baroque era saw the development of several new musical forms and the rise of iconic composers who defined the sound of the period. Music became more ornamental, and the use of contrast, both in dynamics and texture, became a hallmark of Baroque composition. One of the most important innovations of Baroque music was the development of basso continuo, a system in which a bass line was written out and the performer filled in the harmonies. This practice allowed for greater flexibility in performance and contributed to the period's highly ornamented sound. The harpsichord and organ often played a central role in this accompaniment, with musicians improvising harmonic support over the bass line. The most famous Baroque composers, Johann Sebastian Bach, George Frideric Handel, and Antonio Vivaldi, each brought their unique contributions to the Baroque music landscape. Johann Sebastian Bach is perhaps the most renowned composer of the Baroque period. His works, such as the Brandenburg Concertos, Mass in B minor, and the Well-Tempered Clavier, showcase his mastery of counterpoint, harmony, and thematic development. Bach's music was technically complex, yet deeply emotional, often intertwining intricate melodies and harmonies to create profound musical experiences. His works ranged from sacred compositions to instrumental concertos and fugues, often pushing the boundaries of musical form and structure. George Frideric Handel, known for his operas, oratorios, and concertos, brought a different dimension to Baroque music. His most famous work, Messiah, is a powerful oratorio that blends drama, sacred themes, and virtuosity, with sweeping choruses and stirring arias. Handel's style was marked by bold contrasts, dynamic choral arrangements, and grand orchestration, making his music both emotionally compelling and technically sophisticated. His works have had a lasting influence on Western classical music, particularly in the realm of oratorio and opera. Antonio Vivaldi, best known for his violin concertos, particularly the Four Seasons, infused Baroque music with vibrant energy and dramatic flair. Vivaldi's works featured concerto grosso forms, where a small group of solo instruments contrasts with a larger ensemble. His ability to convey vivid imagery through music, such as the changing seasons in the Four Seasons, highlighted the Baroque fascination with contrast and emotional expression. Vivaldi's music with its rhythmic drive and virtuosic demands on performers, became a staple of Baroque instrumental music. In conclusion, Baroque music is marked by its emotional intensity, technical complexity, and the development of new musical forms. Composers like Bach, Handel, and Vivaldi brought the era to life through their distinct styles, shaping the trajectory of Western music for centuries to come. The expressive depth and virtuosity of Baroque music continue to captivate audiences today, making it one of the most enduring periods in the history of classical music. The influence of Baroque aesthetics in opera and oratorio. Baroque aesthetics, with their emphasis on drama, emotion, and grandeur, had a profound impact on the development of opera and oratorio during the 17th and early 18th centuries. Both musical forms emerged as a response to the Baroque desire to combine emotional depth with theatrical spectacle, blending music, drama, and visual elements to create an immersive experience for the audience. The opulence and expressive power of Baroque music were reflected in the grand scale and emotional intensity of opera and oratorio, with composers and librettists working together to enhance both the narrative and musical impact. Opera, during the Baroque period, became an art form designed to evoke strong emotions and captivate the audience through both its music and its visual presentation. The emphasis on dramatic expression, character development, and the portrayal of intense human emotions was central to the Baroque opera style. Composers such as Claudio Monteverdi and Henry Purcell were instrumental in shaping early Baroque opera, introducing expressive vocal lines and complex orchestral arrangements that conveyed the emotional intensity of the characters' struggles. Monteverdi's L'Orfeo, 1607, widely considered the first true opera, exemplified the Baroque focus on drama and the use of music to express deep emotion. The incorporation of recitative, a form of speech-like singing used to advance the plot, and aria, a more melodic and expressive solo section, allowed for a balance between narrative and emotional expression, with the music heightening the dramatic moments of the plot. Baroque opera was not only about emotional expression, but also about visual spectacle. The sets, costumes, and staging were designed to create an immersive experience, with elaborate stage designs and costumes adding to the grandeur of the production. These theatrical elements reflected the Baroque desire for sensory overload and emotional engagement, making opera a multidimensional art form that appealed to both the ears and the eyes. Similarly, the oratorio, a form of sacred music, became a platform for Baroque composers to explore religious themes with the same level of dramatic intensity. Composers like George Frederick Handel helped popularize the oratorio, with works such as Messiah and Israel in Egypt showcasing the emotional depth and grandeur that defined Baroque aesthetics. Unlike opera, oratorios were performed without staging or costumes, focusing solely on the music and the text. However, the music still carried the same dramatic weight, with Handel's soaring choruses and arias designed to evoke powerful emotional responses from the audience. In both opera and oratorio, Baroque composers emphasized contrast, ornamentation, and virtuosity, creating works that were not only musically sophisticated, but also emotionally stirring. The integration of ornate vocal lines, elaborate instrumental passages, and dynamic shifts in dynamics all contributed to the Baroque approach to storytelling through music, making opera and oratorio key expressions of Baroque aesthetics. The influence of these forms continues to shape Western classical music today, ensuring the Baroque legacy endures in both sacred and secular performance. Baroque literature, themes of excess and the divine. Baroque literature, like its visual and musical counterparts, is defined by its exploration of excess, emotional intensity, and the relationship between the human experience and the divine. The 17th century, marked by religious conflict, political upheaval, and the rise of absolute monarchies, provided a fertile ground for writers to engage with themes of power, identity, and the search for meaning in a turbulent world. Baroque literature often grapples with contrasts, between life and death, the material and the spiritual, and explores the extremes of human emotion and existence. It is characterized by elaborate, ornamented language, extravagant metaphors, and a heightened sense of drama, all of which reflect the broader Baroque fascination with excess. One of the key themes in Baroque literature is excess, both in terms of emotion and form. Writers of this period often employed exaggerated, florid language to convey heightened emotional states, from intense passion to existential despair. Metaphysical poets, such as John Donne and George Herbert, used complex metaphors and paradoxes to explore the mysteries of life, death, and faith. Donne's famous poem, Death Be Not Proud, personifies death as a vain, powerless figure, reflecting the Baroque impulse to challenge conventional ideas and expose life's contradictions. His works often explore the tension between the fleeting nature of life and the promise of eternal salvation, a theme that reflects the Baroque preoccupation with the transient nature of existence. In Spain, Luis de Góngora and Francisco de Quevedo epitomized the Baroque style with their complex, ornamented verse that reveled in wordplay, wit, and excess. Góngora's poems are known for their dense, intricate metaphors and descriptions of the sensory world, while Quevedo's works, often more somber and cynical, reflect the Baroque concern with human frailty and the inevitability of death. Their literary excess was not simply for aesthetic purposes, but to reflect the inner turmoil and the overwhelming complexity of human experience in a rapidly changing world. Baroque literature also frequently explores the divine and the spiritual. Writers often focused on the tension between the material world and the eternal, exploring how faith could provide meaning amidst the chaos and uncertainty of the times. In works like John Milton's Paradise Lost, the struggle between good and evil, the fall of man, and divine justice are depicted in elaborate, often grandiose language, reflecting the Baroque fascination with cosmic battles and the question of human destiny. Milton's epic poem grapples with the nature of divine power, free will, and the human condition, themes central to Baroque religious thought. The Baroque literary style is characterized by a deep engagement with both the extremes of human emotion and the contemplation of divine forces. Writers of this period used their words to express the inner complexity of the human experience, from intense joy and love to existential despair and spiritual longing. The themes of excess and the divine in Baroque literature remain enduring expressions of the period's fascination with the contrasts between the earthly and the transcendent, the fleeting and the eternal. The role of patronage in Baroque music and literature. Patronage played a pivotal role in the development of Baroque music and literature, shaping the creation and dissemination of artistic works during the 17th century. As in the visual arts, Baroque music and literature thrived in an environment where wealthy patrons, primarily monarchs, religious institutions, and aristocrats, provided financial support and cultural endorsement for composers, writers, and performers. This patronage system was essential to the flourishing of Baroque art, as it enabled artists to focus on their craft and ensured the production of works that aligned with the political, religious, and cultural aspirations of the time. In Baroque music, patronage was crucial for composers like Johann Sebastian Bach, George Frederick Handel, and Antonio Vivaldi. Many composers worked under the direct patronage of the church or courts, which dictated much of their output. For example, Bach's compositions, such as the Brandenburg Concertos and the Well-Tempered Clavier, were often commissioned by religious and noble patrons, including the Church of St. Thomas in Leipzig, where Bach served as the music director. Composers were expected to produce a range of musical works, from religious cantatas and masses to secular concertos and chamber music, reflecting the Baroque demand for diversity and innovation in musical form. Bach's music, while deeply personal and complex, was shaped by the patronage system that required him to balance artistic freedom with the needs and preferences of his patrons. Similarly, Handel was closely tied to the patronage of the British monarchy, particularly through his famous oratorio Messiah. Composed for performance in Dublin and later in London, Messiah was commissioned by a wealthy patron and performed for an aristocratic audience. Handel's works often straddled the boundary between sacred and secular music, reflecting the broad tastes of his patrons. His operas, oratorios, and concertos were tailored to suit the tastes of the royal and noble classes, highlighting the intimate connection between music, power, and patronage in the Baroque period. In Baroque literature, patronage similarly influenced the work of writers such as John Milton, Pedro Calderón de la Barca, and Luis de Góngora. Literary patronage was often provided by the courts or the church, which commissioned works that aligned with political or religious ideals. Milton's Paradise Lost, for instance, was not commissioned by a patron, but its themes of divine authority and the fall of man resonated deeply with the political and religious currents of the time. In Spain, Calderón's plays were produced under the patronage of the Spanish monarchy and reflected the moral and political concerns of the court. Calderón's Life is a Dream, for example, addressed issues of free will and divine order, themes that were in keeping with the ideals of Spanish absolutism. In conclusion, the system of patronage in Baroque music and literature was fundamental to the production of works that shaped the cultural landscape of the period. Patrons provided both financial support and artistic direction, ensuring that music and literature not only thrived, but also reinforced the social, political, and religious structures of the time. As a result, Baroque music and literature continue to reflect the complex relationship between art, power, and patronage, a dynamic that influenced the trajectory of Western art well into the future. Chapter 9. The Decline of the Baroque Era. The decline of the Baroque era, which spanned roughly from the early 1600s to the mid-1700s, marked a significant shift in the history of Western art, music, and culture. By the mid-18th century, Baroque's characteristic emotional intensity, dramatic ornamentation, and grandeur began to give way to new artistic styles that embraced more restrained aesthetics, intellectual rigor, and simplicity. The transition away from Baroque art was influenced by a variety of factors, including social, political, and philosophical changes that were reshaping European society during the Enlightenment. One of the primary reasons for the decline of Baroque art was the shift in philosophical and intellectual currents. The Enlightenment, which championed reason, logic, and intellectual inquiry, sought to break away from the excess and emotional extremes of Baroque aesthetics. Enlightenment thinkers emphasized simplicity, order, and clarity, values that were at odds with the Baroque emphasis on dramatic excess and ornamentation. As rationalism began to take hold in intellectual circles, artists and patrons turned toward new ideas about beauty and form, favoring the clean lines and balanced proportions of neoclassicism over the exuberant flourishes of the Baroque style. Politically, the rise of enlightened absolutism in many European courts also contributed to the decline of Baroque art. Monarchs such as Louis VI in France and Frederick the Great of Prussia adopted Enlightenment ideals and began to shift away from the opulent displays of power and authority associated with Baroque art and architecture. The Palace of Versailles, which epitomized Baroque grandeur under Louis XIV, was no longer the central symbol of royal power, and artists began to seek more modest, intellectual forms of expression that aligned with the new philosophical and political climate. The development of Rococo, a lighter and more playful style that emerged in the early 18th century, also contributed to the decline of Baroque art. Rococo was characterized by ornate decoration, soft colors, and an emphasis on grace and intimacy, in stark contrast to the bold, dramatic compositions of Baroque. It was particularly popular in France, where it found expression in the work of artists like Jean-Antoine Watteau and François Boucher, who embraced its emphasis on lightness, elegance, and sensuality. Rococo's focus on decorative art, along with its departure from the serious, religious, and political themes of Baroque art, made it a natural successor to the Baroque style, signaling the end of the era. In music, the decline of Baroque was similarly marked by the rise of classical music, which favored clear structures, balanced forms, and harmonic simplicity. Composers like Joseph Haydn, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, and Ludwig van Beethoven moved away from the complexity and ornamentation of Baroque music toward more refined, symmetrical compositions. The shift in musical taste was part of a broader cultural movement toward simplicity and reason, with classical music reflecting the Enlightenment's ideals of order and clarity. In conclusion, the decline of the Baroque era was shaped by a combination of intellectual, political, and cultural changes. The rise of Enlightenment ideals, the shift towards neoclassicism and Rococo, and the changing tastes of patrons and audiences all contributed to the move away from the excesses of Baroque art. This transition marked a pivotal moment in the history of Western culture, thus paving the way for new artistic movements that would define the modern era. The changing artistic tastes in the early 18th century. The early 18th century marked a pivotal period in the evolution of Western art, as the dramatic intensity and ornamentation of the Baroque era began to give way to new artistic tastes that emphasized simplicity, balance, and clarity. This shift in artistic sensibilities was influenced by a range of factors, including intellectual, cultural, and political changes brought about by the Enlightenment. As Enlightenment thinkers championed reason, rationality, and clarity, these ideas found their way into art, leading to a movement away from the emotional excesses of Baroque art toward more restrained and harmonious forms. The evolving tastes of artists, patrons, and the public contributed to the rise of new styles such as Rococo and neoclassicism, each reflecting the changing values of the time. Rococo, which emerged in France around the early 18th century, was characterized by its ornate, playful, and light-hearted aesthetic, sharply contrasting with the grandeur and drama of the Baroque. Rococo art embraced softer colors, delicate lines, and intricate yet more subtle decoration. It was often associated with the French aristocracy and the court of Louis XV, where the style reflected a shift toward intimacy, frivolity, and elegance. Artists like Jean-Antoine Watteau and François Boucher embodied the Rococo spirit in their paintings, which featured scenes of leisurely court life, romantic dalliance, and idyllic landscapes. Rococo architecture, such as the interiors of the Palace of Versailles and salons of the period, also reflected these qualities, using curves, pastel tones, and floral motifs to evoke a sense of refined playfulness. At the same time, the rise of neoclassicism began to shape artistic tastes, particularly in reaction to the perceived excesses of Rococo. Influenced by the rediscovery of classical antiquity, neoclassicism sought to return to the ideals of simplicity, harmony, and rationality. This shift was particularly marked by the works of artists such as Jacques-Louis David and Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres, who emphasized clear lines, balanced compositions, and noble subjects drawn from Greek and Roman mythology. Neoclassical art reflected the Enlightenment ideals of order, reason, and virtue, which were seen as antidotes to the excess and indulgence of previous periods. The rise of neoclassicism also aligned with the political changes of the time, particularly the growing influence of the French Revolution and the desire to evoke republican virtues in art. In music, the early 18th century also witnessed a shift in tastes. The complexity and ornamentation of Baroque music gradually gave way to the clarity and elegance of classical music, with composers like Joseph Haydn, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, and Ludwig van Beethoven pioneering more structured and balanced compositions. This shift reflected the Enlightenment's emphasis on intellectual clarity and formal order. In conclusion, the early 18th century was a period of significant transformation in artistic taste, as the Baroque style gave way to new approaches that emphasized restraint, intellectualism, and elegance. The rise of Rococo and neoclassicism, alongside changes in music, reflected broader cultural shifts toward rationalism, moderation, and a renewed interest in classical ideals. These evolving tastes set the stage for the development of modern Western art. The rise of Rococo and the shift away from Baroque opulence. The rise of Rococo in the early 18th century marked a distinct shift in artistic taste, moving away from the grandeur and opulence of Baroque art toward a more playful, intimate, and decorative style. While Baroque art, with its dramatic intensity, emotional depth, and lavish ornamentation, had been the dominant style throughout much of the 17th century, the Rococo period emerged as a response to the perceived excesses of Baroque aesthetics. Rococo emphasized lightness, elegance, and the celebration of sensual pleasure, capturing the changing social and cultural climate of the time, particularly in the French court. At the heart of Rococo's appeal was its focus on intimate and leisurely themes, in contrast to the more grandiose and religious subjects of the Baroque. The Rococo style, which became closely associated with the French aristocracy and the reign of Louis XVIII, was marked by soft, pastel colors, flowing curves, and intricate decorative patterns. Artists such as Jean-Antoine Watteau and François Boucher created works that depicted scenes of courtly love, romanticized rural life, and mythological themes, all infused with a sense of grace and lightheartedness. Unlike the Baroque, which often conveyed powerful emotions or religious devotion, Rococo art embraced a more playful, refined, and sometimes flirtatious atmosphere. The architecture and interior design of the Rococo period similarly reflected this shift. Palaces, salons, and private rooms were adorned with ornate moldings, delicate floral motifs, and elaborate chandeliers, all designed to create an atmosphere of charm and comfort rather than imposing authority. The Salon de la Princesse in the Hôtel de Soubise in Paris is an example of Rococo's refined elegance, with its soft colors, curved furniture, and intricate wall decorations designed to foster conversation and leisure rather than awe or worship. This emphasis on intimacy and enjoyment of life reflected the growing influence of a more secular and pleasure-oriented society. In contrast to Baroque, which conveyed a sense of opulence and grandeur, Rococo was defined by its sense of lightness and playfulness, making it particularly suited to the tastes of the French court and the aristocracy. The style was seen as a celebration of indulgence, as it focused on private, sensual enjoyment rather than public grandeur or religious devotion. The shift away from Baroque's monumental architecture and intense religious themes toward Rococo's more whimsical, personal approach marked a significant cultural and aesthetic change. However, by the mid-18th century, Rococo's emphasis on excessive decoration and frivolity began to be criticized, particularly by emerging Enlightenment thinkers who favored rationality and simplicity. This intellectual shift would soon give rise to neoclassicism, which sought a return to the more restrained, idealized forms of classical antiquity, but the Rococo period remains a defining moment in the history of art for its focus on elegance, refinement, and the pleasures of life. The end of the Baroque period. Social and political changes. The Baroque period, which flourished from the early 17th century to the mid-18th century, was a time of significant cultural, social, and political upheaval in Europe. The end of the Baroque era coincided with profound shifts in European society, particularly the rise of the Enlightenment, the decline of absolute monarchies, and the growing demand for more restrained and rational forms of artistic expression. These changes led to the eventual decline of the Baroque style, which had been synonymous with dramatic emotion, opulence, and grandeur. The Enlightenment, an intellectual movement emphasizing reason, science, and individualism, played a central role in the transformation of artistic tastes. Enlightenment thinkers, such as Voltaire, Rousseau, and Montesquieu, criticized the extravagance and emotional excesses of Baroque art, advocating for simplicity, order, and intellectual clarity. This shift in philosophical thought influenced not only literature and philosophy, but also the visual arts, as artists sought to move away from the Baroque's ornamented and dramatic aesthetic in favor of more rational and restrained forms. The rise of neoclassicism, a movement that drew inspiration from the art and ideals of ancient Greece and Rome, marked the beginning of the end for the Baroque period. Neoclassicism emphasized symmetry, balance, and harmony in stark contrast to the complex compositions and emotional intensity of Baroque art. Political changes also contributed to the decline of Baroque art. The absolute monarchies that had relied on Baroque art to project their power and divine right to rule began to lose their influence by the mid-18th century. Monarchs like Louis XIV of France, who had epitomized the Baroque style with the construction of the Palace of Versailles, saw their authority challenged by the rise of constitutionalism, republicanism, and revolutionary movements. The French Revolution, 1789, in particular, marked a dramatic shift in political ideology, leading to a rejection of the extravagant displays of power associated with Baroque art. The Revolution's ideals of equality and rational governance found expression in the more restrained, idealized forms of neoclassical art, which promoted virtues of simplicity and civic responsibility over the grandeur and spectacle of the Baroque. Additionally, the economic changes of the period, particularly the rise of the bourgeoisie and the decline of the feudal system, shifted patronage away from the royal courts and the church, which had been the primary supporters of Baroque art. The new class of patrons, with their more pragmatic and intellectual concerns, favored the neoclassical style, which better reflected their values of reason and order. In conclusion, the end of the Baroque period was the result of a combination of intellectual, political, and social shifts. The rise of Enlightenment thought, the decline of absolute monarchies, and the emergence of neoclassical ideals all contributed to the transition away from the emotional excesses and dramatic ornamentation of Baroque art. These changes reflected the broader transformations in European society as the world moved toward modernity, driven by new ideas of rationality, democracy, and individualism. Chapter 10: Legacy of Baroque Art. The legacy of Baroque art continues to shape Western art and culture long after the period itself faded, leaving behind profound influences that are still evident in both the visual and performing arts today. While Baroque art reached its zenith in the 17th and early 18th centuries, its emphasis on emotional expression, grandeur, and dramatic narrative has had a lasting impact on art movements, architecture, music, and even modern visual culture. The Baroque's intense focus on movement, light, and emotion, as well as its elaborate use of space and ornamentation, set the stage for the later evolution of artistic styles and creative expression. In the realm of visual arts, the Baroque legacy is perhaps most notably felt in the emphasis on realism, dynamic compositions, and emotional engagement with the viewer. The works of Baroque masters like Caravaggio, Gian Lorenzo Bernini, and Peter Paul Rubens set new standards for both technique and expression. These artists pushed the boundaries of realism, using dramatic lighting, chiaroscuro, and vivid representations of the human form to create powerful, immersive experiences for their audiences. This emotional intensity continued to influence later movements, such as Romanticism, where artists like Eugène Delacroix and Francisco Goya sought to convey deep human emotions through dramatic, often theatrical depictions of historical and mythological events. In contemporary art, Baroque's emphasis on emotional depth and physicality can still be seen in the work of modern artists, who often employ similar techniques of contrast and movement to evoke visceral responses. Baroque architecture also left an indelible mark on later periods, particularly in neoclassical and Rococo styles. The monumental scale and dramatic use of space in Baroque buildings like St. Peter's Basilica and the Palace of Versailles influenced the development of later architectural traditions. The Baroque's emphasis on ornate detailing, dramatic colonnades, and expansive interiors contributed to the evolution of the grand palace and public building in subsequent centuries. In particular, Baroque architecture's influence on public and religious spaces remains a key part of the architectural landscape in both Europe and the Americas. The Baroque legacy also extends to music, where composers like Johann Sebastian Bach, George Frideric Handel, and Antonio Vivaldi revolutionized music with intricate counterpoint, rich harmonies, and emotional depth. The techniques and forms developed during the Baroque period, such as the concerto grosso and the oratorio, continue to influence composers in the classical tradition, and their works remain central to the repertoires of orchestras and opera houses today. In conclusion, the legacy of Baroque art is marked by its profound influence on subsequent artistic movements, its shaping of modern aesthetics, and its enduring power to evoke deep emotional responses. Baroque's exploration of light, motion, and grandeur continues to inspire artists and audiences, ensuring that its impact remains felt across centuries in art, architecture, music, and culture. The Baroque influence on modern art. The influence of Baroque art on modern art is both profound and enduring, despite the considerable stylistic shifts that have taken place over the centuries. The dramatic intensity, emotional depth, and innovative techniques developed during the Baroque period continue to resonate in the work of modern and contemporary artists. While modern art movements, such as Impressionism, Cubism, and abstract expressionism, may appear to reject the grandeur of Baroque's elaborate ornamentation, the Baroque's emphasis on movement, light, and emotional expression has had a lasting impact on the evolution of visual art. One of the most significant legacies of Baroque art in modern art is the use of light and shadow to create mood, depth, and drama. Baroque artists like Caravaggio used chiaroscuro, the contrast between light and dark, to give their figures a sense of three-dimensionality and to heighten the emotional intensity of their scenes. This technique was embraced by later artists, particularly those in the Romantic and Realist movements, where light was used not only for realism, but also to evoke deep emotional responses. In modern photography and the work of photographers like Ansel Adams, the use of light and shadow continues to play a key role in creating mood and emphasizing form. Another aspect of Baroque art that influenced modern art is its focus on emotion and psychological depth. Baroque art often sought to capture the inner life of its subjects, whether it was the ecstasy of Saint Teresa as seen in Bernini's sculpture, or the intense physical realism in Caravaggio's depictions of biblical scenes. Modern artists such as Edvard Munch and Francis Bacon took up this challenge of conveying raw emotion and psychological tension through their use of distorted figures, vibrant colors, and dramatic compositions. Much like Baroque artists, these modern painters focused on the human condition, revealing the complexities of emotion and experience. Baroque's dynamic compositions and sense of motion also continued to influence modern art. Baroque artists like Peter Paul Rubens and Bernini filled their compositions with swirling movement and dramatic tension, giving the viewer a sense of action even within static works of art. This sense of motion is evident in the work of Impressionist and Expressionist artists, such as Claude Monet and Jackson Pollock, who used fluid brushwork and dynamic compositions to evoke a sense of energy and movement in their pieces. In conclusion, while modern art may have diverged from Baroque's visual extravagance, the legacy of Baroque art's emotional intensity, dramatic use of light, and sense of movement continues to influence artists today. Baroque's contributions to the exploration of human emotion, physical form, and psychological depth remain central to the creative language of contemporary artists, ensuring its lasting presence in the development of modern art. Baroque art in contemporary culture. Baroque art, with its emphasis on emotional intensity, dramatic compositions, and elaborate ornamentation, may seem far removed from the minimalist aesthetics of contemporary culture. However, its influence is still pervasive in various aspects of modern life, from visual arts and architecture to fashion, music, and even popular media. Baroque's characteristic grandeur and its ability to evoke deep emotional responses have made it a lasting source of inspiration for contemporary creators, who continue to draw from its rich legacy. In contemporary visual arts, Baroque's influence can be seen in the work of artists who embrace dramatic lighting, movement, and intensity. Many modern artists, including those working in conceptual art and photography, use Baroque-inspired techniques to create emotionally charged pieces. The use of chiaroscuro, the contrast between light and dark, popularized by Baroque painters like Caravaggio, is evident in the works of photographers such as Gregory Crutzen and Sarah Moon, who use stark lighting contrasts to evoke mood and narrative depth in their images. Similarly, the Baroque fascination with dynamic movement is reflected in the work of artists who use fragmented forms, dynamic compositions, and layered textures to convey a sense of energy and emotion. In architecture, the Baroque's dramatic use of space and ornamentation continues to resonate in contemporary buildings that seek to impress, inspire awe, or make bold statements. The grandiose designs of Baroque palaces and churches have influenced many modern structures, especially those built for civic and ceremonial purposes. For instance, the Palace of Versailles and St. Peter's Basilica in Rome remain iconic examples of how Baroque architecture used scale, decoration, and light to create powerful spaces. Contemporary buildings such as the Palace of Culture and Science in Warsaw or Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao exhibit elements of Baroque's emphasis on movement and theatricality, combining intricate forms with a sense of awe-inspiring space. In fashion, Baroque's influence is evident in the elaborate detailing, opulence, and use of rich colors that characterize many runway collections. Designers like Alexander McQueen and Jean-Paul Gaultier have drawn on Baroque's ornamental aesthetic, creating dramatic pieces that reflect the period's sense of grandeur and excess. The use of luxurious fabrics, intricate embroidery, and ornate accessories echoes the excess and flamboyance that defined Baroque style. In popular culture, Baroque themes often appear in films, television, and theater, particularly in productions that explore history or delve into emotional intensity. Films such as Barry Lyndon, 1975, by Stanley Kubrick, and The Favorite, 2018, by Yorgos Lanthimos, visually reference the opulence of Baroque art, using detailed costumes and grandiose settings to evoke the period's aesthetic. In conclusion, Baroque art continues to shape contemporary culture, influencing everything from visual arts and architecture to fashion and media. The emotional power, grandeur, and dynamic energy of the Baroque era continue to resonate with modern creators, ensuring its lasting relevance in shaping contemporary artistic expression. The period's ability to captivate, provoke, and evoke deep responses from its audience remains one of its most enduring legacies. The enduring allure of Baroque opulence. Baroque opulence, characterized by its grandeur, extravagance, and emotional intensity, continues to captivate and inspire across centuries, maintaining a timeless allure in contemporary culture. The lavishness and drama of Baroque art, architecture, and design still evoke a sense of awe, as its use of light, space, and rich ornamentation transcends time. While Baroque's heyday may have passed, the emotional depth and striking visual appeal of its opulence persist, influencing modern art, architecture, and fashion, as well as remaining a key element in historical and cultural exploration. At its core, Baroque opulence was about creating an immersive experience, using dramatic compositions, bold contrasts, and elaborate decoration to overwhelm the senses and evoke a visceral emotional response. Baroque architects and artists such as Gian Lorenzo Bernini, Peter Paul Rubens, and Francesco Borromini used space and ornamentation to convey the grandeur of the divine, monarchs, and the church. Their work sought not only to impress but to transform the viewer's perception of reality. The monumental scale of structures, like the Palace of Versailles or the detailed artwork in St. Peter's Basilica, invites both reverence and admiration, echoing the ideals of power, divine right, and eternal grandeur. In contemporary art, the Baroque's emphasis on rich detail and emotional drama continues to influence many artists, particularly those exploring themes of excess, power, and sensuality. The lavishness of the Baroque period can be seen in the intricate compositions and vivid colors used by modern artists, who often draw on the Baroque for its ability to create immersive, emotional experiences. Whether through the use of dynamic contrasts in painting or the lavishness of contemporary set designs, Baroque opulence is a source of inspiration for creating visually compelling and emotionally powerful works. The allure of Baroque opulence also extends to architecture, where the style's emphasis on grandeur and ornamentation can still be seen in contemporary buildings. Many modern palaces, theaters, and public spaces are designed to evoke the same sense of awe that Baroque structures did. The grandiose facades, intricate detailing, and vast open spaces in modern ceremonial and governmental buildings often reflect the Baroque tradition of using architecture to create a lasting, powerful impression. In fashion, the Baroque's elaborate embroidery, opulent fabrics, and extravagant silhouettes continue to inspire designers, with modern collections often paying homage to the period's emphasis on luxury and drama. The haute couture collections of designers like Jean-Paul Gaultier and Alexander McQueen frequently reference Baroque excess, combining ornate decoration with the sensuality and boldness characteristic of the era. In conclusion, the enduring allure of Baroque opulence lies in its ability to convey power, emotion, and divine grandeur through its intricate, immersive aesthetic. Its influence is not confined to the past, but continues to shape and inspire contemporary culture, from art and architecture to fashion and film. The Baroque period's opulence remains timeless, reminding us of the power of art to evoke deep emotional responses and to create experiences that resonate across generations. Revisiting Baroque art, reinterpretation in the 21st century. In the 21st century, Baroque art continues to captivate and inspire contemporary artists who are revisiting its dramatic, emotionally charged aesthetic with fresh perspectives. While Baroque's emphasis on opulence, grandeur, and intense emotional expression was rooted in the political and religious landscapes of the 17th and 18th centuries, its core themes of movement, light, and the human condition resonate strongly in today's world. Contemporary reinterpretations of Baroque art are often marked by a blend of traditional techniques and modern sensibilities, infusing the historical style with new meaning and relevance. One of the key aspects of Baroque art that continues to inspire modern creators is its use of drama and emotion. In a world where fast-paced media and digital platforms dominate, contemporary artists often look to Baroque's ability to evoke deep emotional responses as a way to engage audiences. For instance, modern painters and digital artists, much like Caravaggio, use chiaroscuro, the dramatic contrast between light and dark, to create intense moments of focus. This technique is applied in contemporary portraiture, street art, and even digital media, where the play of light and shadow not only enhances visual impact, but conveys mood, drama, and psychological depth. In the realm of sculpture, Baroque's fascination with movement and the human form remains a source of inspiration. Sculptors working in modern public art often take cues from Bernini's dynamic compositions, using flowing lines and dramatic postures to create energy and action within their works. However, these reinterpretations also incorporate modern elements, such as abstract forms, interactive installations, or mixed media, which give Baroque-inspired sculptures a contemporary edge while retaining the emotional power that made Baroque art so compelling. Baroque architecture also continues to influence the design of contemporary spaces, especially in public and ceremonial buildings. The grandiosity, ornamentation, and emphasis on light and space that characterized Baroque churches and palaces can still be seen in modern government buildings, theaters, and museums. Contemporary architects often employ Baroque-inspired details, such as ornate facades, sweeping curves, and dramatic interiors, to create a sense of awe and reverence in spaces that serve both functional and cultural purposes. In fashion, the opulence of Baroque's intricate fabrics, embellishments, and silhouettes has been revived in high fashion, particularly by designers like Jean-Paul Gaultier and Vivienne Westwood, who have drawn on Baroque for inspiration in their collections. The lavishness of Baroque clothing and accessories is often reimagined with a modern twist, combining historical references with contemporary styles to create pieces that evoke both luxury and theatricality. In conclusion, Baroque art's legacy is not confined to the past, but continues to inspire contemporary culture through reinterpretation and adaptation. The emotional depth, dramatic expressiveness, and visual grandeur that define Baroque art resonate with modern sensibilities, offering artists and creators a rich source of inspiration for tackling the complexities of the present-day world. As we revisit Baroque art in the 21st century, it becomes clear that its ability to engage and provoke is as powerful now as it was centuries ago. Chapter 11, Conclusion. The Baroque period stands as one of the most influential and transformative eras in the history of Western art, leaving an indelible mark that continues to resonate in modern culture. With its emphasis on emotion, drama, grandeur, and intricate detail, Baroque art broke from previous artistic conventions to create works that engaged the viewer both visually and emotionally. It was a time when art served not only as aesthetic expression, but also as a powerful tool for political, religious, and social influence. The rise of absolute monarchies, the Counter-Reformation, and the philosophical currents of the time all found their expression in the sweeping, dynamic style that defined the Baroque. In the visual arts, the Baroque's innovation in the use of light and shadow, dynamic compositions, and heightened emotional intensity gave rise to masterpieces that conveyed both physical presence and spiritual transcendence. Artists like Caravaggio, Bernini, Rubens, and Vermeer pushed the boundaries of their mediums, creating works that were not only technically innovative, but also deeply human, capturing the complexities of both divine and earthly experience. Baroque architecture, with its dramatic use of space, ornate decoration, and grandiosity, similarly redefined public and religious buildings, making them not just functional structures, but also symbols of power and faith. Beyond the visual realm, the Baroque period also had a profound impact on music and literature. The evolution of musical composition, under figures like Bach, Handel, and Vivaldi, introduced new forms such as the oratorio and concerto, emphasizing emotional expression and virtuosity. In literature, Baroque writers like John Milton and Luis de Góngora used elaborate language and intricate metaphors to explore themes of existence, faith, and the human condition. The legacy of Baroque music and literature continues to inform contemporary works, demonstrating the period's lasting impact on artistic expression. As the Baroque era gave way to the more restrained styles of neoclassicism and Rococo, its influence persisted, informing later movements in art, architecture, and culture. The dramatic intensity and emotional depth of Baroque art remain relevant today, inspiring modern artists and creators across disciplines. Whether in the visual arts, fashion, architecture, or media, the Baroque's ability to capture and express the full range of human experience ensures its continued legacy as a period of profound cultural achievement. In conclusion, the Baroque period was not just a phase in art history, but a transformative era that reshaped how art was understood, created, and experienced. Its legacy endures in the emotional power and grandeur of its works, which continue to inspire and influence contemporary culture, making the Baroque era a timeless chapter in the story of human creativity. Rococo art, elegance and ornamental style in 18th century France. Written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1. The Origins of Rococo Art. Rococo art emerged in early 18th century France as a response to the grandeur and formality of the Baroque period. Rooted in the social and cultural shifts of the time, it reflected the changing tastes of the aristocracy, who sought a lighter, more intimate, and decorative style. Unlike the dramatic intensity of Baroque art, Rococo emphasized elegance, playfulness, and ornamental beauty, often incorporating pastel colors, asymmetry, and intricate detailing. The transition from Baroque to Rococo can be traced to the late reign of Louis XIV, when rigid artistic traditions began to loosen. The Sun King's death in 1715 marked a shift in French society, as the aristocracy moved away from the formality of Versailles to more private residences in Paris. These hôtels particuliers, or townhouses, became centers of social life, where salons and gatherings fostered a new aesthetic sensibility. Artists and designers responded to this shift by creating a style that complemented the intimate and luxurious interiors of these spaces. One of the earliest figures associated with Rococo was Jean-Antoine Watteau, whose paintings captured the emerging themes of leisure, romance, and escapism. His fête galante genre, depicting aristocrats in idyllic, dreamlike settings, epitomized the transition from Baroque's grandeur to Rococo's more delicate charm. Watteau's work, particularly The Pilgrimage to Cythera, 1717, set the tone for the movement, blending fantasy with refined elegance. Cultural and political changes also played a crucial role in shaping Rococo art. The Regency period, 1715 to 1723, during which Philippe II, Duke of Orleans, ruled as regent for the young Louis XIV, brought a more relaxed and pleasure-seeking atmosphere. The rigid ceremonial life of Louis XIV gave way to a society that valued wit, beauty, and entertainment. Artists, architects, and craftsmen catered to this shift, incorporating playful themes, floral motifs, and sensual imagery into their work. Rococo's development was further influenced by the economic prosperity and expanding patronage of the arts. The growing wealth of the bourgeoisie allowed for a wider audience to appreciate and commission Rococo-inspired works, extending the style beyond royal and aristocratic circles. The influence of classical mythology, pastoral themes, and Eastern exoticism, seen in chinoiserie designs, reflected the era's fascination with fantasy and refinement. By the 1730s, Rococo had firmly established itself as the dominant artistic style in France, permeating painting, sculpture, architecture, and interior design. It was a movement that celebrated beauty, indulgence, and the ephemeral joys of life, offering a stark contrast to the solemnity of previous artistic traditions. The transition from Baroque to Rococo. The transition from Baroque to Rococo was a gradual artistic evolution driven by social, political, and cultural shifts in early 18th century France. While both styles shared a love for ornamentation and grandeur, Rococo moved away from the dramatic intensity and heavy symbolism of Baroque in favor of a lighter, more playful aesthetic. This change reflected the desires of the French aristocracy, who sought art that complemented their more intimate and leisurely lifestyles. Baroque art, which dominated the 17th century, was characterized by grandeur, emotional depth, and dramatic contrasts of light and shadow. Artists like Caravaggio, Peter Paul Rubens, and Nicolas Singh created works that conveyed power, religious fervor, and movement, often intended to inspire awe. The architecture of the period, seen in the opulent design of Versailles, emphasized symmetry, monumental scale, and elaborate ornamentation, reinforcing the absolute authority of Louis XIV. However, as the king's reign ended in 1715, a cultural shift began to take place, paving the way for a more refined and intimate artistic style. The Regency period, 1715 to 1723, was instrumental in this transformation. With Louis XIV's death, the French aristocracy abandoned the strict formalities of court life and relocated from Versailles to private Parisian townhouses, or l'hôtel particulier. These new settings required a different aesthetic, one that favored delicate ornamentation, pastel hues, and asymmetrical designs over the heavy grandeur of Baroque. Interiors became richly decorated with curved moldings, gilded mirrors, and soft color palettes, creating a sense of warmth and elegance that defined early Rococo. In painting, Jean-Antoine Watteau played a crucial role in bridging the two styles. His fête galante genre, which depicted aristocrats in romantic and idyllic outdoor settings, introduced a new sense of lightness and fantasy. Works like The Pilgrimage to Cythera, 1717, exemplified the shift away from Baroque's religious and historical themes toward more intimate, playful subjects. Watteau's brushwork and pastel color schemes set the foundation for artists such as François Boucher and Jean-Honoré Fragonard, who would fully embrace the Rococo style. The transition was also evident in sculpture, furniture, and decorative arts. Baroque's grand, heroic sculptures gave way to smaller, more whimsical pieces featuring cherubs, floral motifs, and mythological figures. Furniture designs became more elegant and curved, moving away from the heavy, imposing structures of the Baroque era. By the 1730s, Rococo had firmly established itself as the leading artistic movement in France, offering a stark contrast to its Baroque predecessor. While Baroque was about power and grandeur, Rococo celebrated leisure, romance, and the pursuit of pleasure, marking a distinct shift in European artistic sensibilities. Cultural and political influences. The emergence of Rococo art in early 18th century France was deeply intertwined with the cultural and political landscape of the time. The transition from the grandiosity of the Baroque era to the lightness and elegance of Rococo was not just an artistic shift, but also a reflection of changing societal values, court life, and the evolving role of the aristocracy. The movement was shaped by the political climate following the death of Louis XIV, the growing influence of the French elite, and the rise of salon culture, all of which contributed to the development of a style that emphasized pleasure, beauty, and intimacy. The death of Louis XIV in 1715 marked the end of an era dominated by strict court etiquette, rigid artistic conventions, and the overwhelming grandeur of Versailles. His successor, the young Louis XIV, was too young to rule, leading to the Regency period, 1715 to 1723, under the governance of Philippe II, Duke of Orléans. This period was characterized by a relaxation of the authoritarian rule that had defined the previous decades. The aristocracy, no longer confined to the rigid formalities of court life, moved back to their Parisian townhouses, where they hosted intellectual salons, social gatherings, and artistic patronage. This shift encouraged a new artistic sensibility, one that embraced elegance, sensuality, and lighthearted themes, rather than the dramatic intensity of Baroque art. One of the defining cultural influences on Rococo was the rise of salon culture. These gatherings, hosted by influential women such as Madame de Pompadour, the official mistress of Louis XIV, became centers of intellectual exchange, literature, and artistic patronage. Madame de Pompadour herself was a major supporter of Rococo artists, commissioning works that celebrated femininity, romance, and refined aesthetics. The intimate, decorative style of Rococo reflected the atmosphere of these salons, where wit, charm, and beauty were highly valued. Another key influence was the changing role of the aristocracy. Unlike the Baroque era, where art served as a means of glorifying absolute monarchy and religious devotion, Rococo art was secular, personal, and indulgent. It depicted scenes of aristocratic leisure, courtship, and fantasy, reinforcing the values of the nobility who sought to escape political tensions through art and entertainment. Themes of love, playfulness, and mythology became prevalent, emphasizing the desire for pleasure and refinement. Additionally, France's increasing economic prosperity and global trade introduced new artistic inspirations. The fascination with chinoiserie, a European interpretation of Chinese and East Asian art, brought exotic elements into Rococo design, influencing patterns in furniture, textiles, and porcelain. This global influence further enriched Rococo's decorative appeal, making it a symbol of aristocratic taste and sophistication. By the mid-18th century, Rococo had become synonymous with the elite culture of France, embodying the political ease and cultural indulgence of Louis XV's reign. However, this same association with aristocratic excess would eventually contribute to its decline, as shifting political ideologies and the rise of neoclassicism sought to replace its frivolity with a return to classical order. The role of the French aristocracy. The French aristocracy played a central role in the development and popularization of Rococo art, shaping its themes, aesthetics, and purpose. As the primary patrons of this decorative and indulgent style, the nobility sought an art form that reflected their refined tastes, leisurely lifestyles, and desire for escapism. Rococo art flourished in the intimate settings of aristocratic salons, townhouses, and private chambers, moving away from the grandeur and solemnity of Baroque art, which had previously been tied to the power and authority of the monarchy. During the reign of Louis XIV, art and architecture were used as tools of political power, reinforcing the divine right of kings and the absolute authority of the monarchy. The vast halls of Versailles, adorned with Baroque splendor, served as a stage for royal spectacle, ensuring that the nobility remained under the king's watchful eye. However, with the death of Louis XIV in 1715, the aristocracy gained newfound freedom, leaving Versailles and returning to Paris, where they cultivated a more intimate and personal way of life. This shift directly influenced the emergence of Rococo, as nobles sought art that was lighter, more playful, and suited to the elegant interiors of their private residences. Parisian hôtels particuliers, or aristocratic townhouses, became the heart of Rococo culture. The elaborate but delicate interior designs, featuring curved moldings, gilded stucco, and pastel color palettes, reflected the aristocracy's preference for comfort and elegance over Baroque's imposing grandeur. In these spaces, nobles hosted salons, gatherings where intellectuals, artists, and courtiers engaged in discussions of philosophy, literature, and the arts. These salons, often presided over by influential women such as Madame de Pompadour, fostered an environment where Rococo flourished as an art form that celebrated sensuality, wit, and charm. The themes of Rococo painting and decorative arts reflected the aristocracy's values and interests. Scenes of fête galante, a genre pioneered by Jean-Antoine Watteau, depicted aristocrats engaged in romantic encounters, musical performances, and leisurely strolls through idyllic landscapes. François Boucher and Jean-Honoré Fragonard continued this tradition with paintings that emphasized themes of love, mythology, and frivolity. Unlike the grand historical and religious narratives of Baroque, Rococo art was deeply personal, catering to the aristocracy's pursuit of beauty, pleasure, and amusement. However, this emphasis on indulgence and luxury also contributed to the eventual decline of Rococo. As growing economic and social unrest spread throughout France, critics began to associate the style with aristocratic excess and detachment from reality. By the late 18th century, the rise of neoclassicism, with its emphasis on order, reason, and civic virtue, signaled the end of Rococo's dominance. Yet, for much of Louis XV's reign, the French aristocracy remained the driving force behind one of the most elegant and decorative movements in European art history. Early pioneers of Rococo style. The emergence of Rococo in early 18th century France was shaped by a group of influential artists who pioneered its signature, lightness, elegance, and ornamental beauty. These artists broke away from the grandeur of Baroque, favoring a more intimate and playful aesthetic that reflected the changing tastes of the aristocracy. Among the key figures who laid the foundation for Rococo were Jean-Antoine Watteau, François Boucher, and Jean-Honoré Fragonard, each of whom contributed distinct elements that defined the movement. Jean-Antoine Watteau is often regarded as the father of Rococo painting, introducing a new artistic genre known as fête galante. His work blended elements of Baroque with a softer, more whimsical approach, portraying aristocrats in dreamy, idyllic landscapes. Unlike the formal, grand narratives of the previous era, Watteau's paintings emphasized romance, leisure, and the fleeting pleasures of life. One of his most celebrated works, The Pilgrimage to Cythera, 1717, depicts elegantly dressed couples journeying to a mythical island associated with love and desire. With its delicate brushwork, pastel hues, and fluid composition, the painting became a defining example of Rococo's emphasis on charm and fantasy. Watteau's work set the stage for the more decorative and sensual expressions of Rococo that would follow. Building upon Watteau's innovations, François Boucher became one of the most prominent painters of the Rococo period. His style was highly decorative, theatrical, and infused with a sense of opulence, often depicting mythological scenes filled with sensuous figures, lavish fabrics, and soft lighting. Boucher's paintings, such as Diana resting after her bath and The Toilet of Venus, showcased a level of eroticism that aligned with the aristocracy's fascination with beauty and indulgence. As the favored artist of Madame de Pompadour, the influential mistress of Louis XVIII, Boucher's work dominated court culture, appearing in palace decorations, tapestries, and private collections. His ability to blend mythology with an unmistakable sensuality helped establish Rococo as the defining style of the era. Jean-Honoré Fragonard, a later figure in Rococo's evolution, took the movement's playfulness and romance to its peak. His paintings, filled with dynamic compositions and vibrant energy, captured themes of love, flirtation, and secret rendezvous. His most famous work, The Swing, 1767, epitomizes Rococo's spirit, depicting a young woman in a billowing dress being pushed on a swing while her lover gazes up at her from below. The painting's pastel tones, soft lighting, and sense of movement reflect the carefree and sensual nature of Rococo art, making it one of the most recognizable masterpieces of the period. Together, Watteau, Boucher, and Fragonard shaped Rococo's visual identity, transforming it into a style that celebrated fantasy, intimacy, and decorative beauty. Their work not only defined the movement, but also influenced generations of artists, ensuring Rococo's place as a major artistic force in 18th century France. Chapter 2: Characteristics of Rococo Art. Rococo art is defined by its lightness, elegance, and intricate ornamentation, distinguishing it from the grandeur and drama of Baroque. Emerging in early 18th century France, it embraced asymmetry, soft color palettes, and themes of romance, leisure, and fantasy. Rococo was not just an artistic movement, but a reflection of aristocratic refinement, favoring delicate beauty and playful compositions over the intense emotion and heavy symbolism of the previous era. One of the defining characteristics of Rococo is its emphasis on ornamentation and decorative detail. Unlike Baroque's structured compositions and strong contrasts, Rococo embraced flowing curves, intricate scrollwork, and floral motifs. The movement's design elements extended beyond painting into architecture, furniture, and interior decor, where gilded moldings, pastel walls, and elaborately carved furniture created an atmosphere of luxury and refinement. In interior spaces, Rococo manifested in the form of delicate stucco work, elaborate chandeliers, and soft, rounded forms that enhanced the intimate and inviting ambiance of aristocratic salons. Color played a significant role in Rococo's aesthetic, with artists favoring soft pastels, pale blues, creamy whites, and gentle pinks over the deep, dramatic tones of Baroque. These lighter hues, often accompanied by gold accents, contributed to the movement's overall sense of airiness and charm. In painting, the use of soft, blended brushstrokes and delicate shading created a dreamlike effect, further enhancing the themes of romance and fantasy. Artists like François Boucher and Jean-Honoré Fragonard mastered this approach, using color and light to evoke sensuality and movement within their compositions. Another key feature of Rococo is its asymmetry and fluidity, which set it apart from the rigid structures of earlier artistic styles. Curved lines, organic shapes, and dynamic compositions replaced the strict symmetry of Baroque, creating a sense of spontaneity and natural grace. This fluidity is especially evident in Rococo's portrayal of figures, which often appear in motion, engaged in flirtation, leisure, or moments of intimacy. Paintings frequently depicted elegantly dressed aristocrats in pastoral settings, engaged in games, music, or courtship, reinforcing the movement's celebration of beauty and pleasure. Thematic elements in Rococo art also reflected the values of the aristocracy. Love, mythology, and playfulness were central to the movement, with artists often depicting scenes of romantic encounters, mythological deities, or playful cherubs. Unlike the grand religious or historical narratives of Baroque, Rococo art was lighthearted and indulgent, designed to entertain and enchant rather than inspire awe. This focus on pleasure and escapism made Rococo an ideal style for the aristocracy, who sought art that complemented their leisurely, refined way of life. As a whole, Rococo was an art of refinement, grace, and fantasy. Its emphasis on fluidity, color, and ornamentation made it a defining aesthetic of 18th century France, capturing the spirit of an era that valued beauty, romance, and the pursuit of pleasure. Lightness, elegance, and ornamentation. Rococo art is best known for its lightness, elegance, and highly decorative nature, all of which set it apart from the more dramatic and imposing Baroque style. Emerging in early 18th century France, it embraced a softer, more intimate approach to art and design, reflecting the refined tastes of the aristocracy. Every aspect of Rococo, from painting and sculpture to architecture and furniture, emphasized grace, movement, and intricate ornamentation, creating a world that celebrated beauty and pleasure. One of the most defining characteristics of Rococo art is its sense of lightness. Unlike the heavy, formal compositions of Baroque, Rococo paintings and decorative arts favored soft curves, delicate brushstrokes, and airy compositions. Artists achieved this effect through the use of pastel colors, gentle shading, and luminous lighting, which created a dreamlike quality. Scenes often depicted aristocrats in leisurely pursuits, floating figures, and idyllic landscapes that felt weightless and ethereal. Jean-Antoine Watteau, one of Rococo's pioneers, mastered this effect in his Fête Galante paintings, where elegant figures appeared to move effortlessly within soft, natural surroundings. Elegance was another hallmark of Rococo, reflected in both subject matter and artistic technique. Figures in Rococo paintings were often portrayed in elaborate flowing garments, with refined poses and graceful gestures that conveyed a sense of effortless sophistication. This elegance extended beyond painting into interior design, where curving staircases, gilded mirrors, and silk-upholstered furniture filled aristocratic townhouses. Everything about Rococo was designed to be pleasing to the eye, emphasizing comfort, luxury, and refined aesthetics rather than grandeur or solemnity. François Boucher and Jean-Honoré Fragonard took this elegance further, painting sensual and romantic themes with a light, playful touch that resonated with the aristocratic patrons of their time. Ornamentation played a crucial role in defining Rococo's unique style. Inspired by nature, Rococo designs were filled with swirling patterns, floral motifs, and asymmetrical curves that created a sense of movement and spontaneity. This decorative richness extended to every form of art, from furniture and tapestries to ceiling frescoes and porcelain. Architectural elements such as stucco moldings and carved wood panels featured intricate scrollwork and shell motifs, reinforcing Rococo's love for organic, flowing shapes. Even everyday objects, like teacups and writing desks, were adorned with delicate embellishments, turning functional items into works of art. Together, these elements of lightness, elegance, and ornamentation defined Rococo as an art form that celebrated beauty, refinement, and leisure. Unlike the solemnity of previous artistic movements, Rococo was meant to enchant and delight, creating a visual language that captured the spirit of an aristocracy devoted to pleasure and sophistication. Asymmetry and natural forms. One of the most distinctive features of Rococo art is its embrace of asymmetry and natural forms, which set it apart from the rigid symmetry and structured compositions of the Baroque era. This shift reflected a broader cultural movement away from the grandeur and formality of the previous century, favoring instead a more organic, playful, and spontaneous aesthetic. Rococo artists and designers drew inspiration from nature, incorporating flowing lines, irregular shapes, and dynamic movement into their work, creating a style that felt light, elegant, and effortlessly beautiful. Asymmetry became a defining characteristic of Rococo, particularly in interior design, furniture, and decorative arts. Unlike Baroque's strict balance and heavy ornamentation, Rococo favored curving forms, irregular patterns, and asymmetrical compositions that mimic the unpredictability of nature. This can be seen in the intricate designs of stucco moldings, mirrors, and gilded frames, where floral motifs, swirling acanthus leaves, and delicate scrollwork appear to grow and expand organically rather than follow a rigid structure. Even architectural elements, such as doorways and ceiling frescoes, featured undulating lines and irregular contours, creating a sense of movement and lightness. Natural forms played an equally important role in Rococo's aesthetic. Inspired by the natural world, artists and craftsmen incorporated elements such as flowers, vines, seashells, and delicate foliage into their work, emphasizing a sense of liveliness and spontaneity. This influence extended beyond painting and sculpture to furniture design, where legs of chairs and tables curved gracefully like vines, and surfaces were adorned with delicate floral inlays. Rococo's fascination with organic shapes also extended to chinoiserie, a European interpretation of Chinese and East Asian decorative styles that featured exotic landscapes, birds, and flowing water motifs, further reinforcing the movement's love for nature-inspired designs. In painting, asymmetry and natural forms were used to create dynamic and engaging compositions. Artists like Jean-Antoine Watteau, François Boucher, and Jean-Honoré Fragonard masterfully employed diagonal lines, sweeping curves, and irregular groupings of figures to enhance the sense of movement and spontaneity. Rather than adhering to strict perspective or balanced arrangements, Rococo paintings often had a sense of fluidity and motion, as seen in Fragonard's The Swing, where the central figure appears to be caught mid-air, surrounded by swirling foliage and soft dappled light. Ultimately, the use of asymmetry and natural forms in Rococo art reflected the movement's emphasis on grace, playfulness, and intimacy. By breaking free from the constraints of symmetry and embracing the beauty of nature, Rococo artists created a style that felt organic, lively, and enchanting, perfectly capturing the refined yet carefree spirit of 18th century French aristocratic life. The use of pastel colors and soft lighting. A defining characteristic of Rococo art is its use of pastel colors and soft lighting, which helped create an atmosphere of elegance, intimacy, and lightheartedness. In contrast to the bold contrasts and dramatic shadows of the Baroque period, Rococo embraced a delicate, airy aesthetic, using subtle tones and gentle illumination to enhance its themes of romance, leisure, and beauty. These visual elements played a crucial role in shaping the movement's distinctive charm and refinement, making Rococo one of the most visually pleasing styles of the 18th century. Pastel colors became the preferred palette of Rococo artists, replacing the deep, rich hues that had dominated the previous era. Soft pinks, powdery blues, creamy whites, pale greens, and delicate yellows were used to create a sense of warmth, femininity, and grace. These colors were often blended seamlessly with gold accents, further enhancing the luxurious yet lighthearted feel of Rococo interiors, paintings, and decorative arts. This pastel palette was particularly well suited to the themes of the period, as it reflected the aristocracy's preference for an idealized world of love, beauty, and refinement. In painting, artists such as François Boucher, Jean-Honoré Fragonard, and Jean-Antoine Watteau used pastels to create dreamlike compositions filled with softness and sensuality. Their works often depicted mythological figures, aristocratic lovers, or pastoral scenes bathed in a gentle glow, emphasizing the lighthearted and romantic spirit of Rococo. Fragonard's The Swing is a prime example, where soft pinks and lush greens create an ethereal quality that enhances the playfulness of the scene. Similarly, Boucher's depictions of Venus and other mythological subjects showcase delicate skin tones and flowing fabrics, all rendered in feather-light brushstrokes that further emphasized Rococo's elegance. Soft lighting played an equally significant role in shaping Rococo's aesthetic. Unlike the dramatic chiaroscuro effects of Baroque, which relied on strong contrasts between light and shadow, Rococo employed diffused, naturalistic lighting to create a gentle, glowing effect. This technique gave paintings a sense of warmth and intimacy, drawing viewers into private, idyllic worlds where figures appeared bathed in a golden or rosy light. Light was often used to highlight the beauty of silk fabrics, delicate textures, and porcelain-like skin, reinforcing Rococo's emphasis on refinement and grace. Beyond painting, pastel colors and soft lighting extended to interior design, where rooms were adorned with pale-colored walls, gilded moldings, and large windows that allowed natural light to flood elegant spaces. These interiors reflected the movement's desire to create environments that felt airy, inviting, and enchanting, mirroring the carefree and pleasurable lifestyle of the French aristocracy. Through its mastery of color and light, Rococo art achieved an atmosphere of effortless beauty and refinement. The use of pastel tones and soft illumination not only defined the movement's visual identity, but also reinforced its themes of romance, leisure, and aristocratic luxury, making it one of the most graceful and captivating styles in European art history. Themes of love, leisure, and fantasy. Rococo art is deeply rooted in themes of love, leisure, and fantasy, reflecting the desires and lifestyle of the French aristocracy during the 18th century. This period, marked by political stability and growing wealth, gave the elite a unique freedom to indulge in pleasures of the mind and body, and the art that flourished during this time mirrored those values. Unlike the grand religious or historical narratives of earlier periods, Rococo focused on more personal and whimsical subjects, emphasizing the lighthearted and ephemeral joys of life. Love was perhaps the most prominent theme in Rococo, often portrayed through tender, playful, and romantic interactions between figures. Artists like François Boucher and Jean-Honoré Fragonard created intimate depictions of lovers with soft, sensuous brushwork and pastel colors that imbued their subjects with an air of romantic fantasy. Boucher's The Rape of Europa and Fragonard's The Swing are prime examples of this, where love is depicted in its most idealized and playful form, often accompanied by mythological references or idyllic settings. The portrayal of lovers as carefree, flirtatious, and absorbed in moments of personal pleasure was central to Rococo's appeal, reflecting the aristocracy's desire to escape the rigidity of courtly life and experience love as a private, emotional pursuit. Alongside love, leisure was a key theme that defined Rococo's visual language. Paintings often featured aristocrats engaged in leisurely activities, such as music, dancing, and outdoor strolls in lush gardens. These depictions of relaxation and enjoyment were intended to evoke a sense of ease and pleasure, reflecting the aristocracy's privilege and freedom from the everyday concerns of the working class. Fête galante, a genre popularized by Jean-Antoine Watteau, depicted scenes of outdoor gatherings and romantic escapades, often in secluded, idealized settings that seemed far removed from the hustle and bustle of urban life. Leisure in Rococo art was about creating an atmosphere where time seemed to slow down, where pleasure could be enjoyed without interruption, and where the idealized lifestyle of the nobility was put on display for all to admire. Finally, fantasy played a significant role in Rococo's themes. The movement often blurred the lines between reality and imagination, particularly through the use of mythological references, allegory, and dreamlike scenarios. Rococo artists frequently depicted mythological deities, such as Venus or Cupid, interacting with human figures in idealized landscapes, creating worlds where gods and mortals existed side by side in blissful harmony. These fantastical themes allowed artists to explore whimsical, playful scenes of beauty, sensuality, and escape from the mundane. The Rococo style encouraged fantasy not just in subject matter, but in the very design of spaces, where rooms were transformed into serene, dreamlike environments through ornate decorations and soft lighting. Through the themes of love, leisure, and fantasy, Rococo art offered a vision of a world devoted to beauty, pleasure, and the pursuit of personal joy, making it a reflection of the aristocracy's desire for escape, indulgence, and elegance during a time of relative peace and prosperity. Chapter 3: Rococo Painting and Its Masters. Rococo painting, which emerged in early 18th century France, was marked by its lightness, elegance, and a focus on themes of love, leisure, and fantasy. As the most prominent visual art form of the Rococo movement, painting played a central role in defining the style's aesthetic and cultural significance. The era's most celebrated painters, including Jean-Antoine Watteau, François Boucher, and Jean-Honoré Fragonard, helped shape Rococo's visual language, creating works that encapsulated the movement's whimsical and sensuous qualities. These artists elevated Rococo to its highest expression through their mastery of color, composition, and the rendering of delicate, intimate moments. Jean-Antoine Watteau, often regarded as the father of Rococo painting, was instrumental in introducing the genre of fête galante, a style that depicted scenes of aristocratic outdoor gatherings and flirtatious encounters. Watteau's use of soft, flowing lines, gentle lighting, and pastel tones gave his works a dreamlike, ethereal quality that became synonymous with the Rococo movement. His masterpiece, The Pilgrimage to Cythera, 1717, exemplifies these traits, with elegant figures in a romantic setting evoking a sense of romantic escapism. Watteau's approach to depicting the human form, with an emphasis on grace and fluidity, influenced countless Rococo painters who followed, establishing his legacy as a master of intimate and sensuous portrayals. François Boucher was another central figure in Rococo painting, known for his highly decorative and sensual works that often featured mythological themes. His art was characterized by its vibrant color palette, theatrical compositions, and exquisite attention to detail. Boucher was particularly renowned for his depictions of the goddess Venus, and his works often explored themes of beauty, sensuality, and romantic indulgence. His painting, The Toilet of Venus, 1751, is a prime example of his style, where Venus, surrounded by cherubs, is bathed in soft light and enveloped in lush fabrics. Boucher's ability to blend sensuality with mythological storytelling made him a favorite at the French court, particularly as the official painter of Madame de Pompadour, the mistress of Louis XV. Jean-Honoré Fragonard is perhaps the most exuberant of the Rococo masters, known for his playful, dynamic compositions and lively depictions of love and flirtation. His works are often filled with movement, light, and energy, capturing the carefree and hedonistic spirit of the time. In The Swing, 1767, Fragonard immortalized a moment of playful romanticism with a young woman swinging while her lover gazes up at her. The painting's vibrant pastels, flowing lines, and sense of spontaneity exemplify the Rococo ideal, making it one of the most iconic representations of the movement's charm and fantasy. Together, Watteau, Boucher, and Fragonard formed the backbone of Rococo painting, each contributing a unique interpretation of the movement's themes of romance, leisure, and beauty. Their works not only defined the visual culture of the French aristocracy, but also set the stage for the development of Rococo as a lasting and influential style in European art history. Antoine Watteau and the Fête Galante. Jean-Antoine Watteau is widely considered one of the most influential figures in Rococo painting, and his development of the genre Fête Galante stands as one of his most significant contributions to the art world. Born in 1684, Watteau brought a new, more intimate sensibility to French art, which resonated deeply with the aristocracy's taste for lighthearted themes of love, flirtation, and leisure. The Fête Galante, A term coined to describe these scenes of aristocratic gatherings in idyllic outdoor settings became a hallmark of Watteau's work and an essential expression of Rococo's playful elegance. Watteau's fête galante paintings often depicted groups of elegantly dressed figures engaged in flirtatious conversations, amorous exchanges, and leisurely activities, typically set against lush, romantic landscapes. These gatherings took place in lush gardens, on wooded paths, or beside tranquil lakes, environments that were carefully staged to evoke a sense of harmony, beauty, and spontaneity. Rather than grand historical scenes or religious narratives, Watteau's subjects were personal and intimate, capturing fleeting moments of joy and flirtation. These works became a form of escapism, offering the viewer a glimpse into a world of idealized romance where time seemed to slow down, and all that mattered was the beauty of the moment. In one of his most famous paintings, The Pilgrimage to Cythera, 1717, Watteau's masterful use of color and light creates a dreamlike atmosphere that perfectly encapsulates the essence of the fête galante. The figures in the painting, along with the soft flowing lines and luminous palette, seem almost suspended in time, caught between the realms of reality and fantasy. The scene depicts lovers embarking on a pilgrimage to the mythical island of Cythera, the legendary birthplace of Venus, a symbol of love and beauty. The composition itself is filled with delicate movement, with figures caught in soft, natural gestures that suggest a fleeting, transient moment of romance. Watteau's innovation of the fête galante not only changed the direction of French painting, but also reflected a broader cultural shift within the aristocracy. The Rococo era was defined by a desire for pleasure, refinement, and personal indulgence, and Watteau's works reflected these values by offering a vision of society where beauty, love, and leisure reigned supreme. His unique approach to portraying graceful, intimate moments set him apart from his predecessors and influenced future generations of artists, making him one of the most celebrated masters of the Rococo style. François Boucher, Sensuality and Mythology. François Boucher, one of the most prominent painters of the Rococo period, is renowned for his sensual depictions of mythological themes, which perfectly encapsulated the luxurious and hedonistic spirit of 18th century France. Born in 1703, Boucher quickly rose to prominence with his mastery of delicate brushwork, vibrant colors, and a penchant for creating intimate, often eroticized scenes. His works are characterized by their playful, lighthearted atmosphere, which he imbued with themes of love, sensuality, and the idealization of beauty. Boucher's approach to painting was heavily influenced by his early exposure to both French classical traditions and the works of Italian Baroque artists, particularly Peter Paul Rubens, whose sensuality and vibrant use of color left a lasting mark on Boucher's style. However, unlike Rubens, whose figures were often full-bodied and robust, Boucher's works tended to be more delicate and refined, focusing on the ethereal qualities of beauty. His figures, typically drawn from mythology, were often depicted in soft poses, draped in flowing fabrics, and surrounded by lush landscapes, emphasizing grace, sensuality, and a sense of ease. One of Boucher's most famous themes was his portrayal of mythological subjects, particularly scenes involving the gods and goddesses of Greek and Roman mythology. The playful, seductive qualities of these myths provided Boucher with a rich source of inspiration for his works. He frequently depicted Venus, the goddess of love, in intimate or sensual settings, surrounded by cherubs or reclining on plush cushions, as seen in his painting The Toilet of Venus, 1751. Here, Venus is portrayed in a moment of personal grooming, bathed in soft light and surrounded by delicate drapery and flowers. The sensuousness of the scene is emphasized by Boucher's masterful handling of fabric and skin tones, creating a soft, almost dreamlike atmosphere. Boucher's mythological works not only reflected the Rococo taste for sensuality and beauty, but also aligned with the tastes of the French court, particularly that of Madame de Pompadour, the mistress of Louis XIII, who was one of Boucher's most significant patrons. His works were often commissioned for the royal court and aristocratic salons, where they were admired for their ability to evoke pleasure and indulgence. Through his sensual, mythologically inspired paintings, François Boucher played a pivotal role in defining Rococo's aesthetic, turning everyday moments of beauty and love into fantastical, mythic reveries. His works exemplified the movement's emphasis on lightness, grace, and sensual pleasure, securing his place as one of the most celebrated artists of his time. Jean-Honoré Fragonard, Playfulness and Romance. Jean-Honoré Fragonard, one of the most celebrated painters of the Rococo period, is known for his exuberant and playful approach to art, especially in his depictions of love, flirtation, and youthful exuberance. Born in 1732, Fragonard embraced the light, sensual nature of Rococo, capturing the carefree spirit of the French aristocracy through intimate, often whimsical scenes. His works are characterized by vibrant color palettes, dynamic compositions, and a sense of spontaneity, making him a key figure in defining the movement's visual language. Fragonard's signature style was marked by its playful eroticism, with his subjects often caught in flirtatious or romantic encounters. His scenes are infused with a sense of movement, lightness, and energy, capturing the fleeting moments of love and passion that define the Rococo ideal. One of his most famous works, The Swing, 1767, exemplifies this combination of playful romance and dynamic composition. In this iconic painting, a young woman is pushed on a swing while her lover watches from below, gazing up at her with adoration. The sense of movement is emphasized by the swaying swing, the fluttering fabrics, and the dynamic positioning of the figures. The use of soft pastels, combined with the light, almost playful atmosphere, perfectly captures the Rococo spirit of romantic amusement and spontaneity. Fragonard's art often featured themes of courtship and seduction, exploring the playful dynamics between lovers. His scenes typically depicted aristocratic couples in private, secluded settings, engaged in moments of flirtation, intimacy, and sometimes even playful deception. His works were designed to evoke the lightheartedness of romance, reflecting the nobility's desire to escape the more rigid constraints of court life and indulge in moments of pleasure and emotional connection. These paintings were often seen as visual escapism, offering a glimpse into a world where the complexities of social and political life were forgotten in favor of passion and leisure. Fragonard's works were not only popular among the aristocracy, but were also commissioned by influential patrons, including Madame du Barry, the mistress of Louis XV. The artist's ability to capture moments of personal indulgence and romantic fantasy made his works highly sought after, and his style had a significant impact on the development of Rococo painting. Through his playful and romantic depictions of love and flirtation, Fragonard captured the essence of Rococo's charm and elegance. His vibrant, dynamic compositions and emphasis on sensuality and lighthearted pleasure made him a master of the genre, solidifying his place as one of the most iconic artists of the 18th century. The influence of Venetian and Flemish art. The development of Rococo art was deeply influenced by earlier European traditions, particularly Venetian and Flemish painting. These two schools of art brought distinct stylistic elements that were integrated into the Rococo movement, enriching its sensibilities and shaping its visual language. Venetian artists, known for their vibrant use of color, light, and texture, and Flemish artists, famous for their meticulous attention to detail and intricate compositions, left lasting marks on the emerging Rococo style. Venetian art played a particularly significant role in shaping Rococo painting, especially in the works of François Boucher and Jean-Honoré Fragonard. The Venetian school, which flourished in the 16th and 17th centuries, was known for its bold use of color, sensuous brushwork, and innovative use of light. Artists such as Titian, Veronese, and Giorgione created works that emphasized rich color contrasts, soft and atmospheric lighting, and the portrayal of the human form with a sense of sensuality and vitality. These qualities were embraced by Rococo artists who often adopted vivid color palettes and sought to create paintings that felt soft and luminous. Boucher, for example, was directly influenced by Venetian masters, particularly Venetian colorism, and incorporated their ability to render textures, such as the softness of skin and fabrics, in his mythological and sensual compositions. Similarly, Flemish, with its emphasis on intricate detail, rich textures, and dynamic compositions, also left a significant mark on the Rococo style. Flemish painters like Peter Paul Rubens and Antoine van Dyck were known for their mastery of light and shadow, as well as their attention to the physicality and emotional depth of their subjects. Although Rococo artists preferred a lighter, more playful approach, the Flemish tradition of rich, textured surfaces and the dramatic use of chiaroscuro were essential in shaping the Rococo's treatment of sensuality, especially in scenes that depicted lush fabrics, soft flesh, and ornate settings. Rubens's work, with its fluidity and emphasis on movement, also inspired the dynamic compositions seen in many Rococo pieces. While Rococo painting ultimately departed from the dramatic intensity of Flemish Baroque art, it retained an appreciation for sumptuous textures and the vivid depiction of physical beauty. Both Venetian and Flemish traditions also influenced the concepts of light and atmosphere in Rococo. Venetian artists' use of light to create a sense of depth and ethereal beauty became central to the Rococo aesthetic, as seen in the soft, almost magical lighting of works by artists like Watteau and Fragonard. These painters combined the color and light techniques of the Venetians with the finesse and sensuality of Flemish art, resulting in a style that was rich in texture, filled with romance, and dreamlike in nature. Thus, the influence of Venetian and Flemish art helped shape Rococo into a style that blended vivid color, delicate texture, and sensual composition, producing works that embodied both the luxuriousness and elegance of the French aristocracy. Chapter 4, Rococo Architecture and Interior Design. Rococo architecture and interior design, like its painting and sculpture counterparts, was characterized by elegance, ornamentation, and a focus on lightness and grace. Emerging in the early 18th century, Rococo architecture represented a departure from the grandeur and solemnity of the Baroque style. Rather than monumental, heavy forms, Rococo structures and interiors emphasized delicacy, comfort, and the use of decorative elements that created an atmosphere of intimacy and refinement. This style mirrored the desires of the aristocracy for private, luxurious spaces that reflected their personal tastes, offering an escape from the formalities of court life. Rococo architecture was particularly prominent in the design of palaces, chateaux, and private homes, with key features such as curved lines, asymmetry, and intricate details dominating the aesthetic. While Baroque architecture often focused on imposing facades and awe-inspiring interiors, Rococo turned inward, creating spaces meant for personal enjoyment and conversation. Curved walls and ceilings replaced straight lines, giving interiors a fluid, organic quality that seemed to soften the space. Sculpted moldings, ornate stuccos, and gilded accents were applied to walls, ceilings, and furniture, creating a lavish atmosphere. The interiors of these buildings were designed to be visually harmonious, with every element, from furniture to wall decorations, contributing to an overall sense of opulence and comfort. The design of palaces and salons during the Rococo period emphasized intimacy and luxury. The salon, an elegant and often lavishly decorated room, became a central space for social gatherings and intellectual discussion, reflecting the aristocracy's desire to entertain and indulge. These rooms were often decorated with mirrors, intricate tapestries, and soft pastel-colored furnishings, creating a sense of lightness and refinement. The use of luxurious materials, such as silk, velvet, and porcelain, was common, further enhancing the sense of comfort and exclusivity. The use of natural motifs, such as flowers, vines, and shells, was also a hallmark of Rococo interior design. adding to the playful, organic quality of the style. Perhaps the most iconic example of Rococo architecture is the Hôtel de Soubise in Paris, designed by Germain Boffrand. The hotel's interior is a perfect example of Rococo's embrace of graceful curves, rich ornamentation, and harmonious design, with the rooms featuring delicate stucco work, intricate mirrors, and ceilings painted with soft, dreamy scenes. Another notable example is the Palace of Versailles, where the Hall of Mirrors exemplifies Rococo's opulence, with its grand chandeliers, gilded moldings, and extensive use of mirrors to create a sense of light and space. Rococo interior design was not just about aesthetic beauty, it was also about creating an experience. The intimate scale and refined decoration of the spaces were designed to foster relaxed gatherings, where aristocrats could enjoy music, conversation, and leisure in a luxurious, personal setting. Through its intricate decoration and emphasis on comfort and style, Rococo architecture and interior design left a lasting legacy, influencing European decor for years to come. The salon culture and private spaces. In 18th century France, the salon culture played a central role in the social life of the aristocracy, becoming a key feature of Rococo society. These intimate gatherings, usually held in lavishly decorated private rooms within grand palaces or mansions, were designed as spaces for conversation, intellectual exchange, and entertainment. The salon was a reflection of the Rococo ideals of elegance, grace, and refinement, offering a setting where the elite could engage in sophisticated dialogue away from the formality of the court. It also represented a shift from public, ceremonial events to more personal, relaxed gatherings, emphasizing the values of leisure and intimacy. The Rococo salon was often hosted by influential women, who were seen as the intellectual and social centerpieces of the gatherings. These women, such as Madame de Pompadour and Madame Geoffrin, played a crucial role in shaping French culture and politics, as salons became venues for philosophical debates, literary discussions, and artistic critique. The hostesses curated the guest lists, selecting prominent philosophers, writers, artists, and political figures to partake in these intellectual exchanges. The salon, therefore, became an important social institution where ideas were exchanged and the arts were patronized. The design and decoration of these private spaces reflected the same ideals of comfort and luxury that were central to Rococo art and architecture. Rooms were designed to be both functional and beautiful, with soft, pastel-colored walls, elaborate stucco work, and gilded mirrors, enhancing the sense of light and openness. Furniture was light and comfortable, with luxurious fabrics like silk and velvet, allowing guests to relax and converse at ease. Rococo furniture often featured curved lines and ornate details, creating an atmosphere of warmth and intimacy. These private spaces were also often filled with artworks and decorative objects that reflected the tastes and intellectual pursuits of the host. Paintings, sculptures, and porcelain items were carefully chosen to complement the room's aesthetic and provide conversation pieces. The art of conversation was highly valued in these salons, where witty remarks, philosophical discussions, and the latest cultural trends were shared. The rise of the salon culture marked a new era in the way people interacted with each other, blending intellectual engagement with the pleasures of luxury and leisure. These salons allowed for the development of ideas that influenced not only French society, but also European culture. At the same time, they were spaces where personal enjoyment, the arts, and the pursuit of refinement coexisted, making them essential to the identity of the Rococo period. The salon culture and its emphasis on private, intimate spaces with their elegant designs continue to reflect the essence of Rococo's emphasis on beauty, intellect, and the pursuit of personal indulgence. The Hôtel Particulier, aristocratic residences. The Hôtel Particulier was a type of private mansion that became iconic during the Rococo period, symbolizing the wealth, sophistication, and private luxury of the French aristocracy. These residences, distinct from grand palaces or royal residences, were designed as individual homes for the nobility and the upper classes. Unlike the grandiose, ceremonial buildings associated with Baroque architecture, the Hotel Particulier was more intimate, designed for personal use and social gatherings, reflecting the Rococo ideals of comfort and elegance. The Hotel Particulier was typically located in the heart of the city, particularly in Paris, where aristocrats wanted to establish a prestigious urban presence while still maintaining a degree of privacy. The building's facade often presented a restrained, classical appearance to the outside world, but the interior was a showcase of the homeowner's wealth and taste. The courtyard entrance was an essential feature of the hotel, providing an element of exclusivity and seclusion, as guests would enter through a gate and pass into an inner courtyard before accessing the private residence. Inside, the layout of the Hotel Particulier was carefully planned to reflect both functionality and aesthetic beauty. The interior spaces were designed to create an atmosphere of intimacy, with richly decorated salons, salons de musique, and libraries serving as places for socializing and entertainment. The salon, in particular, was a space for both intellectual conversation and leisure, frequently hosting gatherings of artists, writers, and philosophers. These rooms were designed to be visually engaging and reflective of the Rococo style, with curved walls, elaborate moldings, and luxurious furnishings in soft pastel hues. Furniture was light and delicate, with gilded accents and floral patterns, creating a sense of comfort and opulence. The ornate decoration of the Hotel Particulier extended to every detail, from the stucco work on the ceilings to the exquisite tapestries and paintings that adorned the walls. Mirrors were commonly used to enhance the sense of light and space, creating the illusion of larger, more open areas. One of the defining aspects of these aristocratic residences was the integration of art and architecture, where every element of the design, from furniture to wall coverings, contributed to a unified and harmonious aesthetic. The use of natural motifs, such as flowers, leaves, and shells, was a recurring theme, reflecting the Rococo preference for the whimsical and the organic. The Hotel Particulier was not merely a residence, but an emblem of aristocratic lifestyle, an elegant retreat where one could retreat from the rigors of court life and enjoy the pleasures of private luxury. Its interior design, blending comfort, beauty, and intellectual engagement, became a model for elite living during the Rococo era, leaving a lasting influence on French architectural history. These private residences were emblematic of an age that valued indulgence, personal expression, and the pursuit of leisure in an environment of unparalleled elegance. Ornate ceilings, gilded molding, and stucco work. The Rococo style is renowned for its elaborate and refined decorative elements, with ornate ceilings, gilded molding, and stucco work standing out as defining features of the movement's architectural and interior design. These elements were integral to creating the ethereal and luxurious atmosphere that characterized Rococo interiors, enhancing both the beauty and functionality of the spaces. Ornate ceilings were one of the most striking aspects of Rococo design, often serving as a canvas for artists to express the lighthearted, whimsical qualities of the era. In contrast to the more restrained and formal Baroque ceilings, Rococo ceilings were designed to feel airy and dynamic. They were typically adorned with pastel-colored frescoes, mythological themes, and floral patterns, creating an illusion of open space and infinite light. The frescoes often depicted celestial scenes, such as goddesses, cherubs, and vivid landscapes, evoking feelings of elegance, playfulness, and fantasy. The design of the ceilings was meant to draw the eye upward, enhancing the sense of height and lightness within the room. These intricate works were designed not just as decorations, but as integral parts of the room's overall aesthetic. Gilded molding also played a prominent role in Rococo interiors, providing a sense of opulence and intricacy. The use of gold leaf or gold-painted moldings helped frame architectural features and furniture, lending an air of refinement to the spaces. These gilded details were not only used to define edges and create contrast, but they also served to catch the light, adding a subtle glow to the room. Gilded moldings often took on intricate, flowing patterns, incorporating motifs of flowers, leaves, and scrolls, which aligned with the Rococo penchant for organic, natural forms. The curvature of these patterns added a sense of movement to the room, contributing to the fluidity and whimsy that characterized Rococo style. Stucco work was another hallmark of Rococo design, with artisans using it to create intricate textures and forms on walls and ceilings. Stucco allowed for the creation of elaborate three-dimensional designs, such as floral garlands, shells, and scrollwork, which complemented the soft curves and fluid shapes seen throughout Rococo interiors. Stucco was often used in combination with gilding to enhance the richness of a room, with delicate white stucco juxtaposed against gilded accents, creating a luminous, luxurious effect. The use of light pastel hues in the stucco work, often painted with soft shades of cream, pink, or blue, helped to keep the spaces feeling airy and light, maintaining the playful and intimate atmosphere that was a key feature of Rococo interiors. Together, the ornate ceilings, gilded moldings, and stucco work formed a cohesive visual experience, creating an environment of elegance, luxury, and refined beauty. These architectural features were more than mere decoration. They were integral to the Rococo ethos, which sought to elevate the everyday into something fantastical and sublime. Notable examples: Amalienborg and Versailles' Petit Trianon. Two of the most celebrated examples of Rococo architecture are Amalienborg and the Petit Trianon at Versailles, which embody the era's ideals of elegance, intimacy, and luxuriousness. Both structures are notable for their exquisite Rococo designs, marked by refined ornamentation, intricate detailing, and an overall emphasis on comfort and beauty. Amalienborg, located in the park of Nymphenburg Palace near Munich, is a prime example of Rococo's lighter, more delicate aesthetic. Built between 1734 and 1739 for Electress Maria Amalia, the hunting lodge was designed by Franz Assam and reflects the height of Rococo's playful and intimate qualities. The building is an epitome of the Rococo's emphasis on refined luxury and personal enjoyment, with rooms that are smaller and more personal compared to the grand palaces of the time. The Hall of Mirrors in Amalienborg is one of its most famous rooms, featuring a stunning arrangement of mirrors, gilded moldings, and delicate stucco work that reflects light and creates a sense of spaciousness, while the soft pastel colors on the walls and ceilings enhance the room's airy, ethereal quality. The use of natural motifs, such as flowers, leaves, and shells throughout the lodge, gives the space a whimsical, organic feel, embodying the Rococo love of nature and lightness. This combination of intimate spaces, luxurious decoration, and naturalistic elements makes Amalienborg a quintessential example of the Rococo style. At the same time, the Petit Trianon at Versailles, designed by Ange-Jacques Gabriel for Queen Marie Antoinette in the 1760s, is another iconic Rococo structure that was built as a private retreat for the Queen, separate from the official court life at Versailles. While Versailles itself represents Baroque grandeur, the Petit Trianon was designed with a lighter, more personal approach to both architecture and interior design. The architecture of the Petit Trianon is marked by graceful proportions, elegant facades, and simple, refined detailing that contrasts with the more imposing structures of the main palace. Inside, the rooms are decorated with luxurious but soft furnishings, including gilded mirrors, intricate moldings, and delicate pastel tones that create a calm, almost dreamlike atmosphere. The building's design and its beautiful gardens reflect Marie Antoinette's desire for a more private, serene space, far removed from the formalities and political drama of court life. The Petit Trianon's interiors, like those of Amalienborg, demonstrate the Rococo taste for intimacy, comfort, and grace, offering a perfect escape into personal indulgence and lighthearted luxury. Both Amalienburg and the Petit Trianon are exceptional examples of how Rococo architecture prioritized personal luxury and refined beauty, focusing on smaller, more intimate spaces that were designed to encourage relaxation and enjoyment. These buildings encapsulate the Rococo era's ideals and continue to stand as monuments to the era's elegance and charm. Chapter 5, Rococo Sculpture and Decorative Arts. Rococo sculpture and decorative arts, like their counterparts in painting and architecture, were characterized by a light, playful, and ornate aesthetic. These art forms embrace delicate forms, intricate detailing, and an overall sense of luxury and intimacy. Rococo sculpture sought to evoke emotions of grace and beauty, often representing themes of love, mythology, and nature. It stood in stark contrast to the more dramatic, monumental forms of Baroque sculpture, focusing instead on fluid lines, elegance, and a sense of lightness. One of the defining characteristics of Rococo sculpture was its emphasis on ornamentation. Sculptors were deeply influenced by the natural world, incorporating motifs such as flowers, shells, vines, and cherubs into their works. These elements were used to create an atmosphere of enchantment and whimsy, fitting seamlessly into the Rococo world of luxury and leisure. The works were often small-scale and intended for personal enjoyment, whether displayed in private residences or gardens. One of the most renowned sculptors of this period, Jean-Baptiste Carpeaux, was famous for creating pieces that were not only graceful but full of movement, exemplifying the Rococo's dynamic sense of lightness. The decorative arts during the Rococo period flourished, with furniture, porcelain, and silverware taking on intricate, ornate forms. Rococo furniture was marked by curved lines, delicate inlays, and exquisite detailing, often made from fine materials such as marquetry and gilded wood. Furniture was designed not just for functionality, but as an expression of personal taste and refinement. Chairs, tables, and cabinets often featured soft, flowing shapes, delicate carvings of flowers, shells, and scrolls, and upholstered in luxurious fabrics like silk and velvet. Porcelain was another area where Rococo craftsmanship truly shone. The Sèvres porcelain factory, established in the mid-18th century, became world famous for its production of fine porcelain pieces decorated with pastel hues and playful, intricate scenes. These pieces, often crafted into delicate vases, figurines, and serviceware, epitomize the Rococo love of elegance and excess, combining beauty with functionality. Silverwork during the Rococo period was similarly ornate, with intricate repoussé designs and gilded accents that reflected the same values of luxury and refinement. Silver pieces, such as goblets, candelabras, and trays, were often adorned with flowing designs of flowers, leaves, and cherubs, reinforcing the Rococo's celebration of nature and the pleasures of daily life. Rococo sculpture and decorative arts provided a reflection of the period's values, an embrace of beauty, sensuality, and whimsy. They contributed to an environment where art was not just for public display or religious devotion, but an intimate part of private life. These works of art were designed to delight the senses and elevate the everyday, transforming ordinary objects and spaces into realms of beauty and pleasure. Playful and dynamic sculptures. Rococo sculpture is best known for its playful and dynamic nature, in stark contrast to the more dramatic and monumental works of the Baroque era. It embodied the period's embrace of lightness, movement, and whimsy, reflecting the cultural shift towards a more intimate and sensuous experience of art. Sculptors of the Rococo period sought to create pieces that were both visually engaging and emotionally evocative, often conveying a sense of grace and joy. A defining feature of Rococo sculpture was its use of asymmetry and fluidity in form. Unlike the static and heavily structured Baroque sculptures, Rococo works often depicted figures in playful poses, caught in moments of light-hearted movement. This created a sense of energy and life within the sculptures. Figures were often portrayed in dynamic compositions with flowing drapery, soft, curved lines, and intricate detailing. These sculptures were not rigid or imposing, but sought to captivate the viewer with their elegance and delicate beauty. The subject matter of Rococo sculptures further reflected the light-hearted spirit of the time. Artists frequently turned to themes of love, mythology, and nature, presenting figures such as goddesses, cherubs, and nymphs in moments of playful interaction. Cupid, for example, was a popular figure, often depicted in mischievous poses, symbolizing love and affection in its most carefree and spontaneous form. These subjects, filled with romanticism and fantasy, captured the Rococo ethos of sensuality and pleasure. The works of Jean-Baptiste Carpeaux, one of the period's most famous sculptors, are a prime example of the playful and dynamic nature of Rococo sculpture. His pieces often depicted figures in fluid, graceful poses, suggesting movement and life. Carpeau's use of soft, curving lines and delicate details gave his works an almost dreamlike quality, with each piece embodying a sense of emotion and energy. His La Danse, a famous sculpture, illustrates this with its depiction of a lively dance, full of rhythm and playful exuberance. In addition to creating dynamic human forms, Rococo sculptors were also deeply influenced by nature, incorporating motifs of flowers, shells, and leaves into their works. These natural elements brought a sense of organic growth and movement to sculptures, further enhancing their playfulness. The use of negative space, the deliberate inclusion of empty areas within the sculpture, also contributed to the sense of dynamism, as it allowed the figures to appear light and almost weightless. Overall, Rococo sculptures were crafted to engage the viewer not only with their physical beauty, but with their sense of movement, spontaneity, and joy. The sculptures encapsulated the spirit of the Rococo period, where art was not only meant to be admired for its craftsmanship, but also to delight the senses and evoke a sense of playfulness and fantasy. The influence of classical mythology. Classical mythology played a significant role in shaping Rococo sculpture, serving as a rich source of inspiration for artists seeking to evoke themes of love, beauty, and human emotion. While Rococo sculpture is often celebrated for its lightness and playful nature, its ties to classical antiquity, particularly Greek and Roman mythology, were crucial in defining its thematic and stylistic elements. The figures and stories of mythology allowed artists to explore universal themes such as love, desire, and the divine, presenting them through a lens of elegance and sensuality. One of the most prominent mythological figures to appear in Rococo sculpture was Cupid, the Roman god of love. Often depicted in playful or mischievous poses, Cupid became a symbol of romantic love and the joys of sensuality, aligning with the Rococo's emphasis on pleasure and lightheartedness. Sculptors like Jean-Baptiste Carpeaux and Louis-Simon Boiseau often used Cupid to represent the carefree and indulgent nature of the era. His depictions were frequently playful, showing him in various states of action, from shooting arrows to chasing nymphs. These representations of love, as seen through Cupid's lens, mirrored the Rococo's idealization of youthful, spontaneous emotion. In addition to Cupid, mythological figures such as Venus, the goddess of love and beauty, were commonly depicted in Rococo sculptures. Venus was often shown in moments of beauty, grace, and sensuality, embodying the very essence of feminine allure and refinement that characterized Rococo ideals. These depictions were not overly dramatic or solemn, but rather imbued with a sense of delicate elegance. Sculptors such as François Boucher and Jean-Antoine Houdon sought to represent Venus not as a distant or divine figure, but as a playful, approachable deity, reflecting the intimacy and lightness central to the Rococo style. The mythological world also provided sculptors with an opportunity to express the sensual relationship between humanity and nature. Figures like Diana, the huntress, and Pan, the god of the wild, were often portrayed in moments of interaction with their natural surroundings. These figures, adorned with flowing drapery or surrounded by flowers and foliage, exemplified the Rococo's affinity for organic forms and natural beauty. The delicate details, such as the soft curves of the body or the inclusion of playful cherubs, allowed mythological themes to be rendered in a way that felt both grounded and ethereal. By drawing on classical mythology, Rococo sculptors were able to create works that resonated with themes of love, beauty, and emotion, but with a freshness and lightness that was unique to their time. This connection to the classical world enabled the Rococo to not only celebrate the past, but also reinterpret it through a lens of joyful sensuality and delicate elegance. Decorative porcelain, Sèvres and Meissen. Decorative porcelain became one of the defining features of Rococo decorative arts, with two factories, Sèvres and Meissen, standing out as leaders in producing some of the finest porcelain pieces of the 18th century. Both of these prestigious porcelain manufacturers played pivotal roles in defining the aesthetic of the Rococo period, with their exquisite craftsmanship, intricate designs, and vibrant use of color becoming synonymous with the luxury and elegance of the era. Sèvres, established in 1738 in France, quickly became the preeminent porcelain manufacturer of the Rococo period, renowned for its delicate and refined creations. Sèvres porcelain was characterized by its light pastel hues, floral motifs, and playful, often whimsical designs. Artists at Sèvres employed techniques such as gilding, enamel painting, and lacquer work to create richly detailed pieces. Their porcelain figurines, often depicting themes from mythology, romance, and nature, were crafted with meticulous care. The designs were often inspired by the playful, sensuous themes of the Rococo period, with figures of cupids, nymphs, and pastoral scenes, capturing the movement and lightness that defined the era. The vivid color palette of Sèvres porcelain, often featuring shades of rose, sky blue, and mint green, was both fresh and airy, perfectly complementing the soft, organic forms of the figures and decorations. Sèvres also became famous for producing elaborate porcelain vases, plates, and serving sets, which were often gilded and decorated with highly detailed scenes. These pieces were not just functional, but were created as luxurious and artistic objects designed for aristocratic dining and display. The vases, in particular, showcase the Rococo's love of elegance and excess, often incorporating ornate bases, delicate handles, and intricate patterns. Marie Antoinette, the Queen of France, was a patron of Sèvres porcelain, and many of the pieces produced during her reign reflected her personal tastes, with naturalistic motifs and romantic themes that aligned with her vision of refined beauty. Meissen, founded in the early 18th century in Germany, also played a pivotal role in the Rococo porcelain industry, especially in the development of the European porcelain industry. Meissen's porcelain was similarly fine and delicate, and it quickly became known for its intricate craftsmanship. Meissen was one of the first factories to develop true hard-paste porcelain, which allowed for finer, more durable pieces. The figures produced at Meissen often depicted scenes from Greek mythology, with gods and goddesses rendered in playful, intimate poses. Their figures of love, fantasy, and nature were highly detailed, capturing the grace and elegance that Rococo art celebrated. Both Sèvres and Meissen were not just manufacturers of porcelain, but symbols of the Rococo's luxurious and intimate aesthetic. Their creations became coveted by the aristocracy and royalty across Europe, embodying the period's taste for beauty, refinement, and decorative excess. These porcelain masterpieces continue to be revered today for their artistry, craftsmanship, and their role in defining the visual culture of the Rococo period. The role of furniture and tapestry in Rococo interiors. In Rococo interiors, furniture and tapestry played integral roles in creating the luxurious, intimate atmosphere that defined the era. Both art forms were not just functional, but were carefully designed to enhance the overall aesthetic experience of the space, serving as expressions of taste, sophistication, and wealth. The furniture, often ornate and meticulously crafted, and the tapestries, which added layers of color, texture, and narrative to a room, were essential in shaping the Rococo style's sense of comfort, elegance, and playfulness. Furniture in Rococo interiors was characterized by its graceful, flowing forms and intricate ornamentation. Unlike the heavy, imposing furniture of the Baroque era, Rococo pieces favored lightness, with curved lines, asymmetrical designs, and delicate carvings that often featured motifs of flowers, shells, and foliage. Chairs, sofas, and tables were designed to be inviting and comfortable, with an emphasis on elegance rather than grandeur. Upholstery was often made from luxurious fabrics such as silk, velvet, and brocade, featuring soft pastel colors or delicate patterns that echoed the Rococo preference for gentleness and refinement. The furniture often had a delicate, almost whimsical quality, with ornate gilded edges and inlay work, creating a sense of luxury without overwhelming the senses. The intimate size and refined craftsmanship of Rococo furniture reflected the period's emphasis on private enjoyment and personal comfort, with an eye toward creating living spaces that were as much about beauty and leisure as about functionality. Tapestry, too, played a crucial role in Rococo interiors, providing an element of luxury, color, and narrative. Woven in fine wool, silk, and gold thread, Rococo tapestries often depicted romantic or mythological themes, such as scenes from classical mythology, pastoral landscapes, and elegant courtly pursuits. These tapestries helped to create a sense of warmth and intimacy, while also adding visual depth and complexity to the room. The works of tapestry weavers often featured soft, flowing lines and delicate details, which harmonized with the lighter tones and textures of the furniture. The tapestry scenes, many of which were designed by famous Rococo artists like François Boucher or Jean-Baptiste Udry, not only served as decoration but also added a narrative dimension to the room, telling stories of love, nature, or fantasy that complemented the lifestyle of the aristocracy. Together, furniture and tapestry in Rococo interiors created an immersive environment that balanced elegance with comfort, luxury with intimacy. These elements worked in unison to establish an atmosphere of indulgence, where beauty was woven into every aspect of daily life. The Rococo style, focused on pleasure, refinement, and escape from the formalities of court life, found its fullest expression in the artistry of its furniture and tapestries, transforming living spaces into true works of art. Chapter 6: The Spread of Rococo Across Europe. The Rococo style, with its emphasis on elegance, ornamentation, and playful beauty, began in France in the early 18th century, but quickly spread across Europe, becoming a dominant aesthetic in many royal courts and aristocratic households. The French court, under the influence of Louis XV and the French aristocracy, was the birthplace of Rococo, but its reach extended far beyond France, influencing art, architecture, and design across Europe, from Germany to Italy, England, and Austria. The spread of Rococo was significantly aided by royal patronage and the movement of artists, designers, and craftsmen across borders. France's influence, particularly from the French court and the flourishing artistic salons, helped export the style to neighboring regions. In Germany, the Rococo style found its expression in the works of Balthasar Neumann, whose architectural designs for buildings such as the Würzburg residence reflected the grandeur and playfulness of the style. The Meissen porcelain factory, established in the early 18th century in Saxony, became a major center for Rococo craftsmanship, producing porcelain figurines, vases, and tableware that were admired across Europe for their delicacy and intricate designs. In Italy, Rococo was adapted to reflect the nation's existing artistic traditions, melding with Baroque elements to create a distinct Italian version of the style. The Venetian school, in particular, embraced Rococo's ornamental qualities, with Italian artists and architects such as Giovanni Battista Tiepolo incorporating lightness and elegance into their frescoes and decorative works. The Palazzo Labia in Venice, adorned with Tiepolo's frescoed ceilings, is a prime example of how Rococo architecture and painting were merged in Italy to create an atmosphere of luxury and refinement. In England, Rococo influenced interior design and furniture making. While British artists maintained a certain distance from the more extravagant aspects of the French Rococo, elements such as curved furniture, pastel color schemes, and floral patterns were incorporated into the design of drawing rooms and private salons. The works of designers like Thomas Chippendale and Robert Adam fused Rococo with neoclassical influences, creating a hybrid style that became particularly popular in the English Georgian era. The Austrian court, particularly during the reign of Maria Theresa, also embraced the Rococo style, with Vienna becoming a hub for the production of decorative arts and fine porcelain. The Schönbrunn Palace in Vienna exemplifies the Rococo's spread to the Austrian Empire, with its richly decorated rooms and fine furniture that reflect the elegance and refinement of the style. In essence, the Rococo style's spread across Europe was a reflection of the shared tastes of the European aristocracy and their desire to display wealth, sophistication, and a lighthearted embrace of beauty. Each country adapted the style to its own cultural and artistic traditions, resulting in a dynamic and multifaceted movement that left a lasting legacy across the continent. Rococo in Germany and the Bavarian influence. In Germany, Rococo found fertile ground in the early 18th century, particularly in the southern regions, where it was embraced by the aristocracy and royal courts. The style took on distinct characteristics in Germany, blending traditional Baroque elements with the lighter, more ornamental features of Rococo. The Bavarian influence was particularly pronounced, with the region playing a central role in the development and propagation of Rococo across the German-speaking lands. The Bavarian court, under the rule of Maximilian III Joseph, and later Louis XV's influence, was a major patron of Rococo art and architecture. The electoral palaces in Munich, particularly Nymphenburg Palace, are prime examples of the Bavarian Rococo style, which was characterized by its ornate decoration, delicate stucco work, and use of gilding. The design of these palaces, with their playful yet refined ornamentation, helped define Bavarian Rococo as a distinctive regional expression of the larger European movement. One of the most significant figures in the spread of Rococo in Bavaria was the architect Franz Xaver Dietrich, whose works emphasized elegance and lightness, hallmarks of the Rococo style. Dietrich, along with architect Balthasar Neumann, was responsible for some of the most famous Rococo buildings in Germany, including the Würzburg residence in Franconia. The architecture, with its combination of soft curves, asymmetry, and elegant motifs, perfectly encapsulated the Bavarian approach to Rococo, which was less extravagant than its French counterpart, but still incredibly refined and opulent. German Rococo also had a significant impact on interior decoration, with ornate furniture and ceramics becoming highly sought after. Meissen porcelain, produced in the Saxony region, became one of the most important exports of Rococo Germany. The delicate porcelain figures, often depicting mythological scenes and pastoral themes, were admired across Europe for their intricate designs and vibrant use of color. Meissen's porcelain figurines and decorative vases became synonymous with luxury and elegance, contributing significantly to the Bavarian Rococo aesthetic. In the realm of fresco painting, Johann Baptist Zimmermann was a leading figure in the Bavarian Rococo movement, creating stunning ceiling frescoes that embodied the light, airy quality of the Rococo style. His work can be seen in churches such as the Wieskirche and the Assam Church in Munich, where his dramatic yet delicate use of color and imagery added to the sense of joy and grandeur associated with Rococo. These churches, with their intricate stucco work, gilded altars, and frescoed ceilings, reflect the Bavarian desire to blend religious devotion with the Rococo's focus on beauty and ornamentation. Overall, Rococo in Germany, and particularly in Bavaria, was characterized by its focus on graceful decoration, soft curves, and the blending of lightness with opulence. The Bavarian interpretation of the style was marked by a refined yet somewhat restrained luxury, setting it apart from the more extravagant French Rococo while still embodying the key themes of romanticism, leisure, and sensuality. The region's contribution to the Rococo movement remains a testament to the broader European cultural exchange that helped define this unique period in art and architecture. The Italian Rococo, Venice and Rome. Italy's embrace of Rococo was a fusion of its deep-rooted artistic heritage with the fresh ornamental trends that emerged in France during the early 18th century. The Italian Rococo style was shaped by the country's unique blend of Baroque traditions and newer, more playful stylistic elements, resulting in a softer and more decorative version of Rococo compared to its French counterparts. Venice and Rome were central to the spread of this style in Italy, each adopting and adapting it in ways that reflected their own cultural and artistic contexts. In Venice, the Rococo style merged seamlessly with the city's existing Baroque opulence. Venetian Rococo was marked by an embrace of luxury and refinement, as seen in the lavish decoration of palaces and churches. The ornate, highly decorative nature of Venetian Rococo was influenced by the city's tradition of rich textiles, elaborate stucco work, and gilded surfaces, combined with the lightness and intimacy of Rococo. Venetian interiors featured pastel colors, delicate floral patterns, and intricate curved forms, all elements that became synonymous with the style. The city's most famous Rococo painter, Giovanni Battista Tiepolo, was instrumental in shaping Venetian Rococo. Tiepolo's ceiling frescoes, known for their vivid colors, dramatic figures, and lightness of touch, captured the joyful and playful nature of the Rococo style while retaining the grandiosity that Venice had become known for. His works in places like the Palazzo Lubbia and the Ca' Rezzonico are prime examples of Venetian Rococo's synthesis of beauty, grandeur, and whimsy. Tiepolo's use of soft colors, the soft drapery of figures, and the depiction of mythical subjects were all in harmony with the Rococo style's preoccupation with fantasy and romance. In Rome, Rococo art and architecture became intertwined with the papal court and the city's religious institutions. While Rome had long been the center of Baroque art, by the mid-18th century, Rococo began to infiltrate the city's churches, palaces, and interior designs. Architects and artists such as Francesco de Sanctis and Gian Lorenzo Bernini's successors embraced the Rococo's lighter aesthetic, replacing the heavy, dramatic compositions of Baroque with more elegant, playful designs. The Church of Sant'Ignazio is a prime example of Roman Rococo, with its richly adorned interiors and ceilings painted to give the illusion of expansive sky. Rome also became a center for Rococo sculpture, with artists like Agostino Cornacchini and Francesco de Sanctis producing works that featured lighter, more graceful figures, often infused with mythological or religious themes. These sculptures were characterized by their fluid, almost ethereal quality, and were often integrated into church decorations or palatial settings. In both Venice and Rome, the Italian Rococo movement was characterized by its ornate and opulent decoration, but with a lighter, more playful twist compared to the grandiosity of the Baroque. The style in Italy, much like in other parts of Europe, became synonymous with luxury and intimacy, creating an environment that was not only visually captivating, but emotionally engaging. The elegance and grace of Italian Rococo left a lasting mark on European art and architecture, continuing to influence styles even as the Rococo era came to an end. The influence on British and Austrian art. The Rococo style, which flourished in France and Italy, eventually made its way to Britain and Austria, where it took on unique characteristics influenced by each nation's artistic traditions and cultural preferences. In both regions, Rococo had a significant impact on art, interior design, and decorative objects, though the adaptation of the style varied between the two countries. In Britain, Rococo elements were initially embraced by the aristocracy, who sought to adopt the latest French trends as symbols of luxury and refinement. However, British Rococo was often more restrained and less flamboyant than the French version. The British interpretation of Rococo was characterized by a fusion of French influence with the neoclassical and Baroque traditions that were already prevalent in the country. This was evident in interior design, where curved furniture and ornate woodwork became popular, particularly in drawing rooms and private salons. The designs, while elegant and light, maintained a sense of balance and symmetry, setting British Rococo apart from the more asymmetrical French examples. British furniture makers such as Thomas Chippendale and George Hepplewhite embraced Rococo's playful aesthetic, incorporating delicate carvings, floral patterns, and gilded finishes into their creations. Chippendale's works in particular blended Rococo with influences from Chinese and Gothic styles, creating a uniquely British interpretation of the ornamental style. In the world of painting, British artists like William Hogarth and Thomas Gainsborough were also influenced by Rococo, though they were more inclined to combine these influences with their own distinct national styles. Hogarth, with his satirical and moralizing subjects, introduced a form of Rococo that retained the playful quality of the French, but focused on more direct, socially relevant themes. Gainsborough, known for his portraits, imbued his works with the Rococo's soft, elegant brushwork and light pastel tones, capturing the aristocracy in a graceful yet intimate manner. His famous portraits, like the Blue Boy, reveal the influence of Rococo's grace and elegance in the rendering of figures and fabric. In Austria, the Rococo style became a prominent feature during the reign of Maria Theresa in the mid-18th century, as the Austrian court sought to reflect the same refinement and cultural sophistication that was seen in France. Vienna became a center of Rococo architecture and the decorative arts, with artists and architects like Balthasar Neumann and Johann Michael Fischer playing crucial roles in the development of Austrian Rococo. Neumann's work on the Würzburg residence in Bavaria is widely regarded as one of the finest examples of Rococo architecture, while Fischer's interior designs for churches and palaces in Vienna, including the Karlskirche and the Schönbrunn Palace, showcase the light, ethereal quality of the Rococo style. In Austrian painting, the Viennese school embraced Rococo's elegant, fluid lines and playful themes. Artists like Franz Anton Malbertsch captured the lightness and ornate beauty of the style in his ceiling frescoes and religious works, creating an atmosphere of fantasy and joy that was central to Rococo's appeal. Additionally, Austrian porcelain manufacturers, particularly those in Vienna, were heavily influenced by Rococo's emphasis on delicate craftsmanship and intricate design. The Vienna Porcelain Factory, founded in 1718, became known for its finely crafted pieces, often incorporating mythological or pastoral themes in line with the Rococo's aesthetic. Overall, the influence of Rococo on British and Austrian art reflected each nation's distinct cultural preferences, while maintaining the core elements of the style: elegance, ornamentation, and an emphasis on luxury and intimacy. While British Rococo was marked by a certain restraint and practical elegance, Austrian Rococo embraced grandeur and opulence, resulting in two distinct yet complementary interpretations of the style that enriched the artistic landscape of 18th century Europe. Rococo in Russia, the Catherine Palace. Rococo made its way to Russia during the 18th century, a period of immense cultural transformation under the reign of Catherine the Great. As a keen patron of the arts, Catherine sought to align Russia with the intellectual and artistic movements of Europe, particularly those of France. Rococo, with its emphasis on elegance, refinement, and luxury, was a perfect fit for the Russian aristocracy, and its influence is most vividly seen in the Catherine Palace, located just outside of St. Petersburg. The Catherine Palace, built for Catherine I, was expanded and transformed under the rule of Catherine the Great into a monumental symbol of Russian grandeur, showcasing the Rococo style in its full glory. The palace, designed by the architect Bartolomeo Rastrelli, was heavily influenced by the French Rococo ideals, with a focus on opulence and ornamentation. Rastrelli's design combined Baroque and Rococo elements, resulting in a structure that embraced the lightness and elegance of Rococo while retaining some of the grandeur of the earlier Baroque style. The palace's elaborate facade, with its golden trim, soft pastel colors, and intricate decorative details, embodies the playful yet luxurious spirit of Rococo. The interior of the Catherine Palace is perhaps the most striking example of Rococo's influence in Russia. The Great Hall, or Catherine Hall, with its gilded stucco, chandeliers, and elaborate mirrors, is a testament to the grandeur and opulence associated with Rococo. The walls and ceilings of the palace are adorned with ornate moldings, floral patterns, and paintings, all contributing to the sense of an expansive yet intimate environment. The use of soft pastel colors, delicate fabrics, and luxurious materials such as gold leaf and marble creates a sense of airiness and lightness, characteristics at the core of the Rococo aesthetic. One of the most famous areas in the Catherine Palace is the Amber Room, a small chamber originally designed in the early 18th century and later reconstructed in the Rococo style. The room, with its walls covered in intricately designed amber panels, mirrors, and gilded decorations, exemplifies the luxury and ornamentation that were central to Rococo design. It was considered one of the most lavish rooms of the palace, showcasing the extravagance and refinement of the Russian court under Catherine the Great. Throughout the Catherine Palace, the influence of Rococo can be seen in the delicate balance between elegance, playfulness, and luxury. The interiors, as well as the overall architecture, reflect the grandeur of the Russian court during the 18th century, while maintaining the Rococo ideals of intimacy, grace, and beauty. The palace served as a physical manifestation of Catherine the Great's desire to elevate Russia's cultural and artistic standing within Europe, and it remains one of the most remarkable examples of Rococo architecture and interior design in the world. Chapter 7: The Decline of Rococo and the Rise of Neoclassicism. By the late 18th century, the exuberant and ornate style of Rococo began to fall out of favor, giving way to the emergence of neoclassicism. This transition was influenced by a complex array of social, political, and intellectual factors that signaled the end of the Rococo era and the beginning of a new aesthetic period. As Rococo had been synonymous with luxury, leisure, and opulence, it gradually became associated with the excesses of the aristocracy, which was increasingly viewed with disdain by the rising middle class and intellectual elites. The French Revolution and the political upheavals of the period also played a pivotal role in challenging the established artistic norms, as the societal emphasis on excess and decadence was replaced by a desire for order, simplicity, and moral values. Rococo's ornamental style, which had been celebrated for its playfulness, delicate colors, and fantastical motifs, began to be criticized for its superficiality and lack of moral depth. Intellectual movements such as the Enlightenment called for reason, rationality, and a return to classical ideals that were seen as timeless and virtuous. The aesthetic associated with the classical world of ancient Greece and Rome became more appealing, providing an antidote to the perceived decadence of Rococo. Neoclassicism, with its emphasis on clarity, symmetry, and simplicity, stood in stark contrast to Rococo's asymmetry, ornamentation, and exaggerated forms. The rise of neoclassicism was further propelled by archaeological discoveries, such as the excavations at Pompeii and Herculaneum, which revived interest in the ancient Roman and Greek civilizations. Artists, architects, and designers began to look to the classical world for inspiration, seeking to create art and architecture that embodied the virtues of restraint, order, and heroism. This shift in taste was particularly evident in France, where Jacques-Louis David, a leading neoclassical painter, rejected the ornate and frivolous style of Rococo in favor of works that emphasized moral seriousness and classical themes. In architecture, the neoclassical movement quickly took hold, replacing the Rococo's curves and exuberant decorations with clean lines, columned facades, and Greek-inspired porticos. The new style was championed by architects like Jacques-Germain Soufflot and Claude-Nicolas Ledoux, whose works reflected the ideals of simplicity, functionality, and rational design. The Pantheon in Paris, originally conceived as the Church of Ste Geneviève, is an iconic example of neoclassical architecture, as it epitomizes the emphasis on classical forms and the abandonment of Rococo's exuberant ornamentation. By the end of the 18th century, the Rococo style had effectively been replaced by neoclassicism, a movement that sought to revive the principles of ancient art and architecture in a time of increasing political and social change. While Rococo had been a celebration of aristocratic excess, neoclassicism symbolized a return to order, morality, and rationality, reflecting the new values that were emerging across Europe. This shift marked the end of the Rococo era, but also the beginning of a new chapter in European artistic history that would influence generations to come. Criticism and changing tastes. As the 18th century progressed, the Rococo style, once celebrated for its elegance and luxury, began to face increasing criticism, particularly from emerging intellectual and artistic movements. While Rococo had initially been embraced by the aristocracy as a symbol of refinement and opulence, it eventually became associated with the excesses and superficiality of the French monarchy and the noble class. This shift in perception occurred as the political landscape of Europe began to change, with growing social and economic inequalities, particularly in France, culminating in the French Revolution. The aristocracy's indulgent lifestyle and its patronage of Rococo art were increasingly seen as out of touch with the struggles of the broader population. The Enlightenment, a period marked by an emphasis on reason, science, and rationality, also contributed to the decline of Rococo. Intellectuals of the era, such as Voltaire, Rousseau, and Diderot, advocated for a society based on reason and virtue, and they critiqued the excessive ornamentation and lack of moral depth in Rococo art. In contrast to the whimsical and playful themes of Rococo, Enlightenment thinkers championed a more serious and intellectual approach to art, one that promoted moral integrity and rational thought. They saw Rococo as frivolous and disconnected from the greater human condition, and its excesses were viewed as a reflection of the very decadence they sought to challenge. The shift in taste was also evident within the art world. Artists and architects began to move away from the lightness and ornamentation of Rococo in favor of a style that embraced simplicity, symmetry, and classical ideals. The rise of neoclassicism, inspired by the rediscovery of ancient Roman and Greek art through archaeological excavations, provided a stark contrast to Rococo's decorative excess. Artists like Jacques-Louis David and Jean-Auguste Dominique Ingres rejected Rococo's focus on fantasy and romance in favor of heroic and moral themes rooted in antiquity. Neoclassicism emphasized clarity, restraint, and order, presenting a more serious and elevated artistic vision. The criticism of Rococo also found expression in the growing influence of the middle class, which increasingly valued art and design that reflected their own ideals of simplicity and practicality. The extravagance of Rococo was increasingly viewed as a symbol of aristocratic decadence, And as the French Revolution and other political upheavals reshaped Europe, the style became a symbol of an outmoded, pre-revolutionary order. By the late 18th century, these factors combined to shift public taste away from the exuberant luxury of Rococo and toward the more rational and moral underpinnings of neoclassicism. What had once been a reflection of aristocratic refinement now seemed disconnected from the political and social changes of the time, and thus, the Rococo era came to an end as the desire for a more grounded and meaningful art form took hold. The role of the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment, a period spanning the late 17th and 18th centuries, played a pivotal role in the decline of Rococo and the rise of neoclassicism. This intellectual movement, which emphasized reason, science, and individual liberty, profoundly influenced both cultural and artistic trends across Europe. At its core, the Enlightenment was about challenging established norms and questioning traditional authority, including that of the monarchy and the aristocracy. As Enlightenment thinkers sought to promote values of rationality, order, and moral integrity, they criticized the frivolity and excess that were characteristic of Rococo art and architecture. Rococo, with its playful themes, delicate ornamentation, and focus on sensual pleasure, was increasingly viewed as emblematic of an aristocracy out of touch with the social and political realities of the time. The style had flourished under the patronage of the French monarchy and aristocrats who celebrated an era of luxury, elegance, and excessive indulgence. However, as the Enlightenment movement gained momentum, it became clear that these ideals were being scrutinized in favor of a new social order that valued reason and ethical principles over hedonism and ornamentation. Philosophers such as Voltaire, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and Denis Diderot played a significant role in shaping public opinion during this period. They advocated for the rejection of superficial pleasures and sought to promote moral clarity, rational thought, and the pursuit of truth in both thought and art. These ideals directly contradicted the whimsical, fantastical subjects that were prevalent in Rococo painting, sculpture, and interior design. The style's focus on love, romance, and light-hearted themes seem trivial in contrast to the Enlightenment's emphasis on reason, virtue, and social responsibility. The Enlightenment's critique of Rococo excess was also reflected in the growing political and social movements of the time. The French Revolution, in particular, served as a reaction to the opulence and aristocratic privilege that Rococo had symbolized. As revolutionary sentiment grew, there was a push for a return to simplicity and order seen in both political structures and art. This shift led to a preference for neoclassical art, which drew inspiration from ancient Greek and Roman ideals of restraint, symmetry, and moral virtue. In the world of art and architecture, this period of intellectual change saw a gradual departure from the ornate decoration of Rococo in favor of the clean lines and classical themes of neoclassicism. The paintings of Jacques-Louis David and the architecture of Claude-Nicolas Ledoux embraced simplicity and clarity, aligning with the values promoted by the Enlightenment. Art became a vehicle for social and moral education, emphasizing timeless themes of heroism and rationality rather than fleeting pleasures and frivolous indulgence. In sum, the Enlightenment was a crucial force in the decline of Rococo, as its ideals of rationality, simplicity, and moral virtue stood in stark contrast to the luxury and excessive ornamentation of the Rococo style. The intellectual revolution of the Enlightenment not only transformed philosophy and politics, but also reshaped the cultural landscape, leading to the birth of a new artistic direction that was more aligned with the values of the era. The influence of Jacques-Louis David and classical ideals. Jacques-Louis David, one of the most prominent painters of the late 18th century, played a crucial role in the decline of Rococo and the rise of neoclassicism. His works exemplified the return to classical ideals that became central to the neoclassical movement, which emerged as a response to the excesses of Rococo. David's art was deeply influenced by the values of ancient Greece and Rome, and he sought to embody these ideals through his use of simplicity, restraint, and moral seriousness. His impact on the art world during the Revolutionary and Napoleonic periods helped establish a new aesthetic that prioritized virtue and heroism over the playful and indulgent themes of Rococo. David's early works, such as The Oath of the Horatii, 1784, marked a stark departure from the ornamentation and whimsy of Rococo. The painting's theme of sacrifice, honor, and patriotism is based on a historical event from ancient Rome, and it exemplifies the neoclassical emphasis on moral virtue and rationality. The composition is characterized by strong lines, symmetry, and a clear focus on the figures and their actions, all of which contrast sharply with the asymmetry and superficial charm of Rococo art. David's use of these classical principles established him as a key figure in the neoclassical movement, positioning him as a stark contrast to Rococo's emphasis on decadence and aesthetic pleasure. David's commitment to classical ideals extended beyond the technical aspects of his painting. His works often contain themes of heroism, duty, and sacrifice, which resonated with the political and social climate of his time. During the French Revolution, David became a staunch supporter of revolutionary ideals, using his art to inspire and rally support for the movement. His painting, The Death of Socrates, 1787, embodies the moral courage of the philosopher, who, choosing to face his execution rather than compromise his beliefs, became a symbol of revolutionary values such as resistance to tyranny and personal integrity. David's influence extended beyond his own work. He was also a key figure in the academic training of younger artists who would carry forward the neoclassical movement. He rejected the ornamental and frivolous elements of Rococo and instead promoted the classical principles of clarity, purity, and moral seriousness. As the official painter of the French Revolution and later Napoleonic France, David's works were not only aesthetic expressions, but also political statements, reinforcing the idea that art should serve a higher purpose, the promotion of virtue, and the advancement of society. In sum, Jacques-Louis David was a pivotal figure in the decline of Rococo and the rise of neoclassicism. His embrace of classical ideals brought about a fundamental shift in the direction of Western art, with a focus on simplicity, restraint, and moral depth. Through his powerful depictions of historical and mythological subjects, David's art stood as a symbol of the rational, heroic values of the Enlightenment, ultimately helping to define the aesthetic and philosophical principles of neoclassicism. Rococo's legacy in modern art and design. Despite its decline in the late 18th century, the Rococo style left a lasting mark on art and design, influencing various movements well into the modern era. While Rococo itself was largely supplanted by neoclassicism and other styles, its emphasis on ornamentation, elegance, and playfulness resonated with later artists, designers, and movements that sought to revisit or reimagine the past. This legacy can be seen in Art Nouveau, Hollywood Regency, and even aspects of contemporary interior design, where the values of luxury and ornate detail continue to be celebrated. One of the most direct heirs to Rococo's aesthetic is Art Nouveau, which emerged in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Like Rococo, Art Nouveau embraced organic shapes, flowing lines, and a fascination with nature, blending intricate details with sensuality and beauty. The organic curves of Rococo, seen in its furniture and architectural designs, were reincarnated in the sinuous forms and stylized floral patterns that defined Art Nouveau, as seen in the works of artists like Gustave Klimt and Antoni Gaudí. Both movements shared a desire to elevate everyday objects through elaborate decoration, creating an atmosphere of elegance and whimsy. In interior design, The influence of Rococo can still be observed in contemporary decor that favors luxurious, opulent spaces filled with ornate furniture, gilded details, and rich colors. The Hollywood Regency style, which became popular in the early to mid-20th century, is a prime example of Rococo's enduring influence. With its use of bold patterns, mirror accents, and luxurious fabrics, this style evokes the glamour and lavishness of Rococo while incorporating modern sensibilities. The flamboyant use of color and elaborate ornamentation in Hollywood Regency furniture and interiors can be traced back to Rococo's decorative richness and its focus on creating visually stunning and dramatic spaces. Rococo's legacy also persists in the continued use of pastel color palettes, Baroque-inspired flourishes, and decorative details in various forms of modern visual arts. Fashion design, for instance, occasionally incorporates Rococo-inspired silhouettes and embellishments, especially in the work of designers who embrace opulence and romanticism in their collections. Designers like Jean-Paul Gaultier and John Galliano have drawn from Rococo for inspiration, blending historical influences with modern creativity to create garments that embody the luxury and dramatic flair associated with the Rococo era. Rococo's ability to evoke luxury, grace, and romanticism ensures its place in the cultural imagination. Its legacy continues to influence contemporary art, design, and fashion, making it an enduring symbol of beauty and elegance that transcends its historical period. Whether through ornate interiors, flamboyant fashion, or decorative arts, the influence of Rococo remains visible, illustrating the lasting appeal of its sumptuous, sensual aesthetic. Chapter 8: The Enduring Influence of Rococo. Although Rococo as a dominant style faded in the late 18th century, its influence has endured in the worlds of art, design, fashion, and architecture, continuing to inspire modern movements and creators. The elegance, ornamentation, and playfulness characteristic of Rococo found a place in various artistic expressions over the centuries, often reinterpreted and adapted to suit new cultural and aesthetic contexts. Its legacy remains particularly strong in interior design, fashion, and visual arts, where elements of Rococo's sensuality and decorative richness continue to make an impact. In interior design, Rococo's intricate and luxurious style remains an enduring reference point. Its emphasis on delicate curves, gilded details, and pastel color schemes can still be seen in contemporary opulent spaces, whether in modern luxury homes or public spaces that seek to evoke grandeur and refinement. The Hollywood Regency style, which emerged in the 20th century, is one example where the Baroque-inspired details of Rococo, such as ornate furniture, mirrored surfaces, and rich fabrics, were reincorporated with a modern twist. Similarly, Art Deco designers drew from Rococo's sense of elegance, though they translated it into the streamlined geometric forms of their own time. Rococo's legacy is also evident in fashion. Designers frequently look back to the 18th century for inspiration when they want to evoke a sense of romance, luxury, and exuberance. Elements such as ruffles, lace, corsetry, and luxurious fabrics continue to appear in high fashion, whether in couture collections or in garments designed to create a dramatic, romantic aesthetic. High fashion designers like Jean-Paul Gaultier, John Galliano, and Vivienne Westwood have often referenced Rococo in their work, incorporating its sensuality and intricate detailing while fusing it with modern sensibilities. The result is a blend of historical opulence with contemporary boldness. The visual arts have also maintained Rococo's influence, particularly in movements like Art Nouveau in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. This style, with its flowing, organic forms and emphasis on decorative detail, drew directly from the playful, curvilinear shapes and rich, ornamental quality of Rococo. Additionally, The lightness and romanticism found in Rococo painting, particularly in works by Watteau and Fragonard, have been influential in shaping the atmosphere and mood of modern art and illustration, particularly in works that seek to capture a sense of whimsy or idealized beauty. Rococo's lasting impact is also felt in architecture, especially in styles that sought to evoke luxury and romance. While movements like neoclassicism and modernism eventually eclipsed Rococo's popularity in the 19th and 20th centuries, Rococo's ideals of beauty, ornamentation, and playfulness are still incorporated into design work today. Whether in grand public spaces, luxury hotels, or modern palaces, the Rococo legacy remains an essential part of how we understand artistic beauty and the pursuit of elegance and decorative grandeur. In conclusion, while Rococo may no longer dominate the artistic landscape as it once did, its influence is still felt across diverse forms of creative expression. Its aesthetic principles of luxury, romanticism, and ornamental beauty continue to shape modern art, design, and fashion, illustrating the enduring appeal of this vibrant and captivating style. Revival and adaptations in the 19th and 20th centuries. The Rococo style, despite its decline in the late 18th century, experienced several revivals and adaptations in the 19th and 20th centuries. As the aesthetic principles of elegance, ornamentation, and luxury continued to captivate the imagination, artists and designers began to draw from Rococo's sensuous and playful nature, reinterpreting its designs and themes to reflect new historical contexts and cultural movements. These revivals often appeared in response to the dominant artistic styles of the time, with Rococo's exuberant forms offering a contrast to the more restrained, rational aesthetics of neoclassicism and the industrial age aesthetic of modernism. During the 19th century, the Victorian era saw a renewed interest in Rococo, particularly in the realm of interior design and decorative arts. The Victorians, known for their love of ornate and heavily detailed styles, looked back to Rococo for inspiration, merging it with their own tastes to create what is often referred to as Victorian Rococo Revival. This revival saw heavily decorated furniture, gilded frames, and pastel color schemes becoming popular once again. Victorian interiors, with their emphasis on luxury and comfort, embraced Rococo's decorative flourishes, often blending them with elements of Baroque and Gothic styles to create eclectic and richly textured environments. The revival of Rococo's aesthetic values during this time contributed to the romantic and sentimental atmosphere that defined Victorian homes and public spaces. The 20th century experienced another resurgence of Rococo through the Art Nouveau movement, which, although distinct, shared Rococo's appreciation for organic forms, elegant curves, and intricate decoration. Art Nouveau sought to break from the rigid forms of industrial society by embracing more fluid, natural shapes and integrating fine craftsmanship with design. Designers like Gustav Klimt, Alphonse Mucha, and Antoni Gaudí were heavily influenced by Rococo's sense of ornamental beauty, which was reflected in their whimsical, curvilinear designs. The fluidity and natural forms of Rococo found new life in the decorative elements of Art Nouveau, such as in the use of floral motifs and whimsical lines in furniture, architecture, and graphic design. In the mid-20th century, Rococo's influence could be seen in the Hollywood Regency style, which combined glamour and opulence in a way that echoed Rococo's emphasis on luxury. This style was particularly prominent in the design of cinematic interiors, which were meant to evoke a sense of extravagance and romance. Similarly, designers like Christian Dior and Hubert de Givenchy in fashion often incorporated elements of Rococo's delicacy and grace into their work, favoring floral patterns, ruffles, and luxurious fabrics. Thus, the revival and adaptation of Rococo in the 19th and 20th centuries were marked by a fascination with its intricate designs, sensuality, and decorative charm. These periods sought to reawaken Rococo's playful spirit while integrating it into the new aesthetic values and technological advances of their respective times, ensuring that the style's legacy would continue to be felt in art, design, and culture well into the modern era. Rococo's impact on fashion and decorative arts. Rococo, with its emphasis on luxury, ornamentation, and playfulness, profoundly influenced the realms of fashion and decorative arts, leaving a lasting legacy that extended far beyond the 18th century. The delicate and intricate aesthetics of Rococo, characterized by graceful forms, soft pastel tones, and floral motifs, reshaped the way people approached both the design of clothing and the decoration of personal spaces. From the extravagant costumes of the French aristocracy to the opulent interiors of elite homes, Rococo helped define an era of sensuality and refinement that continued to resonate in future artistic movements. In the world of fashion, Rococo became synonymous with lavish, ornate clothing that accentuated both elegance and individuality. The fashion of the time was marked by elaborate garments, including bustle skirts, ruffled lace, and embroidered silk fabrics, all intended to create a dramatic effect. Women's dresses were often adorned with lace, ribbons, and floral patterns, reflecting the playful, romantic sensibilities of Rococo. The intricate designs and luxurious fabrics of Rococo fashion were meant to convey a sense of refinement and status, with detailed bodices and petticoats emphasizing a highly feminine silhouette. These garments were often completed with accessories such as elaborate hats, headdresses, and fans, which further underscored the Rococo ideals of ornate beauty and the celebration of the female form. Men's fashion during this period also saw a shift toward luxury, with tailored coats, lace cuffs, and decorative waistcoats becoming popular among the elite, blending elegance with playful flourish. Rococo's influence also extended to the decorative arts, particularly in the realms of furniture, porcelain, and interior design. Furniture became more ornate and elegant, with elaborate carvings and curvaceous lines. Chairs, tables, and mirrors were often gilded, their surfaces enriched with delicate floral and shell motifs that evoked a sense of luxury and whimsy. The finest examples of Rococo furniture were crafted by artisans such as Jean-François Eben, who created intricate pieces with curvilinear shapes and detailed craftsmanship. Porcelain was also transformed during the Rococo era, with famous manufacturers like Sèvres and Meissen producing delicately painted pieces that featured pastel colors, floral designs, and mythological themes. These porcelain objects were often used to decorate the most luxurious homes, becoming symbols of wealth and taste. In interior design, the Rococo style celebrated opulence and comfort, with rooms featuring gilded moldings, ornate mirrors, and richly decorated fabrics. Walls were adorned with chinoiserie wallpaper, and luxurious textiles, such as silk brocade and damask, were used to create an atmosphere of elegant excess. The overall aesthetic was one of playful refinement, with every object designed to evoke beauty, romance, and a sense of elegance. In sum, Rococo's impact on fashion and the decorative arts is profound and enduring. The ornate beauty and luxury that defined this period not only shaped the aesthetic standards of the time, but also laid the foundation for future artistic movements. The opulence and elegance of Rococo continue to influence modern fashion and design, ensuring its place as a pivotal moment in the history of art and culture. Modern interpretations in interior design. Rococo's influence on interior design remains remarkably strong, even centuries after its initial rise. The style's inherent luxury, ornamentation, and playfulness have inspired modern interpretations that blend its rich details with contemporary design principles. Today, Rococo elements are often reimagined to create spaces that balance elegance and comfort, maintaining the spirit of the past while embracing modern sensibilities. These reinterpretations can be seen in both high-end residential spaces and commercial interiors, with designers adapting Rococo's distinctive characteristics to suit the needs of today's aesthetic and functional demands. In modern interior design, Rococo's opulence and ornate beauty often appear in the form of decorative furniture, gilded accents, and luxurious fabrics. Designers have adapted Rococo's intricate carvings and curvaceous forms to suit more streamlined, minimalistic spaces, where such pieces are used as focal points rather than overwhelming entire rooms. The combination of modern furniture silhouettes with Rococo-inspired detailing, like gold leaf accents, floral patterns, and intricate woodwork, creates an elegant balance between the old and the new. These elements can often be found in luxury hotels, boutique shops, or private homes that desire a touch of grandeur but with contemporary practicality. One of the most common ways Rococo influences modern design is through the use of soft pastel colors, which continue to evoke the light and airy mood associated with the 18th century style. Pale blues, rosy pinks, and mint greens are often incorporated into walls, furniture, and textiles, providing a serene, romantic atmosphere that recalls Rococo's focus on beauty and sensuality. Designers often pair these soft tones with bold contrasts, such as dark woods or metallic finishes, to create dynamic, sophisticated spaces that still maintain an air of refinement. In luxury homes and boutique hotels, ornate mirrors, elaborate chandeliers, and floral wallpapers have become staples of a modern Rococo-inspired aesthetic. These statement pieces often serve as artworks in their own right, drawing the eye and enhancing the overall grandeur of the space. The Rococo-inspired ceiling design also makes a comeback, with ornamental moldings, gilded cornices, and intricate stucco work applied to modern ceilings to recreate the sense of opulence once associated with 18th century palaces. However, modern interpretations of Rococo also incorporate more minimalistic touches, stripping down the overwhelming ornamentation that characterized the original style. In some cases, Rococo's influence is reflected in a more refined, pared-back form, where curved edges and light embellishments are used sparingly. This allows designers to maintain the charm and whimsy of Rococo while creating spaces that align with contemporary tastes for simplicity and function. In essence, modern interior design has embraced the spirit of Rococo by blending its ornamental beauty and elegance with current trends, creating sophisticated spaces that evoke luxury, romance, and grace. These interpretations prove that, even today, Rococo remains a significant source of inspiration for designers seeking to infuse their creations with timeless elegance and refined beauty. Rococo in popular culture and contemporary media. Rococo, with its emphasis on luxury, ornate beauty, and romanticism, continues to influence popular culture and contemporary media, often evoking a sense of elegance and grandeur. From cinema to fashion, Rococo's distinct aesthetic has been adapted and reimagined, often used to reflect themes of excess, sensuality, and opulence. The style's intricate details and whimsical forms have found a place in various modern artistic expressions, showcasing its lasting appeal and versatility. In cinema, Rococo's influence is perhaps most notable in historical films and costume dramas. Movies set in the 18th century or those depicting the French aristocracy frequently draw on the Rococo aesthetic to capture the luxurious world of the period. Films like Marie Antoinette, 2006, directed by Sofia Coppola, offer a modern take on Rococo style, blending historical accuracy with a contemporary soundtrack and vibrant visuals. The film's costumes and lavish sets, from elaborate gowns to ornate interiors, reflect the spirit of Rococo, emphasizing the grandeur and decadence of the French court. By using Rococo's playful pastels, floral patterns, and intricate detailing, such films connect the elegance of the past with modern sensibilities, creating a unique, visually stunning experience that resonates with contemporary audiences. In fashion, Rococo's influence persists, especially in couture collections that channel the period's characteristic elegance and romance. Designers such as Jean-Paul Gaultier, Alexander McQueen, and Vivienne Westwood have incorporated Rococo-inspired details, ruffles, lace, and ornate embroidery into their collections, often giving them a modern, edgy twist. Rococo's playful spirit and luxurious fabrics continue to inspire fashion that evokes the extravagance of the period while maintaining a fresh, contemporary feel. Whether in the form of high-fashion gowns or accessories, Rococo's ornate beauty is a recurring source of inspiration in the fashion world, drawing on its rich historical context to create romantic, bold designs. In art and illustration, Rococo's influence can also be seen in contemporary graphic design, particularly in projects that seek to evoke a sense of whimsy and romanticism. The use of floral motifs, curved lines, and ornamental flourishes has been adapted for modern book covers, advertisements, and digital art, where designers draw on Rococo's playful aesthetic to convey a sense of beauty and luxury. Its influence also appears in music videos, especially those with lavish, stylized settings, where Rococo-inspired decor helps create a visual narrative of excess and sensuality. Finally, video games and virtual reality environments also occasionally draw from Rococo when designing fantastical worlds or historical settings. Rococo's visual language, marked by gilded frames, delicate scrollwork, and ornate palaces, can be seen in games that aim to create an atmosphere of opulence and romance, often used to represent the extravagant lives of royalty or the Baroque past. In sum, Rococo's influence in popular culture and contemporary media endures because it offers a rich, visually arresting style that continues to symbolize luxury, romance, and elegance. Its reinterpretation in modern contexts highlights how the aesthetics of the past continue to shape and inspire today's creative industries. Whether through film, fashion, or design, Rococo remains a timeless source of inspiration, adapting to new narratives while preserving its core elements of beauty, ornamentation, and playfulness. You have been listening to Rococo Art, Elegance and Ornamental Style in 18th Century France, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller.